Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4DF. Open black lens bracket 111, close black lens bracket. Crush them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As Enel's words fell, lightning that radiated like a fishing net instantly erupted from Enel's palm. The blue-purple thunder covered hundreds of meters ahead in the blink of an eye, engulfing all the warships including Akainu. Rumble. Huge thunder and explosions sounded on the sea. The sudden movement here also made the Five Elders Scientific Defense Martial God Jago Lucia Satan Saint in the distance startled. Everyone in the Knights of God behind him also turned their heads and looked over. Tisk tisk tisk. However, at this time they could only see that the warship Akainu and Lu Sheng were standing on had been engulfed by countless blue and purple thunder. Huge explosions and thick smoke rose into the sky. Whizzing. But soon, several figures rushed out from the smoke of the explosion. Among them, Akainu and Green Bull are the fastest. One turned into half-body lava and flew into the sky, while the other had a huge red flower growing out of his back and spinning around, taking him flying. As for the next few people who came out with Moonwalk, they were Admiral Momosugi, Admiral T. Dolphin, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral Doberman, and Vice Admiral Gumir. The five of them looked extremely embarrassed. Everyone's body was scorched black, their hair was in the shape of an explosion, and their clothes were almost burned, making them look like refugees fleeing famine. Among the five of them, only Momosugi and Otani were better off because of their powerful weapons, which allowed them to protect their whole bodies. But even so, they were seriously injured. Not to mention them, even Akainu and Green Bull were injured by Enel's sudden move. At this time, they still felt numbness and the penetrating pain of thunder. Advertisement. This kind of thunder and lightning ability does not mean that armed color can protect it from pain. This is the true power of Thunder Fruit. Not only does it have the strongest attack power, it also has the most powerful haki. This is why neither Aramaki nor Akainu could react to Enel's sudden appearance and instant attack. Of course, another reason is that Enel has received an increase in Belabedi's ability, making him faster than the basic level. In addition, Enel's observation haki is already above them, and his speed is even comparable to Kizaru's. This allowed him to easily injure both of them. Moreover, Akainu and Green Bull, two guys who are not good at speed, naturally cannot avoid Enel's sneak attack. But it will not be so easy to succeed next time. After all, Akainu and Green Bull are both Marine Admirals. If they want to defeat each other, they still have to win on the battlefield. House. At this moment, a bird song came from the sky, and Kuntian and Lusheng subconsciously lowered their heads. Then they saw a giant blue bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters swooping down towards them with blue flames. What, Marco? How is that possible? After seeing this giant bird with blue flames, Akainu and Green Bull were shocked. In their impression, Marco's giant cyan bird only had a wingspan of more than 10 meters after its transformation. The gap now has changed too much. It was 10 times bigger than they remembered. Phoenix Seal. Marco's swooping speed was equally astonishing. He didn't give Akainu and the Green Bull much room to think, and he directly dropped his kick from the sky towards Akainu. Dark Hound. Seeing this, Akainu did not sit still and waited for death. He raised his hand and turned his right hand into a giant fist of magma and shot it up into the sky. Advertisement. But Akainu is not good at aerial combat, and now Marco is an awakened phantom beast, and his power is not comparable to Akainu, a Logia user. The giant claw with blue flames swoops down. The powerful kick shattered Akainu's magma fist. Boom. Boom. Call out. Boom. After Marco kicked Akainu's magma fist to pieces, he kicked Akainu from the air, turning him into a black-red stream of light and hitting the ground of Tangrila Island, exploding a huge hole with a diameter of 100 meters. If Akainu hadn't consciously flown in the direction of Tangrila Island before, it would have been over with Marco's kick. He. Boom boom boom. This made Green Bull grit his teeth. 0.0. Puff puff. Swish swish. The next second, his wooden golem body, which was dozens of meters tall, hit Enel with a fist that covered armament haki. Enel was not phased at all. He flicked a Bailey's silver coin with his right thumb, and an electric arc danced on it. At the same time, he shouted. Fortunately, he used the energy stored in his body over the past few years in armament haki to resist Enel's attack, and finally let him fall on the ground of Tangrila Island. Heavy rain cuttings. Countless sharp wooden thorns also appeared on the ground, and armament haki was wrapped around the wooden thorns. 2 Marine admirals were suppressed by pirates. It's so embarrassing. Chidori Ryu, how dare you let me take root in the ground? The next moment, with the loud shout of the Green Bull, countless wooden thorns entangled with armament haki on the ground rose up like a heavy rain and flooded towards Enel. Advertisement. But what surprised Akainu and Aramaki was that they were both at a disadvantage. Aramaki never thought that he would have such an embarrassing thought of landing on an island. Enel had a fierce fight with Aramaki, and Marco also had a fight with Akainu. You're screwed, Enel. Crush them. Seeing this scene from a distance, the Five Elders Scientific Defense Martial God Jago Lucia Satan was immediately furious, raised his hand and shouted. Forbidden Monk Sensen. Knights of God, come on. His ability to fly in the air was too slow, making him a target for Enel. Under Aramu's roar, Countless vine roots suddenly appeared on the ground, and then these vine roots quickly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye they condensed into a huge tree man with a height of tens of meters. In the sky in the distance, the sound of thunder and lightning bursts continued to sound. During the lightning and thunder, the green bull was completely charred. Ha 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 ha. As the sound of electricity sounded in the sky, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison, all the wooden thorns shot by Huang Mu were shattered by lightning. Seeing this scene, Huang Mu was also shocked, then he glared and shouted. Seeing this scene, the corners of Enel's mouth raised slightly, and countless electric arc threads suddenly shot out from his body, making him seem to have turned into an electric hedgehog. Boom boom boom. After landing on the island, Aramaki immediately took root underground, staring at the four elements in the sky who were still chasing Enel and laughed. Even his body was burning with fire. Call out. Please give me flowers. Sizzling. Super electromagnetic gun. Open black lens bracket 112 close black lens bracket. You can really pretend. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Knights of God. What is that? It seems that the 5 elders were the ones giving the orders just now. The 5 elders should be the highest rulers in the world, right? Holy crap. Are all the 5 elders here? The world government really wants to kill this Blackbeard. The Knights of God, they sound awesome. Can Blackbeard and the others really be able to stop them? It's the legendary pirates again, the Marine Admiral again, and the Knights of God again. This time Blackbeard might really have a hard time surviving it. After seeing this scene, everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world looked solemn. On Red Force, Shanks looked solemnly at the man with a waxing moon hairstyle and a long sword on the live broadcast projection, and he said in a deep voice. Saint Fegaland Garen, an admiral-level master among the Knights of God, both swordsmanship and hockey are extremely powerful beings. Unexpectedly, this time he would also go out with the Knights of God. 690. The situation at Teach is even more serious. Jerry's, it looks like we have to speed up. Beckman looked at the man with white crescent-shaped hair, then looked at Shanks and fell silent. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Kaido, who was just about to take off, was suddenly grabbed by the tail by Jin behind him. Just when he wanted to express his dissatisfaction, Jin's shocked voice came out. Boss, don't leave yet. Look, who is that guy? Hiss. This Blackbeard, did Yuanren even invite them? Quinn's fat body kept shaking. It's the Revolutionary Army. Good guy, even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was summoned. Advertisement. There are also the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army Commander Bello Betty, Northern Army Commander Crow, and Western Army Commander Mori. Hahaha. Now there is something good to watch. It seems like you don't need to take action personally, boss. Quote. What? When Kaido heard this, he turned around in shock. Sure enough, I saw a group of Revolutionary Army figures appearing on the live projection. Seeing this scene, it was not only Kaido who was shocked. Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp and Sengoku who were watching the live broadcast in the new naval headquarters also looked at the screen with stunned and shocked faces. On the live broadcast projection, the hooded people standing in the center of Tangrila Island had already lifted their hoods, revealing faces that were familiar to the world government. Then the dragon turned into a cyan afterimage and flew into the sky, directly kicking the leader of the Knights of God, Fegaland Garen Sheng, who was the first to land, and flew thousands of meters away. After the heavy car hit the mountain, this happened then it stopped with a bang. Immediately, Long's indifferent voice sounded. The Knights of God are nothing more than that. As he spoke, he raised his hand and said, Betty Zung, Crow, and Mori stopped the 2 admiral-level guys from the Knights of God. Let us trample the so-called gods under our feet today. At the end of the sentence, the corners of Long's mouth slowly rose in the live broadcast. That contemptuous tone and arrogant attitude showed that he didn't take celestial dragons seriously. With Blackbeard's pretentious demonstration before, Long and others were now wearing amplified phone bugs. This is also a trick Blackbeard taught him. Since he is a revolutionary army against the world government, he cannot hide in the dark underground all the time. When it's time to be high profile, be high profile. Let the world know that you are qualified to compete with the world government. Otherwise, you will always be just clowns who cannot get on the stage. Not even as good as a pirate. After hearing what Blackbeard said, Long thought about it carefully and felt that Blackbeard was right. So there is today's scene. Since you want to be high profile, you must be high profile and thorough. Immediately, his body turned into a cyan afterimage and rushed towards the ugly-looking 5 Elders Scientific Defense Martial God Jago Lucia Satansa who was standing on the bow of the ship. At the same time he laughed and said, Leadfield, leave this 5 Elders to me. Advertisement. I have no interest in that Galen Saint. Defeat the Celestial Dragons, this is the mission of our revolutionary army. Arrogant. When the 5 Elders in the distance heard this, they immediately became furious and shouted. Su su su. But just as Satan's words fell, in the sky 100 meters away to his right, a blood mist suddenly appeared out of thin air, followed by a man wearing a dark red suit and holding a purple rose on his chest. A man with white hair and an unusually young face appeared over there. He held a crutch sword and said helplessly, Okay then, Dorag, I'll leave this old man to you. I'll go kill those guys from the Knights of God as soon as possible. But you kid, don't get killed hahahaha. Wow. While laughing, the bat wings spread out behind Redfield, turning into a bloody afterimage and passing by Dorag. Ha 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 ha. Long heard the words and laughed endlessly. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved, and two giant cyan dragons with a length of several hundred meters appeared on both sides of him. With the movement of his hand, they rushed towards the five elders in front. Past. Storm Dragon King. The sound of dragon roars resounded across the sky, and two giant blue dragons instantly jumped in front of Saint Satan. When the latter saw this, he didn't panic at all. He just put a little force on his hands holding the crutches, and his body floated slightly into the air. Then he whipped his legs and swept away at the two Storm Dragon Kings that were charging towards him. He. Looking at the ordinary leg, there was black and red lightning wrapped around it at the moment. After sweeping out with one kick, a slash of several hundred meters long, wrapped with black and red lightning, instantly chopped up the two Storm Dragon Kings. The hundreds of meters of Green Dragon King was instantly cut into countless pieces, turning into scattered breezes and dissipating directly in the air. Then, this terrifying tempest kick slash continued unabated and headed towards the flying dragon. HMPH. You don't overestimate your capabilities. Saint Satan sneered when he saw this scene. After everyone watching the live broadcast saw this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that the old man would have such terrifying strength. Is this the true strength of celestial dragons? Advertisement. Among the new naval headquarters. Garp looked at this kick in the live broadcast. Not only did he not show any worry, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said disdainfully. Is that all? Whoosh. Everyone in Marine looked at him. Before Garp could quibble, Dorig's exact words came from the live broadcast. Is that the only extent? The words fell. Everyone saw that the dragon did not stop at all, and Ling Huolong actually grabbed the slash that easily shattered the Storm Dragon King. Boom. Click. Tisk. Almost in an instant, under the shocked eyes of everyone around the world, the hundreds of meters long crescent-shaped slash with red and black lightning was directly grabbed by the dragon with his bare hands and crushed into countless pieces. Bits and pieces of stars. Just 5 elders, nothing more. Long held it on his back with one hand and flicked it with the other, his expression extremely indifferent. Hiss. The air in the world suddenly decreased by 10% at this moment. Inside the new naval headquarters conference room. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help but cursed sourly. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so showy now? He must have learned bad things from that guy Teach. This expression really deserves a beating. You are so awesome at pretending. Kazaru, isn't this a good son you raised? Do you have any idea in your mind, you old boss? Open black lens bracket 113 close black lens bracket. One person defeated 3 admiral-level powerhouses and killed 2 of them in return. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Saint Satan, who was standing on the bow of the ship, could not help but darken when he saw this scene. He didn't expect this dragon to be so powerful. Although the previous move was not his full blow, it was still an attack with Conqueror's Entanglement. Anyone with Logia ability will be injured when hit, but the opponent took it so lightly. It is obvious that the opponent is not only strong in fruit ability, but also extremely powerful in physical skills and hockey. If the dragon knew his thoughts, he would definitely laugh directly. Shin said, you don't even know who my father is. Although he is fragile, not everyone can withstand his iron fist at his peak. However, as the son of Garp, he not only withstood the iron fist of Garp at his peak, but also the kind of iron fist wrapped around conquerors. How could a dragon that was beaten like this be weak? It can be said that today's Garp's physical skills are not necessarily as good as his. Coupled with the fact that he became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Hockey has made rapid progress. Even Blackbeard today is weaker than Hockey. After all, he is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even if his thinking is wrong, his Hockey has not weakened because of this. As a guy who is well aware of the darkness of world government but still dares to raise the revolutionary flag to resist, how could his courage be so bad? Snort. Satan Saint snorted coldly, and while cursing Zon Taowen in his heart, he also decided not to hold back any longer, and his body directly transformed into the form of a huge spider with horns. Coupled with the black flame clouds wrapped around him, one can tell at a glance that this is the form of Zone or the Phantom Beast after reaching its awakening state. When Marco turned into a 100-meter phoenix before, he was also surrounded by blue flame clouds. Seeing this scene, the corners of Long's mouth raised and he said, Zone Niunyu fruit phantom beast species Gyuki form. As expected, celestial dragons are the world's top resources, and as expected, devil fruit's ability is also the world's top existence. Just let me learn a lesson. Which one is stronger, the peak Logia, or the peak phantom beast species? Who is the son of version? Hahaha. When Long saw Saint Satan's posture, he was not surprised but overjoyed. He opened his arms and laughed wildly. Storm Dragon King, Dragon Star Group. Advertisement. Buzz buzz. As Long's words fell, in the sky behind him, huge green tornadoes fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of huge green tornadoes that penetrated the sky and the earth, separating Tangrila Island from him and the others. The sea water was directly swept up by the tornado to a height of several thousand meters, and the whole world darkened for a while, giving it a feeling of the end of the world. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people around the world, giant green dragons roared out of the tornado and suspended in the sky behind the dragons. At this time, the dragon was entangled by the green wind, standing in front of the group of dragons, as if he was the king of dragons at this moment. Ang ang ang. Countless dragon roars resounded throughout the world. Everyone watching the live broadcast around the world couldn't help but swallow their saliva crazily after seeing this scene. This scene is really shocking. At this moment, if someone said that dragons are gods, probably no one would object. So shocking. Even Saint Satan had a look of shock on his face at this time. He thought that dragons were powerful, but he never thought that dragons could be so powerful. Even if he is facing this kind of attack, he has to avoid the edge for a while. But Saint Satan knew that he could not give in. Otherwise, the majesty of world government will be completely trampled underfoot. Thinking of this, Saint Satan's eyes turned scarlet, and then a roar of Gyuki resounded throughout the world. Moo hiss. Saint Satan roared angrily, and the flame clouds around him turned into countless black and red flames and rose into the sky, laying down a 1,000-meter giant flame net in the sky with a concave shape. Don't be too arrogant, little Dorag. Just let me use the hellfire to roast all your dragons into charcoal. Hellfire. Hellfire prison. Snort. When Dorag heard this, he just sneered and raised his hand. Ang ang ang. The next second, the hundreds of giant cyan dragons that were several hundred meters above him all roared and rushed towards Saint Satan below. Boom boom boom. Soon, the giant cyan dragon collided with the giant black-red flame net in the sky, directly erupting into balls of shocking energy. Wow. The terrifying aftermath of energy overflowed, causing waves hundreds of meters high to rise on the sea surface, turning the river upside down and looking extremely terrifying. Advertisement. Ordinary people watching the live broadcast had never seen such a shocking scene. They raised their hands to cover their mouths, their faces full of horror and disbelief. In their opinion, it is simply a battle between gods. As hundreds of giant blue dragons swooped down from the sky with sharp blue winds and then exploded, the 1,000-meter hell flame laid down by Sa Kun Shin, Chen Gang was also consumed bit by bit. It was not until the 90th Storm Dragon King blasted into the center of the giant flame net that it finally completely blasted a hole hundreds of meters long in the giant net of hell flames. Dorag in the sky sneered when he saw this scene, and suddenly closed his hands. The speed of the last 10 Storm Dragon Kings suddenly increased a lot, turning into a 1,000-meter long cyan dragon afterimage and a mesmerizing flame car. 2 blasts hit the body of 5 elders Sa Kun Sheng, whose eyes widened. Boom. Succeeded. After feeling the aftermath of the terrible explosion, a smile suddenly appeared on Long's face. But after more than 10 seconds passed, his smile gradually disappeared. Because after the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, there would be no trace of Saint Satan in that place. Where are people? Was it blown into the sea? Not only Long thought so, but also countless people watching the battle at this moment. If demon fruit power is blasted into the sea, everything will be over. But at this moment, Saint Satan's sarcastic sneer echoed in the sky. Succeeded. Don't be too arrogant, little Dorag. You and I are not in the same space, how are you going to hurt me? Whoosh. Long looked up almost immediately. But soon he frowned. Because the place where Satan's holy temple is at this time is very strange, as if it is separated by a layer of glass. Long tried to raise his hand and swung a wind blade of more than 10 meters to slash through. Whoosh. But the next second, the wind blade directly penetrated Saint Satan's body. Seeing this scene, Long couldn't help but change his expression. Ps 1. Yesterday I read in the comment area that regular updates will trigger 2 subscriptions. Do you know what to say? But I can attack you. No one can touch each other, but he can attack others. Otherwise, leave this old man to me. Eye of Gyuki. Advertisement. Saint Satan laughed when he heard this and said. Ps 2. The protagonist also has the last devil fruit of Paramecia that he can eat. Guess which fruit it will be. Quote. Is this the ability of the space system? After saying that, Saken Sheng's eyes suddenly shot out a red light and hit the dragon directly. Ha 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 ha. Just as soon as the body landed on the ground, the dragon rose into the sky again and sent out a series of Feng Gang slashing tests. How could he be killed by Blackbeard so quickly? Tisk. Even the admiral level can be handled easily. What a tricky ability. Boom. Boom. Whoosh. That old man is too weak and has no meaning. Quote. Thief hahahaha. I'm best at dealing with this kind of fancy ability, so I'll leave the golden lion over there to you. When he saw this scene, Long's pupils shrank suddenly. Long Wenyan turned around and saw Blackbeard holding a Ruking Sly in his left hand, and holding a CPO Admiral level Master Ape Demon in his hand. That's right, as long as I don't want to, no one in this world can touch me. One person defeated 3 Admiral level experts and killed 2 of them in return. But even if he used Conqueror's Entanglement, he still couldn't touch the opponent. Long raised his hand to create a wind wall to block the attack, but his body was directly blasted down from high altitude. Dorag, it seems that you have encountered a difficult situation. Whoosh. Is it true that the fruit has many abilities and can do whatever it wants? At this moment, not only the dragon, but everyone was shocked by Blackbeard's terrifying performance. At this moment, Blackbeard's loud laughter sounded. You must know that Rukingsray and the Monkey Demon are both Admiral-level existences. Is this guy's strength so terrifying? Open black lens bracket 114 close black lens bracket. 3 of them hit 1, but 2 of them were killed in return. In or out? In or out? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Thousands of meters in the air. Wow. Golden Lion's huge island ship was torn apart by Blackbeard's punch. If it weren't for the lion fruit of Golden Lion, it would have been scattered all over the place. But even so, this huge island spaceship is still falling slowly. Damn it. Blackbeard kid, die for me. Slash wave. Lion Majesty Blazing Wind Scroll. When the Golden Lion in the distance saw this scene, he raised his legs in anger and swept wildly. In an instant, dozens of golden swords that were 100 meters long were slashed towards Blackbeard. At the same time, the Golden Lion grabbed both hands, and the violent wind in the sky was also controlled by it, turning into dozens of huge translucent lion heads and biting towards Blackbeard, trying to prevent Blackbeard from continuing to attack the island spaceship. However, in the face of such an attack, white gold flames surged around Blackbeard's body, and the seven-star sword in his hand fell again. However, this time the slash was surrounded by endless golden flames. Fire and 10,000 swords. Swish swish swish. Streams of golden red sword energy also streaked across the sky to meet the Golden Lion's slashes. Boom boom boom. The next second, after countless slashes collided in the air, Blackbeard's slashes exploded and turned into overwhelming flames that swept towards the Golden Lion. What? Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion couldn't help but be shocked, and immediately controlled the dozens of translucent lion heads transformed by the strong wind to attack the flames in front. Boom. A second explosion suddenly occurred in the sky. At this time, Blackbeard had already rushed towards Lu Jinx's Lai, whose body was embedded in the building. Since he was restrained by the fruit, he would take advantage of his illness to kill him. Tisk. The next second, a purple-black lightning flashed on Blackbeard's hand, and a white halo appeared again on the roof. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinx, who had just recovered his breath, felt a chill in his heart. Conqueror's entangled shock fruit attack. Damn, this guy really wants to kill himself. Ape Demon, why don't you take action? Lu Jinx was really panicked now. His ability was originally blocked by shock fruit, but whenever he was hit by this move, at least half of his 863 strength would be lost, and he immediately yelled. The CPO's Ape Demon didn't let Lu Jinx die either. Almost as soon as he roared, the Ape Demon appeared 100 meters behind Blackbeard. I saw a big red-haired star that was 7 or 8 meters tall and wrapped with black flame clouds. It had 4 sharp fangs exposed from above and below. It made a turtle-style qigong posture with both hands and pointed at Blackbeard's back and shouted. Ape Demon 6 King Spear. Boom. As the Ape Demon shouted, a shock wave with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a red light rushed out from the hands of the Ape Demon. Advertisement. Faced with such a move, if Blackbeard did not dodge and continue to attack Lu Jinx, then he would be hit in the back by this terrifying move. Therefore, Jinx firmly believed that Blackbeard would avoid this move. However, he was wrong. Because Blackbeard doesn't need to hide at all. Darkness is overwhelming, swallowing the heaven and the earth underscore. After Blackbeard finished speaking, endless darkness rose into the sky behind him, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, directly separating Blackbeard and Lu Jinx from the Ape Demon behind. Let's deal with you first, Junpo. Then, under Lu Jinx's horrified gaze, Blackbeard grinned and punched down with the shocking power entangled by conquerors. Drink. Blackbeard in the sky flapped his wings, and in the blink of an eye he flew 100 meters away and landed in front of Lu Jinx, punching him hard. Boom. Click, click, click. The next second, Lu Jinx's body twisted and deformed along with the space, and then the space was completely shattered. After Lu Jinx screamed, he spurted out several mouthfuls of blood, and flew several hundred meters backwards again. He was directly blasted out of the island, and the spacecraft fell towards Tangrila Island below. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard didn't have any chance to stop. He grabbed Lu Jinx with his left hand and shouted in a deep voice. Universal pull. Immediately, under the shocked eyes of countless people, Lu Jinx, who flew upside down, flew towards Blackbeard in the air. What? Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle suddenly felt full of questions. What on earth is going on? But Blackbeard's combo wasn't over yet. As Blackbeard's thoughts moved, a curtain composed of black mist stretched in front of him and Lu Jinx, and then Blackbeard grinned and uttered 2 words. Liberation. Lu Jinx, who had just flown upside down, saw a huge red shock wave with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly ejected from the surging black mist, crossing hundreds of meters in the sky and hitting him solidly. Call out. Boom. In just a breath, Lu Jinx was once again blasted from a height of several hundred meters into 100 meters underground, without any further movement. Zhu Rong's sigh. However, Blackbeard had no intention of letting him go so easily, and took advantage of his illness to kill him, spitting out a mouthful of white flames that brewed in his mouth in an instant. Wow. The next second, a white flame like a tornado was spit out by Blackbeard and crossed 1,000 meters in the sky and blasted into the underground minister. In just the blink of an eye, the land within a kilometer surrounding where Lu Jinx was previously turned into a pool of magma. Under this set of combos, regardless of whether Lu Jinx is alive or dead, it has been declared that he, an admiral-level powerhouse, has been defeated. Hiss. Seeing Blackbeard perform such a vicious combo made everyone watching the live broadcast feel numb. Isn't this too harsh? But the battle was changing rapidly. Blackbeard had just suppressed Lu Jinx, and the Ape Demon was already attacking Blackbeard again. Advertisement. At this time, the Ape Demon's face was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that his attack moves would be swallowed up. Only then did he remember that Blackbeard not only had shock fruit and Maramara fruit, but his first devil fruit was a dark fruit. The Ape Demon became more and more angry and decided to fight Blackbeard in close combat. Now he no longer wants to be arrogant and think that he can kill this kind of monster alone. Seeing Lu Jinx, who had been able to suppress himself before, being beaten so violently, the ape demon was already thinking that he could just hold him back. To deal with such flashy ability users, only close combat can kill them. As an esper of the zone fantasy beast species, his physical skills are undoubtedly extremely powerful and terrifying. Especially the major is the 6 style attack. Tempest Kick 1000 stars slash. Finger Pistol Chaos God Kill. The ape demon's strategy is good. It first feints with a slash, and then attacks with the finger pistol. I have to say, his idea is very good. But the future is already in Blackbeard's hands. Blackbeard's eyes flashed red in the distance, and the future within a few seconds appeared in his mind. So Blackbeard first kicked BBAC, the Tempest Kick, to shatter the ape demon's slashing blow, and then faced the ape demon with a giant palm like a gun that was attacking him, and punched him without hesitation. This time Blackbeard's hand was wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, and the ice tiger claws were also stretched out. The terrifying power of extreme cold, coupled with the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Every level a hit is a devastating move. Continuous freezing punches. After feeling the terrifying offensive coming from Blackbeard's fist, the ape demon knew that he could not retreat at this time and could only grit his teeth and attack hard. I am a phantom beast. The ape demon can be defeated by thousands of troops. The ape demon roared, and the red light on his fist collided hard with Blackbeard's fist. Bang bang bang. Then the two of them started to fight wildly at high altitude. Who is not a fantasy beast? Blackbeard's blue and white striped tiger tail wrapped around Conqueror's Haki and high emission armament Haki. With the power of ice, while he was fighting with the monkey demon's fists, one tail slapped on the monkey demon's head. Boom. Call out. Boom. The ape demon didn't expect that he would be whipped away by Blackbeard's tail, but by the time he reacted, he had been blasted dozens of meters underground and turned into an ice sculpture. Bang. However, soon the ape demon broke out of the seal and soared into the sky again. The ape demon just rushed into the sky and saw Blackbeard fighting with the golden lion. Lion Majesty Wind Overlord Scroll. Above the sky. A several hundred-meter high translucent wind gang lion wrapped around the golden black Conqueror's Haki roared, quickly ran in the air and pounced towards Blackbeard. The golden flames surging around Blackbeard suddenly turned into white flames, forming a sharp contrast with the darkness rising into the sky behind him. Advertisement. The ancient gods and demons who are like half gods and half demon have arrived. The visual impact is really strong. This man is really too strong. At this moment, Blackbeard seemed to be fully controlling the 1000-meter flame giant and was unable to withstand the sneak attack from behind. Seeing this scene, the ape demon looked happy, and suddenly stepped out of the air wave in the air. In a few flashes, he came behind Blackbeard, and turned into a red spear and stabbed Blackbeard in the back. The next second, a 1000-meter giant burning with golden white flames appeared behind Blackbeard. 0. The 7-star sword soared into the sky with his thoughts, and he had long been focused on it. Tisk. Everyone watching the live broadcast was very nervous when they saw this scene, fearing that Blackbeard would be seriously injured by this guy. Ape Shinso. Purple-black lightning also began to wrap around the arms of the 1000-meter flame giant, and it began to fight with the huge lion in the air. Base. His hair was in the shape of white flames, and his figure was a body made of golden flames. His fists were entwined with golden and white flames. He stepped on the void and punched the huge golden lion that was sweeping over him. However, just when the ape demon was about to approach Blackbeard's back, Blackbeard, who was controlling the flame giant with his hands clasped together, flashed red in his eyes, and suddenly turned around and grabbed the sneak attack ape demon with his dark left hand. Immediately, Blackbeard clapped his hands and shouted. The 7-star sword that entered Conqueror's Haki fell into Blackbeard's hands after a sword flower spin. Ps 2. The issue of regular updates has been reported to the editor. I will not update regularly for the time being, but the update time deviation is about an hour. Sometimes I oversleep. The broken arm of the monkey demon is almost the same as that of Akainu. A sword mark slopes down from the right arm, and almost half of the upper body is cut open. Blood spurts out like it's free of charge. 3 of them hit one, and 2 of them were killed. Are you going to play? Are you going to play? Seeing this scene, Garp banged the table and roared. The huge lion, several hundred meters tall, roared angrily and lunged forward again. Ps 3. This chapter has 4,000 plus, please give me flowers and everything, thank you, little Mo. Bang bang bang. Under the latter's look of horror and astonishment, the black flame cloud and red light on his body disappeared instantly, and the originally 7 to 8 meter red giant ape once again transformed into the CPO wearing a white suit and an ape mask. The second Admiral level powerhouse was defeated. Roar. Blackbeard had a wanton smile on his face and slashed it with his sword. Ps 1. Book Friends of One Piece can click on my homepage. There is also a book about pirates that I wrote before, about traveling through time and becoming buggy, which should be okay. Not good. The Wrath of the Red Emperor. But how could Blackbeard give him time to react, let alone Blackbeard who was already prepared? One sword Shura. Boom. Everyone watching the live broadcast was so shocked that their mouths opened wide, and for a while only medical words were left. The monkey demon looked horrified. He found that his long-distance barrier ability had disappeared instantly. New Naval Headquarters. 115 close black lens bracket. So you are angry about this? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After hearing Garp's words, Aokiji, Kizaru and others also frowned and started discussing. Doesn't this feel a bit exaggerated? That's right, they are all admiral-level experts after all. And that Lu Jinxlai instantly killed Magellan's monster. Why is the gap so big? And that CPO, didn't he awaken as a fantasy beast? How could he be killed so easily? As this Blackbeard's strength far greater than that of Admiral. In other words, above the Emperor level. After seeing this scene, all the senior officials at Naval Headquarters started talking in shock. Unlike Garp's anger, they were simply shocked and frightened. If Blackbeard's strength reaches an unimaginable level, then it is very likely that he will fail again this time. At this time, old Sengoku's face was also full of speechlessness, and then he sighed and said. Sure enough, if you don't master Conqueror's entanglement, your attack power will still be far inferior on the peak battlefield. Although these two men are both admiral-level powerhouses, it can be said that they not only have no advantage when facing Blackbeard, but are even at a disadvantage. Lu Jinxlai, this old guy's ability development can be said to have reached the ultimate level. But his physical body was still too weak, and since he didn't have Conqueror's Haki and was restrained by the shock fruit controlled by Blackbeard, he was naturally suppressed and beaten throughout the whole process. This is the terrible situation where the fruit's ability is restrained. Just as Rukingsly can instantly kill Magellan, who is also an admiral, Blackbeard is also an admiral-level Rukingsly. What's more, Blackbeard has a Conqueror's entangled advantage in the lead. It's normal for Lu Jinxlai to be knocked out instantly. Quote. Then, where's the CPO? Crane Vice Admiral also looked very solemn. He was not particularly clear about the gap between the top combat powers, but he was also very confused. Advertisement. Logically speaking, the awakening of the Phantom Beast species should be like a blood cow. How could he be killed in such a short time? Sengoku thought for a while and smiled bitterly. You may not have noticed just now, but it's not that easy for Blackbeard to deal with this CPO ape demon. First, he fought with the Golden Lion and pretended to be inseparable. Then he used Observation Haki, which predicts the future, to predict the monkey demon's sneak attack. Later, he used Dark Fruit's abilities of darkness and devouring heaven and earth to eliminate CPO's terrifying monkey Shinso, and then grabbed his body. Use Dark Fruit's ability to nullify CPO's Devil Fruit ability. Let the ape demon lose the enhancement of the fruit's ability. At this time, when faced with Blackbeard's sword skill of One Sword Shira, which he used to cut off Sakazuki's arm, how could the monkey demon avoid it? That was such a terrifying move that even Sakazuki had to lose his arm to save his life. If this Blackbeard hadn't been attacked by several royal masters, he would have been invincible on any high-end battlefield. You can count how many top abilities he has now. Quote. Hiss. After hearing Sengoku's analysis, the vice admirals and rear admirals who were watching the live broadcast gasped in horror. Vice Admiral hearing this, he immediately said. The first one, Logia Dark Fruit, has been confirmed to be awakened. The second one, Zone Cat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Frost Winged White Tiger Form, awakening not confirmed. The third one, Logia Mera Mera Fruit, Department of Awakening. Fourth, Paramecia Shock Fruit, unconfirmed awakening. Each of these 4 abilities he possesses can create an admiral-level strongman if given to a talented sailor. Not to mention these 4 devil fruits rolled into one. Advertisement. Now that Blackbeard has a wife, I can no longer imagine how Marine and world government are going to kill each other. The moment the monkey demons of Lu Jinxlai and CPO were eliminated, this high-end battle with Golden Lion had completely failed. Kuzan, please withdraw all those warships that have not arrived near the battlefield. Stop causing more casualties. As Vice Admiral he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a dead silence. But at this moment, Garp suddenly said in shock. Hey, Xiaohei, look what that is. Is it because my old eyesight is dim? Wow. When they saw a few figures on the large government ship parked not far from Tangela Island, everyone in the marine conference room was completely shocked. What did I see? How could they be in this form? If I'm not mistaken, the kid with the knife on his back that looks very similar to Black Blade Knight should be a smaller version of Mihawk, right? And that one you can tell is Kai Sha Jinbei when he was a kid. Tyrant Bear, Empress Hancock, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. Oh my god. Asking for flowers. What exactly did the government do? Human experimentation. Or cloning? Wait a minute, haven't you noticed? These guys are all white-haired brats, and there is a flame behind them. With white hair, a burning flame on the back, and wings, isn't this the Lunaria tribe? Many Marines hugged their heads and exclaimed. Of the people present, only Aokiji and Kizaru had their eyes lowered and a gloomy look on their faces. Garp, who was originally careless, was stunned for a moment after seeing their expressions, and then laughed and said. PFF'd hahahaha. I said, why do you two have such dark faces? Advertisement. 0. This should be a secret that only Admiral can know. Fortunately, I am not an admiral. Tisk tisk tisk, to create such a thing, I don't know how much blood and tears are behind it. As expected of you, world government. Hearing Garp's merciless ridicule, Kizaru's face turned even darker. The Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral around them all bowed their heads and remained silent. Seeing the sudden arrival of the Seraph Legion, not only the naval headquarters was shocked, but even the 3-4 Emperors Shanks, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin who were watching the game were shocked. The appearance of Seraph is really outrageous. It's literally a smaller version of Shichibukai. If Shichibukai can be cloned, then why can't they 4 emperors? This thought together suddenly made their expressions become gloomy. At the same time, on the island of Tangirla, after seeing the Seraph Legion of clones appear, Hancock, who was originally wearing a hood, finally couldn't sit still. With a crash, he immediately took off his hood, and then his white and slender legs flexed and bounced. A wave of air exploded under his feet, and he rose into the sky. His pretty face was full of anger and he shouted. How dare you clone the I family? Simply unforgivable. Master Teach, as long as I have Hancock, it is enough. Moria, Badgers, Van Oka and others behind him were about to catch up when they heard this and suddenly exclaimed in unison. So you are angry about this? 116 close black lens bracket. This is the result of trying to compete with the I family for favor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the distance on the sea, Zan Momomaru, who was standing on the bow of the ship, and several pacifists who had been with him for a century, couldn't help but be a little stunned when they saw Hancock turning into a pink stream of light and rushing over. No, is Boa Hancock actually here? Snake, please retreat. Give them all to me, Seraph will kill all these rebels. Before Zan Taomaru could finish his words, he was interrupted by Satin's angry shout from the sky in the distance. Since the 5 elders have more control over Seraph than Zan Momomaru's original orders were directly overridden. The originally silent Seraphs all looked up and looked at Hancock, who was rushing from a distance. In the next second, the figures of the 7 Seraphs suddenly disappeared from the spot. Wah wah wah. After that, 7 water lines swept across the sea ahead and rushed directly towards Hancock. Mero Mero Mellow. The Secret of Fishman Karate, 360, Warai Khan. Behead quickly. Super Glue Whip. Shadow Horn Gun. Tempest Kick Cut. Shang-Ji Impact. As the Seraphs and Hancock quickly approached, when the distance was less than 100 meters, these 20 Seraphs took the lead in launching an attack. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Diamond Josie, Beasta, Moria and Jinbei who were following behind changed, and several of them exclaimed in unison. Not good. But the Empress today is no longer the Empress she was more than a year ago. After entering the time acceleration space, she not only mastered Conqueror's entanglement, but also raised her physical skills to a higher level. This makes the Empress become a quasi-admiral level master, but to some extent, her Sweet Fruit's attack power is even more powerful than that of the Admiral. At this time, facing the attacks of 7 Seraphs whose comprehensive strength reached the quasi-admiral level, Hancock did not retreat but advanced. Advertisement. Bang. Hancock's white and sexy long legs, which were charging forward, borrowed a little more strength in the air and became a little faster. Tisk. Immediately afterwards, pink and black lightning wrapped around Hancock's body. Facing the 7 attacks, she smiled proudly, and her figure spun in the air with the rapidity of her forward thrust and turned into a pink tornado. The next moment, when he was about to hit these 7 attacks, Hancock used the power of the pink tornado to focus on her slender white thighs. Tisk tisk tisk. Immediately afterwards, a layer of pink light surged up on Hancock's long white legs, and at the same time, 7 attacks were launched forward, entwined with black and red lightning. Big perfume femur. Bang. Wow. Boom. As Hancock swept out his leg, Seraph's 7 attacks only lasted for a moment. After that, the 7 attacks instantly turned into countless stones and solidified in the air. The store is directly swept down into debris all over the sky. Wah wah wah. Then waves of air surged around. The smoke and dust of the explosion were instantly dispersed, revealing the Empress standing on a stone pillar on a hillside, and 7 Seraphs under the hill in front. Seeing this scene, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta, Gecko Moria and Jinbei who followed behind all exclaimed in shock. What? We actually had a tie with those 7 monsters. How can this be? So strong. Hehehehe. She is indeed the woman the captain likes. She is as strong as a monster. At this time, the Empress stood proudly, and the breeze blew her cloak, revealing her graceful body outlined by the pink cheongsam. Jia Yushenrun's long legs were looming under the high-slit cheongsam. She put her hands on her hips, tilted her upper body back slightly, pointed with one hand at the 7 Seraphs in front of her and shouted. Advertisement. You rude guys, Igia will tear you apart into pieces, because Mr. Teach only needs the most beautiful Igia. As he spoke, the violent Conqueror's haki moved towards the 7 Seraphs ahead with black and red lightning. Is that why you put Conquerors? When the people who followed behind him saw this, their eyes bulged out and they shouted in unison. Everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world couldn't help but laugh and cry when they heard Hancock's words, but many people had already entered the stage of nymphomaniacs with their eyes wide open. Lord Hancock looks so beautiful when he is jealous. So beautiful. Is this the Pirate Empress? Hiss. Would such a woman actually be jealous of that Blackbeard? Blackbeard, you really deserve to die. My teeth are shattered with envy. Damn Blackbeard. So strong, the Pirate Empress. She actually blocked the attacks of those 7 monsters by herself. Compared with ordinary people who were just watching the fun, the big pirates watching this battle all looked very solemn at this time, but they could clearly see the terrifying power of the Pirate Empress's kick just now. It's not just about physical strength that can be said. Advanced armament haki emission, Conqueror's entanglement, and also comes with the petrification ability of Sweet Fruit. Have you reached a state where you can petrify even your opponent's attacks? Doesn't that mean the Empress's strength is equivalent to that of the Marine Admiral? Just when everyone was shocked, Hancock, who was standing on the stone pillar, raised his hands and made a heart-shaped gesture in the direction of Seraph, snake, Seraph, Doflamingo and Seraph, crocodile. He said arrogantly and indifferently. That's it for you three, marrow marrow mellow. Buzz buzz. The next moment, countless pink peach hearts turned into a shower of flowers and instantly shot out from Hancock's hands, quickly drowning the three seraphs. Seeing this scene, Saint Satan, the five elders in the sky, sneered. Don't waste your efforts, they are all children, how could they be affected by you, what? Kakaka. Advertisement. But before Saint Satan could finish what he said, the three seraphs in front, snake, Seraph, Doflamingo, and Seraph, crocodile had already turned into three stone sculptures and stood on the spot. When the color of sight and hearing sweeps over, you can't even feel their life breath. He was actually petrified. Wow. Everyone watching the battle was stunned by this scene. Hancock defeated three seraphs in 1 second. How can this be? Obviously each of them has a quasi-admiral level of strength, and they also have the Lunaria clan's eternal fire defense. But many people quickly reacted. 3.1. The flames of Lunaria can indeed enhance defense, but they cannot resist the rules of devil fruit. Especially Hancock's sweet fruit has already completed its awakening. Call. At this time, the sea breeze blew by, the smoke and dust completely dissipated, and the three petrified seraphs stood at the foot of Hancock's hill. Seeing this, Hancock put one hand on his hips and stroked his hair that was blown by the wind with the other, and said with a cold and arrogant smile. The next few will be left to you. Remember not to destroy the little guy's stone statue, the rest is up to you. Snort. This is the result of trying to compete with the I family for favor. Even if you are a little girl, the Yuan family will not let you go. After saying that, Hancock swung the hem of his cheongsam, stepped out with his long, white and round legs, turned around and left proudly. People around the world watching the live broadcast. No, Your Majesty the Empress, I really don't have that kind of idea. Open black lens bracket 117 close black lens bracket, complete suppression. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Leave that little Hawkeye to me. Fei Wa Zan. Then I'll go deal with that little Moria. It's really fun to play against myself as a child, hahahaha. Ha ha ha, I'll leave it to me to do the young thing myself. It's indeed very interesting. It seems that the tyrant bear is left to me. The little one is very cute. After Hancock turned around and left, Beasta, Moria, Jinbei and Josie quickly assigned the target of the fight, and then the four of them rushed over. Base. Chang chang chang. Boom boom boom. Soon the 8 of them were fighting together. The terrible aftermath and air waves made the Empress stop halfway. She frowned, seeming a little worried. After all, that little Hancock could be said to be a replica of her when she was young, and with such an innocent look, she really couldn't bear to watch her childhood self die in front of her. He couldn't help but subconsciously put the nails of his thumbs into his pink lips and bit them gently. His sapphire-like eyes couldn't help but look towards the direction where Jinbei and the others were fighting. But she didn't know that her pitiful appearance at this time had been photographed by the live broadcast phone bug, which immediately made people watching the live broadcast all over the world fall in love with her, and all men, women, old and young were killed. Call out. At this moment, as if in response to her inner expectations, 3 petrified sculptures floated in front of Hancock from the sky. Little Hancock in front, little Doflamingo and Crocodile in the back. Seeing this scene, Hancock suddenly looked up in surprise. Soon, he saw the hockey man bathed in white flames, with endless black mist surging behind him, and a pair of ice soul wings floating behind him. He nodded towards her, then raised his hand and waved the 3 statues towards Tank. Fly to the center camp of Ryla Island. Seeing this, Hancock immediately raised his hand to the man in the sky with a shy look on his face and said. Advertisement. Master Teach, come on. Hiss. Blackbeard in the sky took a deep breath. Who can withstand such a cold woman showing you the delicate posture of a little daughter? Moreover, there is also the status bonus of the Pirate Empress. Simply don't be too shy. Forget it, let's go to Wolfland to reach her later. Now, let us focus on the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Just when Hancock was walking towards the central camp of Tangrila Island with the 3 stone sculptures of Seraphim, dozens of huge fist-shaped magma fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky, and some of them even headed towards Hancock attacked from this direction. Wow. At this moment, a phoenix with a body length of several hundred meters, wrapped in blue flame clouds, flew across the sky, and then Marco's voice echoed in the sky. Phoenix feathers fall. Boo hoo hoo. The next second, countless green-blue flame feathers shot out directly, shooting at the dozens of huge magma fists that were blasting towards him. Boom boom boom. The next moment, countless blue wings and magma fists collided in the sky, and a huge explosion occurred. Wah wah wah. Blue flames and black-red magma formed 2 extreme air masses in the sky that were stalemate with each other. Because of the confrontation between these 2 people, the temperature of this huge Tangrila Island could not help but rise a few points. This made the 3 girls Nami, Carmen and Robin who were watching the battle on the high mountain in the center of the camp sweat. At this time, they were already wearing naval-bearing vests and were nervously watching the battlefield with binoculars. Advertisement. Hey, why did Hancock come back? I just saw her killing everyone. Perhaps she wants to come back and dismember those 3 stone sculptures before going to fight. Ha ha ha. Hey Robin Chan, don't sound so scary. That's right, sister is not such a cruel person. I think it's probably my sister who has gone soft on little Hancock. Hey, I'm such a smart-mouthed sister. While Nami, Carmen and Robin were talking, Sandersonia and Marigold's heads came up from below to defend Hancock. Hearing this, Nami, Carmen and Robin looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The corner of Bartolomeo's mouth at the bottom twitched. I thought the captains and wives were a little too laid back. There was a life and death battle going on outside. The world is shattered. Why? I really want to go out and fight. But since Mr. Teach has entrusted me with such an important task of protecting his family, I must not let him down. Thinking about it, Bartolomeo crossed his arms, ready to use the barrier fruit's ability at any time. Bartolomeo was also very distressed about his auxiliary ability. Although in time acceleration space, his captain gave him a development direction, asking him to use a barrier to shape a giant robot, and then shape a huge mace-type weapon, or a large axe-type weapon that could allow him to the strength increased by 1 degree. This is indeed how he developed it, and he did it. However, in this top battlefield, he is still very self-aware. Moreover, the most important thing in the team now is his defense. To know his current ability, at least he needs Conqueror's Entanglement, or a top-level armed master who has reached the internal destruction level to be able to attack the people or things in his barrier. Advertisement. Therefore, he is still very confident that he is qualified for the important task of protecting the rear. Moreover, it is not that he did not fight on his behalf. CP9's Khalifa, Rob Lucci and others could only watch from the sidelines at this time. There is no way, this kind of embarrassment as a Marine Admiral, or a Quasi-Admiral level master fight, they really have no way to intervene. And even the elite Vice Admiral was snatched away by guys like Badgers, Van Oka, and Crow. 200. There are also other members such as Saki in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is always difficult for them to rob people. Coupled with the increase in Bello Betty's combat power, the Blackbeard Pirates' combat power has increased by 20% to 50%. It can be said that these are terrible improvements. Especially the top combat powers of our own captain, Redfield, Enel and Dragon. It can be seen from the previous battles that they can easily overpower each other. Even Enel, a guy whose strength is comparable to that of Marine Admiral, has already suppressed and beat that Marine Admiral Green Boy. Akainu was also pinned down by Marco. And against the Knights of God, Redfield was even more ferocious. One person stopped Garen Sheng and 2 other Admiral backups from the Knights of God. Extremely fierce. The leader of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Crow's Logia Coalfruit is also extremely strange and powerful, plus the leader of the Western Army, the Giant Mori. The Knights of God have been completely suppressed. To be more precise, the Marine and World Government who have joined forces with Golden Lion have been completely suppressed. What shocked the Blackbeard Pirates the most was the strength of their own captain, who took the initiative to challenge 3 Admiral-level warriors and defeated 2 of them. Especially, at this time they saw that Blackbeard had completed the opponent exchange with the dragon. This makes them all very curious about who was stronger in the battle between their captain and the 5 elders. Open black lens bracket 118 close black lens bracket please me to your heart's content. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Delog looked at Blackbeard who was holding 2 people in his hands, and his eyes widened a little. Lu Jinx Lai, CP-08 Demon. 2 Admiral-level combatants were defeated so quickly. Don't be too outrageous. Although during previous sparring sessions, he could feel that although Blackbeard was inferior to him in terms of hockey, his overall strength was still much stronger than his. But even he wasn't sure he could capture these 2 guys so quickly. When Blackbeard first started fighting with them, he was also paying attention. From what he could tell from what he saw, heard, and perceived, the Rukinks and the Ape Demon were both Admiral-level combatants. How much time has passed now, and he fell down. Delog, let's change our opponent. The old man Golden Lion is too weak, so I'll leave it to you. Blackbeard casually shook off the 2 people in his hands, letting them be tied behind him by ropes condensed by darkness. He raised his finger and pointed at Saint Satan, who was hiding in the void in front of him, and said with a smile. I'm more interested in beating up the celestial dragons. Long Wenyan twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking that he couldn't attack the opponent anyway, so he could only nod and said. Okay, then I'll leave this 5 elders to you. Don't underestimate him. I'm afraid this old man's strength will definitely not be worse than that of Redfield. Oh, do you think you have such a high opinion of him? Blackbeard raised an eyebrow. He knew that in time acceleration space, Redfield had fought against dragons several times. But it was just a discussion, and there was no winner or loser. In addition, Redfield had just eaten the fruit not long ago, so the 2 did not use the fruit's ability. It was purely an exchange of physical skills, swordsmanship and hockey. But even so, Blackbeard has benefited a lot. Advertisement. After all, the Conqueror's entanglement between the 2 of them caused cracks in the space. Fortunately, this situation only occurs in the sky. But even so, it was still enough to make everyone watching the battle feel frightened. Blackbeard also quickly mastered Conqueror's entanglement because of many times of watching their battles and sparring with them and Rayleigh. Hancock also mastered this ability because of his sparring with Rayleigh. In this regard, Blackbeard could only say that although you are all geniuses, I am not panic at all because Laozi cheated. Although he didn't realize Conqueror's entanglement as fast as Hancock, Blackbeard didn't care at all. Because he knows that his talent is pretty good, after all, it hasn't been long since he awakened Conqueror's hockey. Hancock awakened Conqueror's hockey when he was a child, and now he has Rayleigh's sparring and careful teachings, plus there are 2 demonstrations of the top combat power in the world, Redfield and Dragon Hunter. It's only natural that Hancock can understand it. With these thoughts in his mind, Blackbeard flapped his wings, and his figure directly crossed the dragon, rushed into the sky in the distance, pressed on Saint Satan who seemed to be hiding behind a layer of glass 100 meters away, and then without warning he punched out hesitantly. Fire punch. The giant fist of golden white flames cut through the sky, directly penetrated Saint Satan's body and exploded in the void in the distance. Snort. Seeing this scene, Saint Satan sneered and said, "Don't waste your efforts, kid. I'm not in the same space as you now, so how can you attack me?" Freezing ray. Blackbeard didn't hesitate, he opened his mouth and spat out a breath of extreme cold. Tisk. Wherever the freezing light passed, even the air condensed with frost, but it still penetrated Saint Satan's body and fell into the sea 1,000 meters away, directly freezing the surrounding sea area within a few thousand meters. Kakaka. Advertisement. In just a few breaths, the big waves caused by the fight between the dragon and the golden lion in the sky instantly froze into ice sculptures of waves. Isn't it okay to freeze it? Blackbeard raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't particularly surprised by this. He just wanted to try out which of his abilities was more effective. From this point of view, the Feng Gang produced by Bing Po's wings should be useless. From this point of view, the only abilities left are Munch Munch Fruit and Shock Fruit. Click 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 click. Just when Blackbeard was thinking about this, Saint Satan in the distant sky thought that Blackbeard was helpless, and immediately laughed loudly. Blackbeard didn't comment on this. He just raised his eyes and glanced around the surroundings, and said with a half smile. "I said it's useless." Ha what? Shocked. It wasn't until Saint Satan flew several hundred meters that he stopped completely. Saint Satan's smile, which was still opening his mouth to laugh and mock, suddenly froze on his face. Looking at Saint Satan standing in the distance in the air, Blackbeard raised his finger at him and said, "Otherwise, there is no way to explain that their appearance is almost exactly the same as the Shichibukai in today's world. But for ordinary people, celestial dragons has once again touched their bottom line. Peas. I told a brother that I don't even dare to time it. The 3rd chapter will be a little later. I will update it in the afternoon." However, after seeing the miserable appearance of even the 5 elders being beaten, many people still let out bursts of excited exclamations after hesitating. Blackbeard is still very confident about the abilities of these 2 fruits, but the attack power of Munch Munch Fruit is not very strong. The next moment, the space shattered, along with it the central area of the 5 elders Satan Sanctuary. "Come on, celestial dragons." Advertisement. The next moment, as Blackbeard's drinking sound sounded, he directly crossed the distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of Saint Satan in the blink of an eye. See if even if the space is shattered, you bald man can still laugh. These people already understood that the 7 little Shichibukai that appeared before were obviously artificial clones of the government, or some more disgusting experiment. The only way is to borrow the ability of Munch Munch Fruit to swallow up the space where the 5 elders Satan Sanctuary is, drag him into his own time acceleration space, and kill him. Let me see if your strength is worthy of sitting at the top of the world's highest authority. What he wants is to beat Saint Satan down from the altar in a fair and just manner. Immediately afterwards, with everyone around the world watching, they discovered that the 5 elders Satan Saint was directly punched out of the weird space by Blackbeard, and even accidentally knocked out a mouthful of old blood. Float directly into the distance. Please me to your heart's content, Ling. Give up, your abilities have no effect on me. Not necessarily. Almost at the same time, under the latter's shocked gaze, Blackbeard squeezed the white shock force in his hand and punched the space in front of Saint Satan before he could even curse. In this case, let you try the power of this move first. Ha ha ha. Seeing the 5 elders being so rampant, many people watching the live broadcast were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Young Blackbeard kid who was born evil, now you know how powerful I am, right? Boom. PFF, hello, Wong Wong. BWGB. B. Oh, does it really have no effect? But this option is not what Blackbeard wants to choose. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast raised their hands and covered their mouths in shock, fearing that the world government's CP spy agents would hear. 119 close black lens bracket. Weird attack. Blackbeard was killed by 5 elders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Red line. Holy land, Mariajoy. There were waves of angry roars coming from the Pangu City conference room. Seraphs just went up and lost 3 of them. Who can tell me why that woman Boa Hancock got involved with Blackbeard? Damn it, Laozi is going to destroy her 9 Snakes Island. And that sea hero Jinbei, they are all rebels. Compared to the Pirate Empress and Jinbei, I want to know how the Blackbeard pirates got together with the Revolutionary Army. What happened this time was because of the emergence of the Revolutionary Army. So King annoying. Hey, look, this Blackbeard can actually hurt Saint Satan. Now we're in trouble. He has the power of Shock Fruit, so it is not impossible to hurt Saint Satan. After all, Shock Fruit can shatter even space. Then what to do now? What else can we do? We are all at a disadvantage. Saint Satan's only method will not have much effect. Don't let anything happen to him. Call Naval Headquarters and ask Kazaru to go. The CPO and God's Punishment Army outside heard the roaring in the room finally stopped, and their originally nervous mood suddenly calmed down a lot. New Naval Headquarters. Brew. When Marine Marshal Aokiji was discussing the battle situation with Kizaru and the others, Garp saw the beaten 5 elders laughing secretly on the side, and Sengoku was being serious on the side when the phone bug's voice rang. Click. Aokiji glanced at it, already prepared in his mind, and picked up the phone directly. Sure enough, the voice of the 5 elders Nasho Langshang with some anger immediately came over the phone. Aokiji, let Kizaru go quickly, don't let Satan come out. In this battle with the Blackbeard pirates, our marine and world government sides are basically certain to be defeated. But no matter what, we must first ensure the safety of Saint Satan, do you understand? Yes. Advertisement. Aokiji responded in a deep voice. Chaka. After hanging up the phone, Aokiji turned to look at Kizaru and said in a deep voice. Porosalino, did you hear me? Let's take a trip and be sure to bring back the marine companions who went out to fight this time. Kizaru on the side twitched his mouth when he heard this. The other marine vice admiral and rear admiral all bowed their heads and remained silent. Good guy. They just heard the instructions from the 5 elders on the phone, but their own marshal didn't mention the safety of the 5 elders who went to war at all. Those are the 5 elders who are in power in the world today. But after thinking about it, they felt a lot more comfortable in their hearts. BBAI, after all, his marshal still cares about his own people. Thinking of this, many marine generals present admired Aokiji. Naturally, Kizaru noticed the changes in many people present, and immediately raised his eyebrows. He also admired Aokiji's method of winning people's hearts. Kuzan, this guy, is quick to pick up. As for the safety of 5 elders Satan Saint, even if Aokiji didn't mention it, Kizaru knew the seriousness of the matter. Even if Aokiji ordered so, Kizaru would not dare to really ignore the 5 elders and only save the marine companions. Then I'll just take a trip. I don't know if I can make it in time. After Kizaru finished speaking, his figure turned into a golden light and rushed out of the window and shot towards the sky. Sengoku is also very satisfied with Aokiji's performance. At least Aokiji's political skills are quickly becoming more adept. Ah, damn it, you rude pariah, dare to disrespect the gods. Die, Gyuki Divine Light. Just as Sengoku was thinking about this, the live broadcast screen first heard the screams of the 5 elders Satan Saint, and then another roar and abuse. Advertisement. When Sengoku turned his head, he saw 2 red rays of light shooting out from Saint Satan's eyes, penetrating the sky and earth, and blasting from the sky towards Blackbeard, who was hundreds of meters away below. Seeing that the battle was getting intense so quickly, Sengoku immediately cheered up and decided to take a good look at the fighting power of the 5 elders. He wanted to use the strength of Saint Satan to judge how strong the 4 old guys in the Holy Land were. At the same time, Tangerla Island, Gyuki Divine Light. Tisk. Looking at the 2 attacks entwined with black and red lightning shooting down from the sky, Blackbeard did not greet them, but raised his hands. The freezing power and the scorching power emerged from his hands as soon as he thought. Tian Shuang Fist. Fire Punch. Tisk. The explosion of energy collision that was originally expected to occur did not occur. Boom boom boom. Seeing this scene, Lou Blackbeard couldn't help but be shocked. That powerful and monster-like Blackbeard was killed by the 5 elders. The next second, a beam of light with an icy aura and a huge fire fist with golden white flames soared into the sky, facing Saint Satan's attack. But the next second, a scene that shocked everyone watching the live broadcast appeared. Ha 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 ha. Boom. How can this be? The strength of these 5 elders is indeed extraordinary. Because they discovered that their observation hockey did not detect Blackbeard's aura at all. Buzz. Advertisement. Die to me. The next moment, Gyuki's divine light immediately hit Blackbeard's crossed arms, shooting him directly from the sky 100 meters high into the ground. Seeing this, Saint Satan in the sky shook the 8 spider legs under his feet and laughed excitedly. This Satan Saint is not a stupid person. He immediately pursued the victory and wanted to take advantage of Blackbeard's illness to kill him when he was blown away. He immediately opened his mouth and sprayed dozens of red lasers wrapped around Conqueror's hockey towards him. Below. Another violent explosion instantly engulfed the place where Blackbeard fell. Too naive. Since the war, this was the first time they had seen their captain being blown away like this. The 2 attacks fired by Saint Satan seemed to cross with the Sky Frost Fist and Fire Fist, fired by Blackbeard. They penetrated directly through the 2 attacks and shot toward Blackbeard. Come. Captain. Stupid and lowly pirate, you want to stop my attack with just your ability. What? Especially when he suffered a loss in a one-on-one situation, even when facing Long and Redfield, he had never experienced this before. Master teach. But now the Gyuki Divine Light was so fast that he couldn't think too much about it. He could only say that it mobilized the hockey around him and surged up. So strong. Sizzle. Whoops. Seeing this, the expressions of those watching the live broadcast and the people around them who were watching the battle here with their knowledge could not help but change suddenly. Gyuki roars. Boom boom boom. Seeing this scene, the surrounding black group members were immediately shocked. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the ground, causing a huge crater to sink directly within a kilometer radius, and a 1,000-meter high flame explosion mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The next second, the purple-black hockey rose into the sky like water, instantly covering Blackbeard. Open black lens bracket 120 close black lens bracket. Shock fruit awakens, Zhurong's wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard was certainly not killed. He is currently in time acceleration space. I didn't expect that Saint Satan's attack could be launched from a different space. It's a very buggy ability. For now, apart from Shock Fruit, there seems to be no ability that is particularly good at dealing with this type of move. After all, Saint Satan's ability can freely travel between different spaces in real time and space. What the hell, Satan Uchiha Obito-san? Blackbeard held his chin and thought for a while, then he felt dumbfounded. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Having such strength is not something that is difficult to accept. After all, as the controllers of world power, they have the best resources and eternal lifespan, so why are they so easy to be slaughtered by others? Certainly, this assumes they haven't met Blackbeard. Do you have the talent, ability, and resources? It's okay, Laozi is in trouble. Traveler's clock, let me see your limits. There was a flash of silver light in Blackbeard's eyes, and the 6 completed scales of the traveler's clock turned into 6 paths silver light beams suspended behind him. Shock Fruit, awaken. As Blackbeard finished speaking, the 3 silver light pillars suspended behind him instantly submerged into his body, and then a layer of silver light suddenly appeared above his body. Then, countless information about the awakening of Shock Fruit's ability emerged in his mind. Although the abilities are still Hexia, Air Shock, and Shatter, the power is dozens of times greater than before, or even higher. Especially for Blackbeard, who has the body of a fantasy beast. Is this the power Whitebeard had at his peak? I should be stronger than weak now. The corners of Blackbeard's mouth curled up, and purple-black lightning flashed around him. Advertisement. Whoosh. As soon as his mind moved, Blackbeard appeared on the battlefield again, looking at the laughing Sardin Uchiha Obito Saint in the sky. After seeing his sudden appearance, the smile instantly tightened on his face. Thief hahahaha. This time it was Blackbeard's turn to laugh wildly. It seems that our 5 elders are a little disappointed. You don't think that move just now can kill me, do you? No way, right. The members of the Black Group on Tangrila Island saw Blackbeard suddenly appearing and heard his still relaxed tone. They breathed a sigh of relief and smiled on their faces. Sure enough, their captain couldn't be killed so easily. Snort. Saint Satan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You might as well hide, what's the use of coming out now? Can you resist my attack? Gyuki Divine Light. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Satan's eyes shot out 2 scarlet divine lights that entangled Conqueror's Haki without hesitation and shot at Blackbeard. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the battle and watching the live broadcast were very nervous. They wanted to know how Blackbeard was going to crack this outrageous attack. Launching an attack from another time and space, you can see it but cannot touch it. You can't touch until the opponent attacks you. This ability is simply not too outrageous. It is even more terrifying when a top master like Satan Saint masters this ability. Haki, who could have mastered the Conqueror's entanglement level, was strong enough to become the pinnacle of the 4 Emperors level. Coupled with the outrageous ability of possessing the Phantom Beast Yuki, it is even more difficult for others to touch him, but he can attack the opponent without any restrictions. This ability is undoubtedly a bug-level existence. No wonder he was eaten by this old man despite being so ugly after his transformation. Advertisement. However, Blackbeard instinctively rejects this ability. Whether you are strong or not is a temporary matter, but whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. Facing the laser attack, Blackbeard just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, clenched his right fist, and a white halo of light wrapped around his right hand. Then under countless gazes, he just casually punched the space beside him. Bang. Click 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 click. The next second, space cracks spread rapidly from Blackbeard's side to the front, filling the void in front of him in the blink of an eye. The sky was like a broken mirror, full of cracks. Tisk. Immediately, the 2 terrifying Gyuki divine lights that could easily blast the island into a 1,000-meter crater dissipated in the sky like red starlight blown away by the breeze. HMPH. Cough. At the same time, Saint Satan's figure hidden in the different space in the sky was once again forced out of the different space. Shock Fruit's powerful attack power also made him groan. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shin said that the increase in ability of this phantom beast species is indeed terrifying. Even an admiral-level master would still be severely shocked if he was attacked by his sudden attack if the person he was eating was not a fantasy beast. After having an idea of Saint Satan's strength in his mind, Blackbeard no longer hesitated, and turned into a golden and white flame that rose into the sky and headed towards Saint Satan. The next moment, a white pillar of fire that scorched and distorted the air soared into the sky, and Jay Weishan's palm, which turned into 10 loyal disciples on top of Wejian, struck Sa Kungsan, who was also shocked. The one who was most shocked was Ace, who used his abilities to deal with the Knights of God from afar. His face was full of shock, and he also swallowed his saliva and murmured. Boom. 0. After seeing this scene, everyone at the scene and watching the live broadcast subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Swish swish. However, Blackbeard, who was flying upwards, had no intention of stopping, and instead curled up his right hand to make a classic Whitebeard fist gesture. Don't be too outrageous, teach. At this moment, people all over the world watching the live broadcast saw a huge palm print with a diameter of 1 kilometer on the ground of Tangrila Island from an aerial perspective. The next second, the tempest kick slash that entangled Conqueror's Haki was tilting down from the sky towards Blackbeard like a crazy rainstorm. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the ground seemed to be vaporized, as the steam rose into the sky and was evaporated by the terrifying high temperature in the blink of an eye. Satan Saint's tempest kick slash covering hundreds of meters was blown away in an instant. It didn't even explode in the air, but was swallowed up by the shattered space. Call out. In just one breath, Blackbeard would be engulfed by this terrifying attack. Chi chi chi. With one punch, the space within several thousand meters in front was instantly shattered. Asking for flowers. The sky seems to be missing a piece. The violent attack surrounded Blackbeard almost instantly. And Saint Satan has been swallowed up by the magma. But Blackbeard's attack did not stop there. Almost at the same time, his white hair surged like flames, and a white light went from head to toe, and then he raised his foot and stepped forward. Bang! Seeing this, Saint Satan's face was gloomy, but the 8 spider legs under his body began to beat quickly. Boom! Zhurong's wrath snapped. Is this Blackbeard's true strength? Is this really what Mara fruit is capable of? Click 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 click. This palm print has turned into a pool of scarlet lava. Saint Sarden's body standing in the void was knocked down from the sky by a giant palm of white fire without any hesitation. The giant white flame palm followed closely and slapped Saint Sarden hard as he fell. Above the ground. Gudong. Tempest kick hyphenation point spider god kill. Why does it feel like the ability I use is completely different? Shocked. 121 close black lens bracket. Bloom, flower of blood mist. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 5 elders were killed. Redfield, who was beating Fegaland Garen Saint in the distance, turned into a ball of blood mist and suddenly appeared beside Blackbeard, and at the same time, his doubtful voice rang out. Blackbeard has no head Kaido. How is it possible? Don't underestimate the old guy who has lived for hundreds of years. It would be pointless if he was really so unwilling to resist being beaten. If you don't deal with your opponent, why would you come here to chat with me? Redfield proudly raised his hand and pointed to the battlefield a few kilometers away and said with a smile. Look over there, this is my new ability. Blackbeard still didn't look back, he just glanced at the sight, and then couldn't help but let out a sigh. Why, anyone can create a clone to play with. How strong is your clone? You won't be able to get away with it, right? Do not make jokes, Redfield said with a proud smile. 190, that's my blood mist clone, and its strength is exactly the same as my original body. Whoosh, Blackbeard turned around this time. He was shocked by Redfield's words. At the same time, he used his knowledge to scan the situation and found that Fegaland Garen Saint was still being beaten severely. What the hell, isn't your ability a bit too much? Blackbeard looked at Redfield in shock. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a pretty good ability. Although there is a time limit, it is already very good for me. Redfield patted Blackbeard on the shoulder and smiled. I have to thank you, kid. Advertisement. In order to repay you for giving me such a good ability, I will seize the time to help you end the battle. Tell me, which guy are you going to kill first? Redfield spoke politely. After Blackbeard glanced at the battlefield, he raised the corner of his mouth and said. Kill all the Knights of God down first. Even if this 5 elders is not easy to kill, I will let his Knights of God be completely destroyed here today. Is Laozi's trouble so easy to find? Let them leave some price. Redfield's eyes flashed red, he nodded, and the next second he dived into the blood mist again and disappeared. Seeing this ability, Blackbeard grinned. It seemed that this old boy had really gained a good ability. It's just that he's a bit uglier after his transformation. Sure enough, ugly is still not suitable for me, handsome is the last word. I said Saint Satan, don't pretend to be dead, I know it's not that easy to kill you. The corners of Blackbeard's mouth raised and he said. Of course, if you want to continue pretending to be dead and get some more rest, then I can't agree to it. Anyway, it's you who are anxious now, not me. You might as well take a look at the current situation of your Knights of God. Whoosh. After hearing Blackbeard's words, there was no movement from Saint Satan in the palm print magma below, while others turned their attention to the battlefield of the Knights of God in the distance. Morgans, who operates the bird camera, also knows a lot about it. After hearing Blackbeard's voice coming from the loudspeaker phone, he immediately switched the live broadcast perspective and moved to the battlefield of the Knights of God in the distance. I saw that the Revolutionary Army soldiers who originally blocked the other 2 admirals of the Knights of God with Redfield were now much more relaxed. Advertisement. Because at this time, there were actually 2 Redfields shuttled across the battlefield of the various members of the Knights of God, attacking each other with swords from time to time. This greatly reduced the pressure on Crow and Mori. When Redfield took action for the 3rd time, a member of the Knights of God was directly stabbed through the chest from behind, and blood spurted out. The scene was extremely bloody. Undoubtedly, he was the first member of the Knights of God to die. Being entangled by Redfield's conquerors and stabbed through the chest with a sword would have made it impossible to survive. Because at this time, his blood sprayed up more than 10 meters in the air as if it was free of charge, and his whole person shriveled up almost instantly. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people around the world, the blood rising into the sky like a river of blood slowly fell down and submerged into the blood beside Redfield in the lower city. First, a wicked smile appeared on Redfield's charming and handsome face, which made everyone watching the live broadcast feel numb. Fegaland Garansheng, who was being beaten crazily, yelled. Everyone, be careful, this guy can control the blood in the body of the person he cuts. Hurry up and use your weapon. It's too late. Above the sky, Redfield showed an evil smile, opened his arms, interrupted Saint Galen's words and then spoke calmly. Celestial dragons. Might as well live like this. As ordered by Captain Teach, we will kill you on the spot. Bloom, the flower of zero. Quote. Laugh. The next moment, the wounds inflicted by Redfield on the other 6 members of the Knights of God who were fighting were now like fountains, splattering the blood in their bodies towards the sky. Ah, the pain of the body's blood about to be drained. Except for the 3 Admiral-level Knights of God members who were able to control the blood in their bodies, the other 3 Admiral-level replacement members who were fighting Ace and the others were instantly drain the blood and fall to the ground screaming. But even those 3 Admiral-level masters of the Knights of God still lost part of their blood, causing their combat power and status to plummet. On the other hand, Mori and Crow have been boosted by Bellobetty's abilities. Advertisement. As a result, there were 3 members of the Knights of God who were beaten violently. The leader Fegaland Garansheng didn't want to lose his mentality. He looked at the Redfield who was fighting with him in front of him, and then glanced at the Redfield in the sky with his knowledge. He looked extremely ugly and roared. Impossible. How could there be a clone with the same strength as me? Damn. What the hell did you eat, devil fruit? Redfield grinned at Saint Garen, with unspeakable sarcasm in his smile. Do you regret not eating devil fruit now? Didn't your 5 elders tell you that only the phantom beasts are the true sons of the Virgin? What a pity, you are too arrogant, Ru Lin. Quote. Meanwhile, 3.4 is above the sky. Wow. The blood spurted by the members of the Knights of God turned into bloody lotuses in the sky and floated at Redfield's feet. At this time, the perspective looking down from the sky can be said to be extremely spectacular. Redfield was surrounded by dozens of huge bloody lotuses. He was like an elegant dancer, composing a hymn of blood to the world in the sky. Hiss. The world has lost another 10% of its air at this moment. Is this the aloof Valoric Redfield? Too strong. Even this kind of monster is willing to become that man's subordinate. What kind of charm does he have? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. This name will definitely go down in history. Open black lens bracket 122 close black lens bracket. From now on, let the celestial dragons feel the pain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wow. In the huge palm print with a diameter of 1,000 meters on Tangrila Island, the scarlet magma suddenly exploded and sprayed hundreds of meters into the sky, like a volcano erupting for a while. Then Saint Satan's tall body wrapped with black and red lightning and red arrogance rushed out of the magma. At this time, he looked at Blackbeard teasing him in the distant sky with a gloomy expression. A few seconds later, Saint Satan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha. Blackbeard, you are indeed an incredible hero. In hundreds of years, you are also the only person who can force me into such a state of embarrassment. Now, I will give you the respect of a strong man. Just as you requested, let's have a hearty battle. Seeing Saint Satan surrounded by conquerors, Blackbeard's expression did not change at all, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He looked at Saint Satan with eyes full of amusement. The only person who puts you in such a difficult position. Isn't it necessary to be afraid of death? However, Im's identity is not suitable to be exposed at this time. One is because Blackbeard can't figure out what level of strength this Im has reached. He is 11, not above the 4 emperors, or above this world. Blackbeard couldn't guarantee it. He believes that his current strength is only half a foot on the threshold of surpassing the 4 emperors. That's why he was able to face so many 4 emperors level experts so easily, and even fought several admiral level experts one after another, suppressing them and beating them violently. Blackbeard still didn't dare to be too careless if he could make the 5 elders, who had the peak strength of the 4 emperors, kneel down like dogs. As a human being, it is still important to maintain a sense of vigilance and awe. Advertisement. With these thoughts in mind, Blackbeard looked into the distance and saw Saint Satan with a smile on his face. He raised his hand and said, although I don't agree with what you say, if you choose to fight me head on, I will look high on you. But, that's all. If you fight me head on, you will lose your life. Have you considered, Your Excellency 5 elders? After Blackbeard said his last words, his figure turned into a stream of black and white light falling from the sky and rushed directly towards Saint Satan in the distance. He didn't want to give the other party any time to react. Based on his guess, the 5 elders who were watching the live broadcast behind the scenes, or the people at Naval Headquarters, seeing that the situation was at a disadvantage, they would definitely send reinforcements. In addition, Saint Satan is now suffering from cerebral palsy and wants to have a 1v1 with him between strong men. Then, now is the best chance to kill him. Originally, he just wanted to keep the Knights of God. After all, Saint Satan's ability was still too weird. If he blindly chooses to escape or hide in a different space, it won't be easy for Blackbeard to capture him immediately. But if he chooses to fight head-on, it will be different. Seeing Blackbeard swooping down, Saint Satan really didn't flinch. His 8 spider legs flexed and flicked, and his body turned into a figure wrapped with black and red lightning and rushed towards Blackbeard. Boom boom boom. The next second, the black and white streamers and the black and red streams of light intertwined and collided in the sky, causing a series of shocking explosions. Wah wah wah. The terrible air waves even rolled up hurricanes in the sky and sea, bringing waves hundreds of meters high towards Tangrila Island. Bang. But these waves and hurricanes were shattered again by the aftermath of the battle between Blackbeard and the 5 elders near the edge of Tangrila Island. Click 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 click. There were sounds of space shattering coming from the sky, and countless silver-white space cracks filled the sky. Rumble. Advertisement. For a time, everyone on Tangrila Island and everyone watching the live broadcast seemed to feel that the world was rolling and shaking. Boom boom boom. Bang. Call out. Boom. Between the constant explosions in the sky and the intertwined air waves, Saint Satan's figure was once again blasted from the sky into the ground, causing a huge explosion. However, Blackbeard also did not give him a chance to breathe. He raised his hand and punched him from the sky again. The great desolate prisoner's finger. As Blackbeard shouted, in the sky, a dark palm with a diameter of several hundred meters took the shape of a sword finger. The huge sword finger was now wrapped in white flames wrapped with purple-black lightning. Boom. Immediately, under the gaze of countless people, the sword finger raised from the dark palm struck the body of Saint Satan below, knocking him directly into the ground. Bang. Just a few seconds later, several rays of red light shot up into the sky, directly exploding countless rubbles on the ground, and then Saint Satan appeared in the sky covered in charred black. The next second, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and was knocked down from the air again. This frightened Saint Satan. Blackbeard is surrounded by black mist and white flames, like an arrogant demon descended from the sky. Blackbeard stood in the sky surrounded by black mist and white flames, raising his right hand high, looking down at the puzzled five elders below, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Thinking of this, his emotions swept away, and he couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. Super Shinra Tenjang. Air shock. Facing Saint Satan who had just rushed out of the ground, the corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc, and he raised his long legs high and stamped on the sky below. At this time, above the sky. Understand the pain. Puff. Advertisement. What? Boom. Immediately afterwards, Blackbeard's cold voice echoed in the ears of everyone around the world. Click 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 click. Bang. It's not over yet. Thief hahahaha. Feel the pain. Others also showed doubts. At this time, Saint Satan was obviously a little confused. The next second, the darkness around him surged wildly like boiling water, but for a moment all the darkness was submerged in Blackbeard's raised right arm. Saint Satan did not expect that Blackbeard had developed shock fruit to this point, but it was too late to react. He didn't understand that his opponent, Haki, was not even as powerful as him. They were both at the top of the four emperors. Why could the opponent overpower him? This time, Saint Satan did not stand up immediately, but after holding on for more than 10 seconds, 513 the 8 spider legs under him were about to hold him up. Saint Satan could only see the dense space cracks spreading to hundreds of meters around him again, completely surrounding him. A crater with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared on the ground again. Why not pursue the victory and find out which class this pass is for? Just as Saint Satan was thinking about this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Let the celestial dragons feel the pain from now on. Blackbeard's series of attacks left him unable to fight back. Why did he eat 5 devil fruit? That's okay. Sinful people who have never known the suffering of living beings. As the space collapsed, Satan Sheng suddenly felt as if his internal organs had been hit, and he could no longer suppress the tumbling energy and blood in his body. Feel the pain. Blackbeard's violent attacks didn't give him a chance to breathe before. What's the situation now? Open black lens bracket 123 close black lens bracket. Kill Saint Satan. From now on, I will conquer everything and stand at the top. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. From now on, let the celestial dragons feel the pain. As Blackbeard finished speaking, his raised right arm wrapped in black mist suddenly pressed down in the direction of Saint Satan, who was full of astonishment and confusion below. The next moment, everyone saw an invisible pressure suddenly falling from the sky, pressing on Saint Satan standing on the ground. Bang! Saint Satan, who was originally standing, was instantly pressed to the ground, followed by the land where Saint Satan was located, and then the island land that was moved and spliced together by Blackbeard's gravity. After a sudden earthquake, sudden sinking. Wow! In less than a few seconds, half of Tangrila Island, which was originally about the size of 3 or 4 Marinefords, disappeared under this blow. The other half has already sunk under the sea, turning into a dark pit. At this moment, everyone's faces were full of horror. They looked at the black hole in the sea with a diameter of several liters in disbelief and fell into aphasia. Half of Tangrila Island just disappeared. What about 5 elders? Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw that in the endless black hole, they could not find the figure of Saint Satan of the 5 elders. Gudong. At this moment, people all over the world watching the live broadcast subconsciously swallowed their saliva, their faces full of horror. One strike. Just one blow. This island, which is equivalent to most of the islands in the Grand Line, just disappeared. Even ancient weapon couldn't do such an exaggeration, right? Blackbeard. This guy can no longer be described as a monster. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Kaido, who was extremely arrogant before, fell into silence for a long time. After a while, he finally said in a dry voice, "Old woman, do you think that if the two of us join forces, the strongest Bahai can achieve this level?" Stop kidding, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin's gasping voice came from the phone, and there was a hint of fear in her sharp voice that she couldn't even feel. Even the rocks back then didn't reach this level. This guy Blackbeard. This guy. But when it came to this, she couldn't continue talking. Advertisement. On Red Force. Stop the boat, Jerry's. Shank's voice was a little calm, but also a little uneasy. While Beckman was burning his fingers with the cigarette in his hand, he suddenly realized. After a while, he smiled bitterly. Shanks, the world is about to change. Yeah. What did this guy say he wanted to do? Oh, by the way, who is qualified to compete with him for the throne of heaven? Gone. Then he is the king of the world. This is still unknown. There is a man who has been the king of the world for 800 years. What, Shanks, do you know what you're talking about? Ah, I know. So, I am very curious, who will have the last laugh between the new king and the old king? The new era is no longer important. Tangela Island. Blackbeard's eyes were indifferent at this time, as if he was looking down at the gods on earth. He entered a very mysterious state at this time. The hockey around him is boiling, the abilities in his body are boiling, and the blood in his body is boiling. Just when everyone thought Saint Satan was dead, Blackbeard's right arm was wrapped with a white halo and inserted directly into the space around him. Click. The space shattered like glass, and then endless darkness spewed out from the cracks in the space. Universal pull. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Blackbeard stretched his hand into Saint Satan's alien space and directly shattered all the bones in his body. Sock and Shin, who had more air coming out and less air coming in, sucked in his hand. Snapped. After grabbing Saint Satan's head, Blackbeard directly pulled him out of the alien space by his hair. Yee. Seeing Saint Satan covered in blood and with broken bones, everyone on Tangela Island couldn't help but let out an uproar. In other words, this is the case all over the world at the moment. The master of the world's highest power, the god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, fell. He fell into the hands of a pirate. Still in full view of the live broadcast around the world. Advertisement. This is tantamount to a loud slap in the face for the world government. Admiral Aramaki, Akainu, the Knights of God, Fegaland Garen Saint, Walder Saint, Sloane Saint, who are fighting on Tangela Island at the moment, as well as the Golden Lion who was fighting the dragon in the distance, and the 2 being Lujinx and the CPO Monkey Demon were handcuffed with Seastone. As well as everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates, they all looked at the scene in the sky in the distance with horrified faces. Deja vu, only so strange. The 5 elders, one of the most powerful people in the world, were covered in blood and lifted into the air by their hair. The impact of this scene is simply jaw-dropping. Base. At this moment when the whole world was attracting attention, he held Saint Satan in one hand and pulled out the 7-star sword from his waist with the other hand. After seeing Blackbeard's move, everyone who saw this scene finally understood why it seemed so familiar. A year ago, this man did the same thing. He chopped off the head of the pig-like celestial dragon Soul Rose Saint with one knife. Is he going to chop off the heads of the 5 elders with a knife today? If this is the case, the world will fall into complete collapse. Zilla. Dash. At this critical moment, a golden figure galloped from the horizon in the distance, and at the same time, his exclamation sounded in the sky. Brother Teach, save someone under the knife. It's him. Marine Admiral Gold Glitter. Hearing this, Blackbeard raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at him, then swung the 7-star sword held high without any hesitation. At the same time, his voice echoed in the sky. Today I will behead him. Even if God comes, it will be useless, I say so. After saying this, Blackbeard slashed down with his sword. Saint Satan, who was on his deathbed, opened a slit in his eyes. Looking at the man holding his hand in front of him, he suddenly said with hatred. I am. Sir, I won't let you go. 20 kings, the one on the oath throne. I know. Blackbeard smiled strangely at Saint Satan, and cut off his head with a sword when the latter looked in shock and disbelief. Poof. Call out. But the intolerable hiatus of the heavenly throne is coming to an end. At this moment, Kizaru no longer had the laziness and wretchedness of the past. Well, he was still a little wretched. He looked solemnly at Blackbeard in the sky in the distance and asked in confusion. The sky is colorless, it will deceive you. Now, Blackbeard spoke. Advertisement. Live execution of celestial dragons. It doesn't matter if it's you or me, even the gods are the same. The next moment, blood spattered, and Saint Satan's body without his head fell into the seawater under the gaze of the whole world, without even making much splash. Zilla. No, that's from celestial dragons. What exactly does he want to do? At this moment, it seems that something that has been bound to the hearts of the people of this world for 800 years has been completely shattered. Having said this, Blackbeard threw Saint Satan's head in his hand to Kizaru like it was trash, and then raised his hand to stroke his wind-blown hair, continued calmly but arrogantly. Whose order? It turns out that the 5 elders, who are the supreme controllers of the celestial dragons, are also mortal. Trampling on order. Afterwards, the live broadcast declared war between Marine and the world government who had joined forces with Golden Lion. Judging from Blackbeard's performance, it is obvious that he is not a vicious pirate. Look, plop. At this moment, he personally cut off the head of one of the 5 elders, the most powerful person in the world. From now on, I will conquer everything and stand at the top. Porosalino, you know what I'm talking about. Just like you would lie to yourself. This is everyone's question. At this time, Marine Admiral Golden Flash Kizaru, who was on the horizon before, finally arrived at Tangela Island, his loyal vassal. After death, the splash of water from the body is not even as good as a stone. Whoever competes with me will either live or die. The source of evil in this world. No one is standing in heaven from the beginning. Yours, mine, or everyone in the world. Break into the eternal hell of the deep-sea prison and release LV-6 criminals. Qian Zhaohao participated in the Summit War, cut off Marine Admiral Akainu's arm, and escaped with the Whitebeard pirates. But what this guy does is bigger than the last. Not only Kizaru wants to know this question, but everyone in the world also wants to know. It would be better to drop a stone into the sea. Quote. Teach, why do you trample on the world order again and again? Open black lens bracket 124 close black lens bracket. Conqueror's breakthrough, see and kill. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5 elders, one of the world's most powerful controllers, are really dead. What Blackbeard and Kizaru said completely woke up everyone who was still in a daze. Although they still don't understand what this man wants, it doesn't stop them from knowing that this man is basically invincible. The world government's crusade was declared a complete failure. So far, 2 admiral-level masters have been captured, and 1 4 emperors-level master has died. It can be said that this is a big event that can stir up the entire sea. Anyone watching the live broadcast at this moment can feel Blackbeard's majesty coming towards him. Everyone on Tangrila Island could even detect a terrifying haki brewing in Blackbeard. Almost as soon as he finished talking to Kizaru, the haki that had been brewing in Blackbeard suddenly burst out. Boom. The next moment, purple-black lightning soared into the sky with boundless arrogance, and the dark clouds in the sky rushed out of a huge hole. At this time, the sun fell from the sky and shone on Blackbeard, making him wrapped in white flames and black mist look more like a god descending from the sky. Haki becomes stronger again. Conquerors has taken it up a notch too. Blackbeard could feel the obvious changes in his body after he killed the 5 elders with 1 sword. It turns out that a realm above Conqueror's entanglement is killing by sight, hearing, and killing. 857 At this time, Blackbeard finally felt that Haki had reached a bottleneck, the feeling that he could no longer climb up. Maybe this is the limit of the current world. Even if the previous Satan Saint Haki was strong, his conquerors didn't seem to be powerful enough to kill upon sight. Advertisement. Because in the previous battle, Blackbeard was still able to sense the existence of Saint Satan through his sight and color. Kizaru in the distance suddenly fell silent after hearing Blackbeard's words. He was shocked when he looked at Blackbeard in the sky. This guy has become stronger again. And also has the ability of Whitebeard. There is simply no way to describe him as a monster. The monster can no longer see this man's heels. Thinking of this, Kizaru had a headache. Because at this time, it seems like he can't do anything at all. The 5 elders were dead, the other high-end combat forces were completely suppressed, and 2 were even captured alive. The only one who can be said to be 50-50 is Jian, who was fighting Marco in the distance. Even the very expressive green bull Aramu was completely suppressed in the battle with Enel at this moment. Aramaki's fruit ability to deal with Enel can only be described as a human body stroke. There is no way to attack Enel at all. From the beginning of this battle to now, Enel has not been injured at all. This made Aramaki's scalp feel numb. He found that when he fought with Kizaru, the other party did not give him such a slippery feeling. First of all, Enel's observation haki is stronger than Aramaki, and his long-range attack method is also longer and faster than Aramaki's long-range attack, and it is much more powerful. Enel, who has been training in time acceleration space for more than a year, not only completed his awakening and reached the admiral level in strength, but also greatly improved his combat literacy. In today's battle between the top players, Enel thoroughly implemented the city-wandering tactics taught to him by Blackbeard. With the terrifying attack power of his Thunder Fruit, coupled with a speed that is not weaker than Sparkling Fruit, and his own powerful observation haki. Finally, the heat energy of Thunder Fruit also has a certain restraint effect on Aramaki's Sensen Fruit. This resulted in a change in the nature of the battle. Advertisement. When a Marine Admiral level master cannot even attack his opponent and is constantly being beaten, his mentality will become unbalanced. But the fact is that it is useless even if it is unbalanced. Aramaki's body was already charred black at this time, and electric arcs were traveling over his body in waves, attacking him while also paralyzing him. If it weren't for Aramaki's strong recovery ability and the fact that he had transformed his body into elements to resist some Enel attacks, I'm afraid he would have been bombarded by Thunder Fruit by now. He. Just after Blackbeard killed the 5 elders, the originally solidified battlefield started fighting again. Enel transformed into Thor, and dozens of electromagnetic cannons in his body once again blasted towards Aramaki, like a violent storm. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu in the distance also felt his scalp numb. Damn, what the hell is going on? The Blackbeard pirates suddenly gained 2 admiral-level warriors. After discovering this situation, Kizaru was sweating profusely. Morgans didn't hesitate and immediately focused the camera on Ace, who was 50-50 with Marco. Before the sweaty Kizaru could make any move, when he saw someone, his eyes nearly bulged out. That is to say, Akainu had one of his arms cut off by Blackbeard. Otherwise, he might be the only high-end combat power with an advantage. Before anyone could react, they saw Ace's tail immediately draw a figure on the big leaf behind him. The speed of his ability is not fast. Even if it is fast, it cannot be faster than Thunder Fruit. Now the Blackbeard pirates have captured 2 admiral-level masters alive and killed a 4 emperors level 5 elders. Because Blackbeard and Morgans warned before the war, unless the Blackbeard pirates had an advantage, don't put Ace's footage in the live broadcast. Without Haki's bonus, Thunder Fruit's terrifying attack power is enough to penetrate all defenses. Having watched the live broadcast before, he could not truly feel the power of the people present. Kizaru had been paying attention to Akainu's situation before, so now he also saw Ace rushing towards Akainu. 4 admiral replacements from the Knights of God died, and another admiral-level master was also being beaten. Advertisement. Wait, wasn't the Mara fruit eaten by Blackbeard? They all thought that Enel and Marco were just holding back Aramaki and Akainu, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Therefore, every attack from Enel can only be received hard. Then, Aokiji turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Akainu, who was fighting Marco in the distance, clapped his arms and shouted. What the hell is going on? The only person on the scene who could fight the Blackbeard pirates back and forth was Akainu. But the problem is that Enel's attack does not consume Haki at all, which is the most outrageous. Kizaru. Devil Fruit's abilities. Ice Age. Aokiji from Naval Headquarters. It seems that the fruit ability has completed its awakening. Immediately, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the former Marine Admiral Aokiji and now the Marine Marshal Kuzan walked out of the painting. Marco was surrounded by a cloud of blue flames and was fighting madly with Akainu in his human-animal form, and was evenly matched. Not only Kizaru, but everyone watching the live broadcast at this moment fell into the king of shock. Akainu. So what's going on? The only advantage he has is that Aramaki's Haki is stronger than Enel. When Kizaru saw this scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could clearly find that Enel had become stronger. Moreover, it is not only Enel who has completed the awakening of the fruit, but also Marco in the distance. Fire Fist Ace is resurrected again. Open black lens bracket 125 close black lens bracket, the shock brought by Ace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Good guy, Marine Admiral Aokiji is 100% a part of the group, right? Kakaka. When Marco saw Ace rushing over, he was ready. A burst of blue flames in his arms turned into wings and took him directly into the sky. Akainu was stunned and just watched this. Aokiji, blow him away. Freeze. Although the damage to Akainu was not too great, it was extremely insulting. From the moment he was frozen, Akainu could feel that the opponent's strength was far different from the Aokiji he knew. Gululu. Therefore, in the next second, the ice cubes on Twoshin's body turned into black-red magma and rolled down from his body. At this time, Akainu looked gloomily into the distance, but his expression changed immediately at this sight, and he could not hold back his shock and said. What are you? Fire Fist Ace. How can this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that time, you were obviously burned through your body by my punch. How could you still be alive? And wasn't your Mara fruit already eaten by Blackbeard? Is this guy like you an illusion created by someone with abilities? Ace in the distance couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Phantom. Ha 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 ha. The truth is you couldn't kill me, Red Dog. Let me show you my new abilities. Come out, teach. Dad, Buzz. As Ace's ability to shake the human fruit was activated, his tail quickly drew portraits of 2 people on the leaves behind him. Advertisement. Immediately, they walked down from the leaf behind one by one. Became a real person like Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Seeing this scene, Akainu could no longer calm down. Superior. Ace ignored his shock and jumped back skillfully. Roar. The next second, a black shadow swooped down from the sky, allowing Ace to jump onto its back accurately. Hoo ho ho. Soon, everyone saw clearly the true appearance of this black shadow. It turned out to be a black 2-winged flying dragon with a wingspan of tens of meters. Could it be that this dragon was also drawn? Soon everyone reacted. Look at what Ace looks like at this moment, flying directly in the sky on a giant dragon. In front of him are 3 indifferent-looking Aokiji, Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Even though he knew that these 3 people were dummies drawn by Ace using his power, Akainu was still a little frightened. Is it a little too outrageous? Akainu is going to observe carefully. Ace and Marco have already cooperated in the time acceleration space, so it is naturally impossible to give him more time to observe. Universal Pull. Ice Age. Kong Gen. Drink it. See Whitebeard. Blackbeard and Aokiji attacked him at the same time without hesitation. Akainu's mouth twitched, but he immediately launched a counterattack. It's just that even if Blackbeard's portrait can only use Dark Fruit's ability, it is still an extremely terrible trouble for the ability user. Even if Akainu accidentally moved his body, he was sucked 10 meters away. Fortunately, he immediately transformed into magma and escaped this universal pull. However, all this was a tactic that Ace had designed long ago. After Akainu had just escaped the attack of Blackbeard's portrait, Aokiji was already rushing towards him with a biting cold air. Kakaka. Almost instantly, Akainu turned into lava and turned into an ice sculpture. Before he could use the power of lava fruit, the shock fruit power of Whitebeard's portrait had already hit him. Advertisement. Bang. Click 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 click. The space within a few dozen meters around Akainu shattered instantly, shattering Akainu into pieces as he turned into an ice sculpture. In the sky, Marco's wings, which were burning with blue flames, suddenly shot out countless green flame-like feathers and blasted them towards Weishu below. Swish swish. Boom boom boom. Soon, the ground where Akainu was previously was covered by bursts of explosions, causing smoke and dust to rise within a few hundred meters. Marco's wings suddenly expanded dozens of times, turning into sky-lifting wings. He flapped his wings downwards and shouted. Immortal Gangfang. Boo hoo hoo. As Marco's wings flapped, slashing winds blew away the smoke and flames, revealing a small dark red magma pool below. Puff puff. Boom boom boom. Soon, Marco's strong wind slash cut the magma into countless pieces, causing the magma to splash everywhere. Junpo. Drink. Shinra Tenjang. Violent pheasant mouth. Kizaru's expression suddenly changed. This picture is really a bit outrageous. He looked at Blackbeard in the distance, whose body was full of haki. He closed his eyes and seemed to be comprehending something. He didn't dare to make the slightest move. Enel, there's a replacement. When Enel, who was flying a kite crazily in the distance, heard this, he immediately understood what his captain meant, and gave up the bombardment of Aramaki. His body turned into an arc of electricity and appeared next to Blackbeard in an instant. He waved his hand at Kizaru and said, "You go drag Kizaru away if he insists on fighting." Kizaru, sir. The dead Fire Fist Ace controlled the portraits of Blackbeard, Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Aokiji to launch a crazy attack on Akainu. In this situation, even if Marine Admiral Kizaru takes action now, there is nothing he can do to change the situation, right? Advertisement. Apparently, Kizaru thought so too. However, things often do not change according to human will. Ace also controlled 3 portraits and began to attack crazily. Akainu can only defend passively at this time. Kizaru, if I were you, I would turn around and leave right now. But he clearly saw Blackbeard floating high in the sky in the distance. What was going on? At this time, the people watching the live broadcast were completely dumbfounded. The alliance between Golden Lion, Marine and World Government seems to be completely defeated. Looking at the sky in the distance, you can still see black energy and white flames wrapping around Blackbeard's body. A pair of ice soul wings spread out, floating quietly in the air. I'll get rid of the green cow first. Quote. A year ago, when he didn't eat shock fruit, he was already stronger than him. Now, he really didn't feel how much stronger he was. Now the battlefield is completely dominated by the Blackbeard pirates, completely crushing the opponent's combat power. Kizaru had just come up with this idea, and suddenly he felt that he could no longer sense Blackbeard's presence. All the moves he made were easily broken by Ace and Marco. Asking for flowers. Point 0. After seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. It would be nice if Blackbeard could just stay in enlightenment, Kizaru thought. Because he knows very well that he is definitely no match for the current Blackbeard. Long gone, Marine Admiral Golden Flash. At this moment, Blackbeard, whom Kizaru had been reluctant to face, suddenly opened his eyes and said this to him, and then he heard Blackbeard continue. Now Akainu, who originally had a slight advantage on the world government side, has now been beaten to a disadvantage, and is being beaten under pressure. However, this time Kizaru did not make a sneak attack to test. They suddenly realized a situation. Yes, eyes. Gudong. Open black lens bracket 126 close black lens bracket. So, I want to be the Pirate King first. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New Naval Headquarters. Garp pressed his forehead with both hands and looked at the people in the live broadcast. His face was full of disbelief and he exclaimed. Ace. Sengoku, is this live projection real or fake? Why do I seem to see Ace? What is happening? Isn't Ace dead? Hey, Sengoku, please tell me, isn't your brain easy to use? Stop barking. My brain is going to shut down. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Sengoku looked at 2 erect brown ears emerging from his head, and a big raised brown tail was revealed behind him, plus a large green leaf floating behind him. Regardless of this situation, it looks like eating the Zone Devil fruit, or even the Phantom Beast species among Zone. But obviously, the Ace they remember is eating Mara Mara fruit. But the Mara Mara fruit was already taken away by Blackbeard, 140, during the Summit War. So what exactly is going on? Sengoku feels like the CPU is almost dry. Aokiji and others also looked at each other with shock and disbelief on their faces. Crane Vice Admiral's face was filled with seriousness, and he said in a deep voice. There are 2 possibilities. Whoosh. The others immediately turned their eyes when they heard this. Garp also looked at Crane Vice Admiral expectantly. First, this Ace was created by a certain demon fruit power's weird ability. He is not the real Ace. Crane Vice Admiral paused when he said this. Sengoku also nodded in agreement. That's right, Devil Fruit has all kinds of weird abilities, and maybe it actually has this outrageous ability among them. Garp ignored Sengoku, but continued to stare at Lieutenant General He expectantly. Advertisement. What about the second possibility, Xiaohei? Why? Crane Vice Admiral sighed and said with a complicated expression. Didn't you discover something? Blackbeard held a funeral for Whitebeard to mourn the members of the Whitebeard pirates who died in the Summit War. But there is only no Ace in it. At that time, I thought it might be a mistake by the intelligence personnel. After all, the government's CP agency had problems not just once or twice. Now it seems that Ace was probably not dead at that time. Please think carefully about what happened before and after Ace was burned to the body by Sakazuki in Summit War. Wow. Hearing Vice Admiral He's words, the entire conference room immediately went into a panic. Garp stood up excitedly and laughed loudly. PFF'd, hahahaha, I think this is the second possibility. No need to think about it, the guy in the video is definitely Ace. His Mara Mara fruit was taken away by Teach, and now he has eaten another devil fruit, which makes sense. Sengoku shouted with black lines on his head. Garp, do you know what you are talking about? If demon fruit power hadn't died, how could his abilities disappear? This is totally unreasonable. Stop joking, Sengoku. Garp directly interrupted Sengoku and shouted. What do you think is reasonable about what happened to Blackbeard? Open your eyes and take a look. Dark fruit, cat fruit, phantom beast, Mara fruit, and now Rishi Beard's shock fruit have all been eaten. What else can't he do? Isn't it just to resurrect a person? It's so reasonable. Advertisement. After Garp finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Aokiji rubbed his forehead and sighed. What Vice Admiral Garp said is not unreasonable. I feel that what we have to do now is to have Sakazuki, Porcelino and Aramaki withdraw immediately. If it were a little later, the consequences could be disastrous. Quote. Aokiji had just finished speaking, and Vice Admiral Suru said expressionlessly. That's too late. After hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the live broadcast screen. I saw that the perspective changed again at this time. Previously, we were filming the scene of Ace and Marco beating up Akainu, but now it has turned into another scene. After a flash of lightning in the distance, Enel came to Kizaru. They heard Enel and Kizaru just saying hello, and the camera turned and fell on Blackbeard again. Whoosh. At this time, Blackbeard in the picture, surrounded by darkness and white flames, drew a black and white stream of light in the sky and rushed in front of the huge tree man who was dozens of meters tall, that is, Yuan Niu Mu. Not good. Seeing this scene, Garp, Sengoku and Aokiji almost exclaimed in unison. What's wrong? Crane Vice Admiral was a little confused and couldn't figure out why the three of them reacted so loudly. No, Garp suddenly said. Therefore, I want to be the Pirate King first. We can't really let them all fold over there. But at this moment, a boy with a straw hat had bright eyes and said. This time, Marine is really in danger. Once you have this thought, it is difficult to get rid of it. Advertisement. The idea that Blackbeard could resurrect the dead came to everyone's mind. The same is true for Aokiji and Garp. They both have a bad feeling at this moment. Can a pirate also become a god? Since the death of the five elders Satan Saint, there has been no suspense about this war. Does it really make sense for them to send Kizaru out? Otherwise I'll rush there now. Then become the most powerful existence, and then let the whole world have enough to eat. I feel that after this battle, the world structure will completely change. We are no longer able to revolving heaven. As soon as the young man said this, everyone was shocked. Sengoku shook his head and sighed. That guy Teach has Mara fruit on him. It's a fruit restraint again. Think about the previous Lu Jinx who could instantly kill Magellan. What happened to him after his fruit ability was restrained by Teach? It's too late. Your speed is worse than Kizaru's. I would like to ask, is there any difference between today's Blackbeard and the gods? At this moment, the shock brought by Ace continues. After Sengoku said this, he leaned back in his chair. He seemed to have aged 10 years again. When everyone present heard this, they all fell into a strange silence. After all, Ace's example is alive and well. Wanokuni, Wangguo, Red Force, Holy Land Mariajoy, and everyone who watched the Naval Headquarters Summit War live broadcast before. As soon as Garp finished speaking, Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral and Aokiji interrupted at the same time. Especially when Redfield still has such heaven-defying abilities. He dragged the god off the altar, not to become a god, but to tell us that as long as he is strong enough, even a pirate can drag the god down. Wow. Sengoku looked extremely ugly. Crane Vice Admiral also reacted at this time, and then she said in a dry voice. Many ordinary people were shocked after being exposed to popular science. Some people subconsciously murmured. 3.9. Resurrection of the dead. But isn't that something that only gods can do? Master Teach said that there has never been any divine savior in this world. This is a world where the weak eat the strong and the fittest survive. Open black lens bracket 127 close black lens bracket. The world is silent. Chao Shenra Tianjiang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tangerla Island. At this time, Aramaki turned into a giant tree man tens of meters tall and looked at Blackbeard standing in the sky in the distance and shouted in a deep voice. Blackbeard, are you here to take my head? That's right. Blackbeard grinned at him and said, I'm interested in your ability, so I'm sorry, you may be the first Marine Admiral to die in my hands. Don't be too arrogant. The Green Bull was immediately furious when he heard this, and without hesitation, he manipulated the countless branches that spread on the ground into sharp spears and stabbed Blackbeard in the sky. On top of these sharp spears turned from vines, there are even high-level emission armament hockey entangled. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said. Such a high-level armament hockey still brings emission hockey, and he is the awakener of the Sensen Fruit ability. He is worthy of being the man who holds the position of Marine Admiral. Not bad. Quote. As soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, the Green Bull's attack had already reached a distance of less than 1 or 2 meters in front of him. In this regard, Blackbeard did not make the slightest move, but the white flames wrapped around him rose into the sky, instantly squeezing the darkness behind him. Blackbeard's entire body seemed to be wrapped in white flames. And those wooden spears and wooden spikes within a 1-meter range were like melted steel at this moment, turning into countless high-temperature red liquids and falling from the air like rain. Hoo hoo hoo. It's just that these red liquids scattered like rain suddenly ignited into flames after falling to the ground. And those tree roots and branches covering thousands of meters in radius have become the best fuel. Gale wind. In this regard, Blackbeard was happy to add another fire to him. The frost wings behind him suddenly appeared, and then fanned towards the continuous sea of fire burning below. Advertisement. Wah wah wah. The flames that were originally just a small flame turned into a monstrous fire wave of 10 meters under the flapping of Blackbeard's wings and swept towards the shocked green bull in the distance. Don't be so naive, Blackbeard. How can this kind of fire be useful to me? Rock wave. Green bull roared loudly, and the surrounding ground surged instantly, as the rocks turned into waves and began to roll. In just a few breaths, the long wave of fire that swept more than 10 meters was suddenly rolled and pressed into the ground, and was destroyed instantly. The fruit ability is indeed well developed, but unfortunately, it is still a bit too unimaginative. Blackbeard shook his head and sighed. Green Bull's complexion darkened, and his figure actually grew taller again, making his original height of dozens of meters taller to nearly 300 meters. Like a huge mountain peak, it was taller than one in the distance and looked extremely scary. Arrogant guy, let me deal with you today. The huge tree man, who was 300 meters tall, roared angrily and suddenly raised his 100-meter giant fist and smashed it towards Blackbeard. Forbidden Monk Sensen Invincible Honkai Cannon. Just the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. I saw that this huge tree man, which was more than 300 meters tall, was completely wrapped with dark armament hockey, and the flowing armament hockey enveloped this huge tree man like arrogance, making it seem to be 100 meters taller again. The scene was extremely shocking and incredible. Can someone of this height unleash such a terrifying armament hockey? If he was hit by such a terrible punch, he might not be like the previous 5 elders Satan Saint, whose bones were completely shattered. Akainu, who was being beaten by Ace and Marco in the distance, couldn't help but smile after seeing the green bull burst out with such terrifying strength. This guy is not bad at all. Wano-kuni. Ghost Island. Kaido. Wow, did you expect that there is such a monster hidden in Marine? Jin. This guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger when he fought with Enel before, right? He's a bit too powerful. Advertisement. Ant telephone bug. What a curse. This pressure is on Teach. How is he going to resist this punch? If he escapes, the camp of the Blackbeard pirates will be gone. If he doesn't escape, he will suffer. It's a sin. Naval Headquarters. Aokiji. Is that guy Aramaki still hiding this kind of power? Garp. Hahahaha, Teach should feel a headache now. If he dodges this punch, the other boys in the camp will suffer and lose face. Sengoku. This guy Aramaki is quite smart. Holy Land, Mariajoy Pengu City Council Chamberlain. What do you think? It's hard to say, but with the ability Aramaki has shown, he is indeed a very good candidate. Don't underestimate Blackbeard. Are you too happy now? That's right, what if Blackbeard chooses to leave the camp and those boys and just run away? He has the ability. Blackbeard used one finger to hold back the terrifying giant's punch. Just when people all over the world were talking about the situation, Blackbeard looked at the giant fist falling slowly from the sky above his head. The corner of his mouth curled up, but he still didn't make any move. Dare to underestimate me. Turn into meat. The scene is extremely shocking and shocking. It hit the giant fist that the green bull smashed down. It can't be stopped. It can't be stopped at all. Let's run away first. Super Shinra Tenjang. But in the next moment, Green Bull felt as if his punch was blocked by something and was forced to stop in midair. No, Master Teach is in danger. ... Why do you think Blackbeard won't be able to take over? What if he does? 10 seconds later, Green Bull's huge 300-meter-tall tree man body was bounced hundreds of meters and then landed directly on the beach of Tangrila Island, splashing huge waves. At this moment, everyone around the world saw this unforgettable scene from a distance. Advertisement. However, compared to the extremely noisy waves, the world has fallen into an eerie silence at this moment. As Blackbeard finished speaking, a terrifying rebound shock wave suddenly erupted between his fingertips and the Green Bull's 100-meter giant fist. While speaking, Blackbeard just raised a finger and pointed forward under the disbelieving gazes of everyone. Wow. First I'm a Marine Admiral Green Cow. Call out. Why didn't he use this ability before? Is it just for this moment? That was a rebound force that the Green Bull could not resist. In this world, just being bigger doesn't mean you are stronger. Stop kidding, who are you looking down on? Master Teach, who has even killed the 5 elders, how can he not be able to defeat a mere Marine Admiral? Oh my god, isn't this Marine Admiral too strong? But this ability is really terrifying. How can I block this move? Peas. Thanks to Demon King CWK for the 100 VIP points. But just when everyone was nervous, Blackbeard suddenly spoke. It seemed as if he was frightened stupidly by the terrifying fist wind that hit him. After the fingertips and the giant fist were locked for a few seconds, the Green Bull's body seemed to be grabbed by a larger invisible giant and thrown backward. Damn Blackbeard, who are you looking down on? Before everyone could react, an even more shocking scene appeared. After the Green Bull's sense of perception perceived this scene, he immediately roared angrily. I also believe that Master Teach cannot be defeated so easily. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world was also shocked. As he spoke, Green Bull increased his strength and slammed down Luo. Boom. Open black lens bracket 128 close black lens bracket. He, Kizaru, had already died on that day. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Marine Admiral Green Bull, which gave people an extremely powerful and oppressive feeling, like an invincible giant, was knocked away so easily by Blackbeard. How can this be? That is a huge tree man 300 meters tall. Moreover, it is a terrifying existence wrapped in armament hockey. This kind of monster giant was knocked away instantly. If it weren't for the huge tree man still lying in the sea at this moment, they would all think that what they saw was an illusion. At this moment, they set their eyes on the sky in the distance and saw Blackbeard still standing in the sky. From the moment he knocked the Green Bull away until now, this man has hardly moved at all. Powerful, incomparably strong. There is no one in this world who can be this guy's opponent, right? At this moment, everyone who watched this scene had this idea in their mind. Once this thought comes out, it can no longer be contained. Just look at Blackbeard's record. First, he killed the celestial dragons, then cut off Akainu's arm, and then captured 2 Marine Admiral level beings. After that, he single-handedly killed the 5 Elders Satan Saint, who was the pinnacle 4 Emperors level. It's simply a more terrifying record than the last. Looking at it this way, it seems that blowing away a Marine Admiral is not something that cannot be accepted. Once they accepted this setting, everyone who was originally shocked suddenly calmed down. Yes, even the peak 4 Emperors level 5 Elders were killed and a Marine Admiral was blown away. What's so shocking? What a ghost. Advertisement. Everyone still couldn't calm down. However, at this moment, Blackbeard ignored what they thought. Instead, he looked at the green cow lying in the sea in the distance. He shook his head gently. It seems that this is your limit. As a Marine Admiral, you are indeed very strong. Pity. Freezing ray. After saying this, Blackbeard raised his hand and shot out a water blue aurora ray. Kakaka. After a few seconds, the sea surface for several kilometers around Green Bull's 300-meter giant tree man was immediately frozen into a sheet of ice. Green Bull, who originally wanted to struggle, was temporarily unable to move. Call out. Blackbeard also made a move, his figure turned into a white stream of light and rose into the sky, and in the blink of an eye he was above the Green Bull. He stopped dragging his feet and clapped his hands together, and then his white hair surged upwards like flames. Boom. The next second, white flames shot up from his body into the sky. All the white clouds and dark clouds in the sky were instantly evaporated by the terrifying temperature of the white flame, leaving a hole thousands of meters wide in the sky, allowing sunlight to fall down from it. The boundless fire of karma returns to the Red Emperor. Burn everything. Zhu wrong. Carrot. Blackbeard's voice, like a death announcement, echoed in the sky. 1,000-meter-long flame giant phantom condensed from white flames stood proudly in the sky. He stepped on the void and assumed a punching posture. Following Blackbeard's words, he fell downwards and was frozen in the sea. The Green Bull fell down with one punch. Aramaki. Akainu in the distance never expected that the battle situation would change so quickly. Advertisement. Blackbeard's cruelty was beyond his imagination. A set of combos directly knocked the previously arrogant Huang Mu to the point of being unable to move, and now he was about to receive this terrifying blow. Seeing the Mera Mera fruit ability that Blackbeard is now using, he no longer has the shame to say that Lava Lava fruit is the superior fruit of Mera Mera fruit. Is this the most correct way to open Mera Mera fruit? Just when a bunch of complex thoughts flashed through Akainu's mind, but his body was shaken away from Ace and Marco and he wanted to help, a golden light suddenly penetrated the space and flashed in front of him. Then Kizaru's Xiaoran voice sounded. Don't move, it's me. This made Akainu's body stiffen subconsciously, and his sense of sight also sensed that it was indeed Kizaru, so he really didn't move at all. Snapped. He found that he was actually being held by Kizaru and turned into a golden light and rushed several kilometers away in an instant, and the speed was still accelerating. Better to destroy. Who has not been a knight who wielded a sword and rode a horse to punish rape and eliminate evil? The frozen sea surface instantly dissolved into countless scarlet magma. A lookout for the celestial dragons who destroyed a country in 3 years. But he could still see the 1,000-meter-long flame giant burning with white flames punching the ice-covered sea. This world, which has been decayed for more than 800 years, is going to rot and become chaotic, so let's make it more thorough. But then, Akainu felt a terrible pushing sensation on his back, which made him unprepared and his mouth twisted and his body became arched. This was the first time that he, an old friend of his for decades, had seen this man look like this. But Marine is completely dead. Maybe it's still possible to break and stand again. In just a few breaths, Green Bull Huang Mu completely lost the breath of life. By the time he reacted, Tangrila Island in the distance had become very small. Advertisement. Kizaru, who was dragging Akainu running wildly, suddenly felt a little wet on his face. After he saw what he had seen and heard, she fell completely silent. A watchdog who becomes the celestial dragons in a killing contest. But precisely because he is his old friend, Kizaru knows better that Akainu is not crying for the death of the Green Bull, but for the dying Marine. Who has not been a man who hated the darkness and longed for the light? The terrifying white flames burned in the water, completely covering the 300-meter giant tree body of Lifsheng that was broken into 2 pieces. Kizaru knows far, far more than Akainu. Who was not a high-spirited young man who longed for justice? Blackbeard, let me see if you can break the confinement of this world. However, Such a young man, who had the same magma-like heart of justice as Aokiji, who once had burning justice, died completely after learning the secret of the world. Is there any need for a marine like this to survive? However, what Akainu doesn't know is that marine died 800 years ago. Yes, Akainu cried. Tisk. Use your absolutely invincible strength. Whenever celestial dragons makes a mistake, they immediately wipe it out. Hoo. At the same time, he also sensed that the vitality of the green bull was disappearing rapidly. Now, he is just an old guy who doesn't want to see his friends sacrifice in vain. They escaped today. He, Kizaru, had died on that day 10. Immediately afterwards, he sensed that the 300-meter tree man was melted into 2 pieces directly from the middle. Open black lens bracket 129 close black lens bracket. The Golden Lion falls, a gift to Nami. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, everyone watching the live broadcast was completely dumbfounded when they saw Kizaru's golden light flashing and running wildly with Akainu. Red Force. Shanks. I'm so crazy about Kizaru. Beckman. Marine admits his defeat. From now on, Marine is dead. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Kaido. Hey, kids, the world is about to change. That artificial devil fruit, that Marine Admiral, it's not bullshit, let's just wait and see. Charlotte Linlin phone bug. What a shame. Kaido, prepare for the alliance, there is no need to hide anymore. Holy Land. Mariajoy, in the meeting room of Pangu City. Prepare for all-out war. I think it won't be long before Blackbeard and the others come to the Holy Land. Well, I get it, this is the biggest crisis we've ever had. Go and report to Lord I Am. God knows everything. Lord I Am may have seen this scene a long time ago. New Naval Headquarters. At this time, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Kizaru and Akainu ran away, but it was just as Akainu thought. Marine is dead too. Justice collapsed. The 3 veteran vice admirals, Momosuke, the Marine Admiral candidate, and Doberman, who are still fighting, will all be captured by the Black 803 bearded pirates. The future backbone of Marine has been dismantled. But no one blamed Kizaru, and no one blamed Shion. By this time, accusations have no meaning. After a long silence in the conference room, Vice Admiral Crane broke the silence with a hoarse voice. Advertisement. Blackbeard, he gained the power of the Sensen fruit. How did this guy do it? Is he really a god walking on Earth? Swish. Everyone in the conference room turned to look at the live projection at the same time. I saw Blackbeard, covered in black mist and purple light, standing in the sky. He raised his hand and clapped his hands, and he heard a continuous shout. The birth of the tree world. Wah wah wah. The next second, on the ground, earth and rocks cracked and branches flew. In less than a few seconds, 10 forests that were thousands of meters long and made up of countless twisted vines and trees appeared directly on the beach of Tangrila Island. Seeing this scene, everyone in the world fell silent. It is a new devil fruit, and the development direction is completely different from the previous Marine Admiral. Is he really a genius? At this moment BBBI, both Marine and world government personnel feel powerless against Blackbeard's power. However, what really shocked them was just the beginning. I saw Blackbeard standing in the sky. The black mist and white flames surrounding him slowly dissipated, and even his beastly state began to disappear. The hands and feet don't look like ice tiger claws either. These ice tiger claws began to turn into a little ice blue mist and began to slowly rotate around Blackbeard. Until a few seconds later, under the witness of people all over the world, more and more icy blue mist appeared. After a few seconds, this heavy gas gradually turned into a piece of icy blue flame floating around Blackbeard's body. After seeing this scene, the top masters couldn't help but shrink their pupils. This gesture, anyone with a discerning eye has recognized that Blackbeard completed the awakening of his own cat fruit phantom beast species at this moment. This man is unstoppable. Swish. Advertisement. In the next moment, Blackbeard's figure disappeared directly from the spot. Even the live broadcast footage could not find him. What? Teach kid. PFF'd. It's time for the farce to end. Although the cameras haven't found Blackbeard yet, they immediately make out a bit of information through the sound. The camera also immediately captured Blackbeard's figure. All I saw was the sky in the distance. Blackbeard's figure appeared behind Golden Lion, and he was pulling a blood-stained hand out of Golden Lion's back. When Long, who was 100 meters away, saw this scene, his face was full of shock and disbelief. Whatever he saw, heard, or perceived the wind just now, he was not able to capture Blackbeard's aura at all. This means that if it was him who was attacked by Blackbeard just now, he would not be able to dodge this move. Thinking of this, Long's heart was as shocked as an ocean. Hahahaha. Golden Lion, who had a blood hole on his chest, spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't care about the blood hole on his chest at all, but turned to look at Blackbeard behind him and laughed. I didn't expect that my Golden Lion, who has been traversing the sea for decades, would end up like this. But being able to die in the hands of a junior like you is not a loss of status for me. In that case, take it. My lion fruit is your trophy. Use it to smash this rotten world, teach kid. Hahahaha. Golden Lion's laughter stopped suddenly, and the breath of life quickly disappeared from everyone's perception. Then, his body will fall from the sky. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard raised his hand and waved, and a black mist turned into a ribbon and wrapped around Golden Lion's body. He sighed and said calmly. Advertisement. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same. However, I have already chosen the candidate for lion fruit. Nami, come. Quote. As he spoke, Blackbeard waved directly to Nami, who was watching the battle with a telescope on the central mountain peak in the distance. Call out. Then, amid Nami's exclamations, she flew from the top of the mountain to Blackbeard in the sky. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone around the world, Blackbeard directly stuffed the power of the lion fruit sucked out of the golden lion into Nami's heart. Teach, what are you doing? Nami's eyes widened, her pretty face full of shock and confusion. This is a gift to us sailing. Blackbeard smiled at her and said. From today onwards, lion fruit is yours, and the sky will be yours to soar. What? Nami was still in disbelief, but the next second, she suddenly became happy when she discovered that she could still float in the air after Blackbeard opened her up, and could fly back and forth according to her thoughts. Then he jumped on Blackbeard, hugged him, kissed him and showed a bright smile. Thanks, Teach, I like this gift very much. However, after seeing this scene, the dragon in the distance was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Blackbeard could not only steal other people's devil fruit power for his own use, but also give it to others. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? As soon as he thought of this, Long trembled. No, can this ability to rob other people's devil fruit be demonstrated in a worldwide live broadcast? At this moment, not only the dragon, but everyone in the world was shocked and stunned after seeing this scene. 130 Close black lens bracket. God takes action. Blackbeard, you're screwed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, people watching the live broadcast from all over the world finally recovered from the shock, and then there were countless noises. So this is Master Teach's real trump card. So powerful, you can actually rob other people's devil fruit abilities. Doesn't that mean there will never be a shortage of devil fruit? Is it too late for me to join his pirate group now? Sure enough, Lord Blackbeard is invincible. The golden lion has also fallen, and now all we need are those celestial dragons. Who could have imagined that the outcome of this battle would be like this? The Marine Admiral died and escaped, 2 Marine Admiral candidates and 3 Marine veterans were captured, the Golden Lion pirates were completely destroyed, there were only 3 admirals left in the Knights of God, and one of the 5 elders, Saint Satan, died. Quote. Coupled with the revealed strength of the Blackbeard pirates and the terrifying ability of Blackbeard, after today the Blackbeard pirates may be the enemy of the entire world. Foo, what a terrible man. He actually has such heaven-defying abilities, those old guys can't stand it anymore, right? Wano-kuni. Kaido. Wow, so this is that guy's trump card. His ability to plunder others is really heaven-defying plus. Charlotte Linlin phone bug. What a fool. I originally thought that this guy's ability to awaken devil fruit as if it were free of charge was his trump card. But his real trump card turned out to be the ability to plunder other people's devil fruit. Katakuri. Who knows if this is his last trump card? Quinn. On Red Force. Shanks. Beckman. What do you think? Beckman. How about we join him now? Maybe we can get a good fruit ability to come over. I think the solidification fruit is very good. Even the lifespan can be solidified, which is a different kind of immortality. Lakelu. Ha, I think it's good. Captain, what do you say? Shanks. I think it's good too. Advertisement. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates said, give me a little something. Shanks. Ha. Don't worry, brothers, the change of the world is coming, no matter it is good or bad, we can no longer stop it. New Naval Headquarters. Sengoku. Every time the opponent is weakened, it is equivalent to strengthening the Blackbeard pirates. If the world government does not solve this problem quickly, then when the Blackbeard pirates completely control this power, it will be really unclear who will control the world in the end. Easy to talk about. Crane Vice Admiral. Hey, who would have thought that this Blackbeard could hide so deep? Garp. Do you really think he is hiding something? Is it possible that he has always been like this, but our information is just out of reach, otherwise he would not reveal it to the world so casually? Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel sitting on the side, finally couldn't help it and said. This Blackbeard exposed this ability, isn't he worried about causing panic among ability users around the world, and then besieging them, the Blackbeard pirates? Aokiji pondered for 2 seconds and then said, is there a possibility that he did this on purpose? Hiss. After Aokiji finished speaking, all the Vice Admiral Rear Admirals in the entire conference room gasped. If Aokiji had this idea, Blackbeard would be heaven-defying. Deliberately luring other demon fruit powers to besiege him, then selecting the best ones to kill, and hunting down their devil fruit abilities to distribute to other members of the Blackbeard pirates. This thought makes my scalp numb just thinking about it. Not to mention that Marine was stunned into silence for a moment. If Blackbeard knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. Although he is not good and lawful, he cannot be the kind of evil lawful person who plunders the fruits of others at will. If others don't mess with him, he will naturally not take other people's lives properly. After all, he is a time traveler from the 21st century, so his murderous intention is not that serious. Advertisement. Of course, this premise is that others don't mess with him. I didn't expect that a lowly pirate would have such an ability. Holy flame. Lord I Am took action. For hundreds of years, no strong person has been able to escape the punishment of God. You know what that is. Redfield reacted immediately. Blackbeard, you're done writing. I saw that the dark clouds and white clouds that had been evaporated by Blackbeard's white flames were rolling in again at this moment, and quickly covered the sky, making the sky hundreds of miles around the sky covered with dark clouds. Seeing this, Redfield in the distance was about to get rid of Garen Sheng and went over to take a look at the situation, but found that the other party actually burst out with all his strength to stop him. Jilin Sheng and the other two Celestial Dragons Admiral Masters laughed and said, "It should be said that we did not expect that Dark Fruit would reach this point after awakening, it was completely unpredictable. Because there is no way Kaido's body could be so huge. The gods finally took action, Blackbeard is dead. ... Please give me flowers. Who could that be?" Immediately, the sound of rolling thunder echoed in the sky. Wait, look what that is. Retaliation is the character of Blackbeard in his 2 lifetimes. Just as the 5 elders were shocked in the Pangu City conference room, changes also occurred in the sky of Tangrila Island in the New World. Advertisement. At the same time, their observation Haki also felt a terrible energy brewing in the dark clouds above Blackbeard's head. Rumble. Because they could vaguely see a huge black shadow more than 10 kilometers long twisting behind the dark clouds from the flashes of lightning in the dark clouds. It's really too late. If the Blackbeard pirates continue to grow like this, we really won't be able to handle it. Hahahaha. Holy land, Mariajoy. It's simply worse than Lord I am. Kill the 5 elders first, then the Marine Admiral, and plunder the Marine Admiral's devil fruit. Everyone who saw this scene immediately thought of a man's name, 100 Beasts Kaido. It can only be said that a group of people at the top level of Marine were also frightened by Blackbeard's series of ruthless methods. Just when everyone was confused, the sound of thunder in the sky became louder and louder, making everyone under the sky feel their ears roaring. Below, everyone around Gryla Island was looking at the sky with confused expressions. This wave of operations is indeed quite ruthless. What is it? In the Pangu City conference room. Be careful, this matter is no longer something we can handle. Let's prepare for war first, and then prepare to go to the depths of the forbidden area. But soon, the name was rejected by everyone. Open black lens bracket 131 close black lens bracket. Our Lady of Flame. Blackbeard is so powerful that he knows nothing about himself. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard had naturally sensed the situation in the dark clouds above his head. It is impossible for him to perceive things that other people perceive. It's just that Blackbeard doesn't particularly care about this. After he awakened the phantom beast species in his body in one go, Blackbeard felt that his body and Haki had undergone qualitative changes. As for what the changes were, he couldn't say yet. But Blackbeard now has an extremely strong self-confidence. No matter who it is, there is no way to cause harm to him easily. The Haki in my body feels like it is endless, and I no longer have to worry about the dosage of Haki. It can be said that Blackbeard's fear of lack of firepower from the depths of his soul has been completely cured. It's coming for me. You all should disperse and retreat to the outside of the island. Blackbeard's voice seemed to overwhelm the rolling thunder, 910, in the sky for a moment, echoing throughout, no, half of Tangrila Island. Use Proverb's electromagnetic gun to accelerate. After finishing his words, Blackbeard raised his hand and Arc Proverb appeared beside Nami and the others. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates was very decisive and jumped onto the Arc Proverbs with their captives. The reason why the Blackbeard pirates are so decisive is because of a series of strategies Blackbeard formulated before the war began. One of them is that when Blackbeard tells them to disperse, or sends out the Arc's Proverbs to make them speed away from him, he must do it unconditionally. This is the last item Blackbeard added to the war strategy. Some people asked out of curiosity, but Blackbeard had no explanation. What he said at the time was that the chance of this happening was almost zero, and he just didn't want the plan to go too far. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates knows that their leader has always been a very cautious person, and everything he says and does has a strong purpose. Advertisement. As old members of the Black Group, they immediately understood that their captain should know something else. Therefore, while they will not disobey orders, they also believe in the history of their captain. They understand that if a situation arises that even Blackbeard with his current strength cannot solve, then they will be useless. Therefore, after hearing that Blackbeard actually issued this order, the reaction speed of everyone in the Black Group made Jilin Sheng, who was still fighting fiercely, a little confused. Even Redfield didn't bother to pay attention to him, just left him where he was, and sat on the Arc Proverbs with other members of the Black Group to prepare for the yo-yo. Tisk. Enel originally wanted to continue sending Galen Sheng for a while, but after hearing the order from his own captain, he gave up the idea. Carrying the other two Celestial Dragons Admiral, which had been electrocuted into cokes by his sneak attack, they immediately flew to the Arc's Proverbs. Frankie even raised a finger and said, "The Coke Lifung electromagnetic gun is ready." Sizzling. Almost as soon as the Black Group and the prisoners boarded the boat, powerful energy gathered at the stern of the Arc Proverbs. Then, under the confused and shocked eyes of everyone watching the live broadcast, Arc Proverb's huge hull seemed to be equipped with a propeller and rushed out more than 10 kilometers away with a blue-pink tail flame with a bang sound. Seeing Arc's Proverbs escaping so quickly made people watching the live broadcast even more stunned. Moreover, Arc Proverbs continued to accelerate more than 10 kilometers away. Bang. Along with the crisp sound, a pink tail flame wrapped with blue lightning spurted out from the tail of Arc Proverb again, making Arc Proverb rush out more than 10 kilometers away again. At this time, only Garen Sheng lying on the hills in the distance and Blackbeard in the sky behind were left on Tangrila Island. Among them, Saint Garen was the most stunned. He never expected that the Blackbeard pirates could slip away so fast. But he quickly reacted, turned to look at Blackbeard in the sky in the distance and laughed. Advertisement. Hahahaha. Blackbeard, look what your subordinates are doing to you. What a pathetic captain, who was left to die by his subordinates. Although I can't escape, it seems pretty good if someone like you was buried with me. Ha 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 ha. If your master really came to regain your position, why would he launch an attack when you 3 admiral-level masters of celestial dragons are here? With these thoughts in mind, after hearing Saint Jalin's words, Blackbeard sneered. As for resilience, when Saint Jalin below heard this, he was immediately furious. Don't be kidding, I just want to test whether the so-called power of gods can hurt me. Are you sure it's not you who was abandoned, but me? Blackbeard in the sky looked down at the bloody Saint Jalin below, chuckled and said. Tisk. This is why Blackbeard is chatting easily with Saint Garen here. Is there anything stronger than the recovery power of Munch Munch Fruit plus Sensen Fruit plus Phantom Beast Awakening? Stop joking. How can a person who has been abandoned by his companions and will be wiped out by the gods have the right to call me pathetic? Feeling the increasingly dense energy fluctuations above his head, Blackbeard made no move at all, because neither his physical instinct nor observation hockey gave him any warning. He wanted to try to see how far his current defense had reached. Specially controlled by IM, it can easily destroy a country with one blow. The gap is too big. Advertisement. This shows what? Your lord does not care. This shows that this seemingly terrifying attack may not even be able to break through his current defense. As for dragging me to be buried with you. When Saint Jalin heard this, he immediately broke his guard and roared. Along with Saint Garen, Blackbeard in the sky and the last half of Tangrila Island were swallowed up. Now Blackbeard, not only has a perpetual motion machine physically, but even hockey is almost the same. Saint Jalin, who originally wanted to say something harsh, didn't even have time to say his last words before he was completely engulfed by the attack of thousands of red energy rain pillars shooting from the sky from the dark clouds. It is analogous to the fact that a mage can use various forbidden spells without restrictions. It is precisely because of knowing the power of this weapon that Blackbeard wants to try it even more. Even the fruits of sit-ups cannot compare with the current Blackbeard. Can his current physical body withstand this level of damage? Your gods don't care about your life or death at all. As for the thing on the top of his head, if he guessed correctly, this should be the ultimate weapon masterpiece of Shigapunk in the comics of the previous life. This also shows that Blackbeard can use various abilities without restrictions. Obviously, is this guy still going to show off even to the point of death? He just retorted but didn't know how to say it anyway. Sad. Because even I don't know how strong I am now. Open black lens bracket 132 close black lens bracket, mythical creature. Uranus Uranus. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rumble. Thousands of lightning seemed to rain down instantly from the dark clouds in the sky, and countless red light beams shot down from the sky like raindrops. Even with half of it left, there were still 2 Tangrila islands the size of Marineford, emitting a huge explosion in an instant. Boom boom boom. The flames soaring into the sky engulfed Tangrila Island almost instantly, and the endless flames rushed to an altitude of thousands of meters, looking extremely terrifying and terrifying. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast around the world held their breath. They couldn't imagine what kind of power it would take to cause such a level of destruction. Oh, Blackbeard can do it too. That's okay. Although everyone watching the live broadcast at this time was still very shocked, based on the terrifying power of Blackbeard's Super Shinra Tensei, before, which directly bombarded half of the island and sank into the deep sea, the shocking scene now only shocked everyone. Just shocked again. But what really shocked everyone was that they didn't expect that someone else could do the same thing as Blackbeard and destroy an island with one blow. 24. Looking at the thick smoke and dazzling fire, everyone was filled with curiosity. What kind of existence can achieve the same strength as Blackbeard? Is it really like what the celestial dragons said? Was it a sanction imposed by their gods? But what the gods can do, Blackbeard cannot do. Could it be that Blackbeard is also a god? But it is obvious that Blackbeard himself does not admit that he is a god. He even instinctively had a dislike for the superior gods. Advertisement. After these worldwide live broadcasts, many people are not only not afraid of Blackbeard, but also admire him very much. I was especially fascinated by his behavior of daring to slaughter the celestial dragons. Hancock is the most concrete expression. As for worrying that this attack will seriously injure Blackbeard, not to mention Blackbeard himself, even the viewers watching the live broadcast have never thought about this. Not only because of Blackbeard's inaction attitude towards this attack before, but also because of the invincible attitude that Blackbeard had established for everyone watching the live broadcast around the world. Even Marine Admiral Kizaru has to run away immediately. Although this blow was terrifying enough for them, they just believed that Blackbeard could not be defeated by this attack. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a green wind blew between heaven and earth. The billowing smoke and explosion fire on Tangrila Island were also completely blown away by the blue wind. Then, everyone saw a scene that shocked them. It's almost the same as Blackbeard's move before. There are no islands on the original sea surface of the entire Tangrila Island. What is left is only a dark hole of tens of kilometers, which seems to be the eye of the sea at the end of the world, swallowing the surrounding ocean currents. However, this is not over yet. What really shocked everyone has just begun. Until the live broadcast camera began to gradually move upward, they once again saw the man who destroyed everything with his invincible posture. The black captain's cloak is still fluttering in the wind, surrounded by black mist and white flames, with a black lining, a white belt around his waist, and a 7-star sword on the right side. Black trousers are paired with black short boots, and Blackbeard is still looking cool with his hands in his pockets. Advertisement. The impact of this scene on everyone watching the live broadcast was extremely huge. No damage at all. Under the previous attack that destroyed the island with one blow, the man was not even hurt at all. Is this the legendary person who puts his hands in his pockets and doesn't know what an opponent is? Is this what the celestial dragons call an attack from the gods? If it only goes to this extent, I will be disappointed. At this moment, Blackbeard's voice echoed through the sky. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and stroked the wind-blown hair on his forehead, and said in a very calm voice. A mere god, nothing more than that. Wow. After hearing Blackbeard's words, the whole world was in uproar. Show off. It's so pretentious. This powerful force combined with the hole above Blackbeard's current position, coupled with his undamaged state, makes the force run rampant. It's so dazzling that it can't be stopped at all. At this moment, Blackbeard naturally didn't know that the whole world was boiling and excited because of his powerful words. He raised his eyes to look at the huge black shadow that occasionally flashed among the dark clouds in the sky, then he rose into the sky, and at the same time raised his hand and punched the void in front of him. You hide your head and show your tail, let me see what you are. Air shock. Drink. Advertisement. Click 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 click. As Blackbeard punched the dark clouds above his head in the air, it seemed as if tens of thousands of cracks had suddenly appeared in the sky for more than 10 kilometers around him. It looked extremely horrifying. The next second, the dark clouds in the sky shattered like mirrors and were scattered. Everyone watching the live broadcast suddenly felt their eyes light up. The dark clouds that had previously covered the sky had been shaken and turned into water molecules, and the sky once again returned to its clear appearance of sunlight. There were even rainbows hanging in the sky, creating a dreamlike beauty. However, at this moment, no one had the intention to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Because they were all shocked by the huge figure stretching across the sky above the beautiful scenery. It was a creature that only existed in myths. In the 723 impressions of those who watched the live broadcast, in today's world, there are currently only 4 emperors. Kaido, a fantasy beast species that has eaten fish and fish fruits, and devil fruit, which is very similar to Kaido of the beasts. The ability of Gizzards, the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, is similar to that. But it's just similar. Whether it's Kaido, the beast that was several kilometers long after its transformation, or Badgers, who is only a few hundred meters after its transformation, they are both very different from this mythical creature in the sky. Because this black dragon in the sky exists like a mythical black dragon, its length is at least 1 meter long. Haki's dragon head, floating beard, and 5 claws that it grabs from time to time all prove that it is not an illusion but a real dragon. Facing this magical creature like the Elephant Lord and the Island Turtle, even if they are just watching the live broadcast, they have an unmatched feeling of suffocation. By this time, they all knew that the previous terrorist attack that destroyed the island was definitely the work of this guy. Compared to the shock of others, Blackbeard just frowned. Is this thing really a masterpiece of Vegapunk? Blackbeard didn't believe it. Instead, he felt that this black dragon was more like Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Open black lens bracket 133 close black lens bracket, Shiro with 1 sword. Kill the dragon with 1 sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But it doesn't matter whether it's Uranus or not. Today, even if a dog comes, I have to take a sword from him before he can leave. He has just been showing off for a long time, and if he lets this guy go so easily, where will he lose his face? Thinking of this, Blackbeard did not hesitate at all, and Haki surged around him. Base. The next moment, with a thought in his mind, the 7-star sword at his waist rose directly into the sky with the sword light along with the conqueror's Haki pouring into it. Swish swish swish. Then, the 7-star sword swayed in the air with a burst of strange red sword light and accurately fell into Blackbeard's outstretched right hand. Feeling the powerful aura coming from Blackbeard, the huge black dragon in the sky, which was more than 10 kilometers long, seemed to feel the provocation, and immediately roared, its mouth once again accumulating the terrible red energy that had destroyed the island before. Above the sky, people and beasts are accumulating strength. Just the collision of momentum between one person and one beast has directly shaken the sky to pieces. All the clouds within a dozen kilometers of the surrounding area were shaken away, leaving only 2 shocking momentums colliding in the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was looking forward to it. However, compared to everyone's expectations, the 5 elders were a little panicked in the conference room of Shungu City in Mariajoy, the Holy Land. Damn it, this guy. How is that possible? He was clearly struck by the Holy Mother's flame controlled by Lord I Am, how could he be fine at all? This guy is so weird. He can't be so strong. That's right, Lord I Am has obviously used that ability to seal off the upper limit of everyone's strength in this world. Why can this guy be an exception? Is it because he ate too many fruits? This is the only explanation. Now let's see if Uranus can completely deal with him, otherwise if Lord I Am takes action himself, we will die. Hey, it's really hard to say this. I really don't think Uranus can beat him now. What if he really wasn't hurt at all before? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one knows that at this time, the 5 elders, who are the highest power controllers in the world, are already in chaos. Advertisement. The CPO and the God's Punishment Army who were standing outside the Pangu City conference room were all shocked. The first time they saw Lord 5 elders, they actually looked frightened. When will the gods become frightened? What happened in the conference room? Or, what on earth did the 5 elders see? Blackbeard is the pirate emperor who has recently awakened violently. Many of the God's Punishment Army were itching, and they also wanted to find out what happened inside. But obviously, no one cares about their feelings. Just like Blackbeard doesn't care whether the big guy in the sky is Uranus. He only has one thought now, to cut this guy down from the sky. Buzz buzz. With these thoughts in mind, Blackbeard's hockey surged more and more fiercely. The 7-star sword in his hand had already bloomed with a bright and strange red light, and there were countless purple-black lightnings wrapped around the body of the 7-star sword. Look, it feels very oppressive. Roar. At this moment, the black dragon in the sky had finished charging up its power, and the red energy in the huge dragon's mouth turned into a beam of light and shot down from the sky. He. This terrifying red light beam distorted the space and air, and arrived in front of Blackbeard almost in the blink of an eye. Facing this terrifying attack, Blackbeard was not timid at this time. He held the 7-star sword in his right hand and slashed towards the sky. One sword Shura. Base. Tisk. As Blackbeard's shout echoed in the sky, the hundreds of meters of red light beams that shot down were cut in half by red sword light entwined with purple-black lightning in the blink of an eye. This is great. The red sword light entwined with purple-black lightning soared into the sky like a broken bamboo, cutting a dark space crack in the space where it passed. Call out. Advertisement. Poof. The 1,000-meter distance passed by in an instant, and all those watching the live broadcast felt that within a breath, the huge body of the black dragon that was still roaring in the sky could not help but tremble suddenly, and then its huge ferocious dragon head it actually separated from its huge body directly from 1,000 meters in the sky. Kill the dragon with one sword. The world is horrified. Puff. The next second, a shocking bloody fountain spewed out from the severed part of the black dragon's head and body in the sky, causing blood to rain down from the sky. Base. Click. Call out. At the same time, when Blackbeard inserted the 7-star sword into the scabbard, the fallen dragon head fell into the huge pit below that was gradually filled with seawater, causing a huge splash. Soon, the sea water below was instantly dyed red. Wah wah wah. Before everyone could react, countless sea kings suddenly appeared in the water and started frantically scrambling for the fallen faucet. Seeing this strange scene, everyone watching the live broadcast suddenly opened their mouths. Go away, do you want to die? However, the next spectacle made them feel even more shocked and incredible. After hearing Blackbeard's shout, the bodies of the sea kings who were frantically scrambling for the dragon's head suddenly stiffened. Wow. Immediately, the hundreds of sea kings fled into the distance crazily as if they had seen some terrifying monster. In just a few breaths, these sea kings disappeared without a trace. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone watching the live broadcast across the world became so crazy that they took a sip again. Are you a devil? One sentence scared sea kings to this point. What on earth did you do to them? Many people roared crazily in their hearts. Advertisement. But someone else reacted quickly. Is he really a god? Otherwise, how could he drive away hundreds of giant sea kings with just one sentence? Boom. But soon these people's thoughts were awakened by the movement caused by the black dragon corpse falling from the sky. At this moment, they heard Blackbeard speak again. Okay, now you can come over and share the food. Quote. Wah wah wah. Blackbeard's calm words seemed to be the will of the gods, causing thousands of sea kings to suddenly appear on the sea surface within dozens of kilometers around him. Wow wow wow. Afterwards, these thousands of sea kings rushed towards the body of the black dragon with red eyes and began to eat ferociously. Seeing this bloody scene, ordinary people who watched the live broadcast in the past would definitely be frightened. After all, this scene is too brutal. But when they saw Blackbeard standing in the sky, looking at the scene below with great interest, as if watching a pet eating, they found that their courage had become stronger again. Indeed, many people have never seen so many sea kings in their lives. This scene naturally surprised many people. They had no idea how Blackbeard did this. At the same time, Holy Land, Mariajoy, Pangea. Bang bang bang. What? At this time, 4 figures crashed directly through the roof of the conference room and rose into the sky, flying straight towards the forbidden area deep in Pangu City. The God's Punishment Army and CPO below saw this and looked at each other. They actually felt fear from these 4-5 elders. How can this be? Open black lens bracket 134 close black lens bracket. I am holy. World imprisonment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Holy Land Mariajoy is in the forbidden area deep in Pangu City. 20 kings swore an oath under the throne. The 4-5 elders, the 4 highest power controllers in the world who had directly broken into the Pangu City conference room before, were waiting for something with solemn expressions. A few seconds later, a figure suddenly appeared on the stairs leading to the throne. She walked toward the throne step by step with elegant steps. I've met Lord I Am. The 5 elders below immediately knelt down on one knee and said in unison. The figure did not speak immediately, but walked up to the oath throne step by step, flicked his clothes, turned around and sat on it. There is no doubt that this is a gorgeous woman. Wearing a tall golden hair crown, the crown that should have looked exaggerated looked appropriate on her head. It also adds a touch of nobility to her. Her long burgundy hair spilled down from between the golden crown headband and draped over her tall peach hair. The black cloak on her body was scattered randomly, and a black suspender-shaped long skirt was slit to the waist, covering the middle part. It looked like a nun's dress, revealing 2 long, white and round legs. A gold girdle around the waist makes it look even more noble. Underneath her long legs was a pair of high-heeled short boots made of gold, which made her figure even taller. Who would have thought that the ruler of today's world, the supreme god of 387 celestial dragons, would be such a stunning woman? Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the third eye in the middle of the eyebrows on this woman's pretty face. It is precisely because of the appearance of this third eye that this woman's face, which should have been Xiaojiabiu, added a hint of the domineering nobility of an emperor. If any of the 20 former kings were here, they would definitely be able to recognize the woman sitting on their sworn throne. Surprisingly, it was Giono, one of the 20 kings who overthrew the Electric Kingdom with them. Jess I am Saint. Advertisement. We were once supposed to abide by the 20 kings' oath together and ensure the fairness of the Void Throne, but now someone was sitting on it. You came to me because of Marshal D. Teach. At this moment, Imsen's cold voice echoed in the palace. Yes, Lord, I am. The financial god of war Nashulongshen, who was holding a long sword on one side, was the first to speak. Sir, I am must also know that Uranus is dead. The strength of Blackbeard seems to have exceeded the limit we have determined. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to chop off Uranus's head with one sword. At this time, the bearded environmental martial god Moshe Sheng said. That's right, and the way he can hunt his human power is also extremely weird. According to our records, we have not heard of any fruit that can give oneself the ability to obtain multiple fruits after awakening. There is also the fact that he can extract the fruits of others and give abilities to others. Quote. Saint Peter, the god of martial arts, said solemnly. We have never seen this kind of ability in the past 1,000 years. Is he the variable that Lord I am said? At this time, all 5 elders were waiting for the answer from the woman on the throne. They also wanted to know how the god they worship thought. This period has clearly reached a critical turning point. And in the next second, the 5 elders finally heard the voice of the woman on the void throne. It's okay, don't worry about him. When he comes to the Holy Land, you will understand everything. Now take them back and continue to fulfill my orders. Quote. Advertisement. While speaking, Saint Amu on the void throne raised his hand and waved, and a colorful brilliance lay across the bottom of the throne in front of the hall. Tisk, tisk, CECC, tisk. As the sound of spaces being opened sounded, the 5 elders stared at this scene with eyes filled with admiration, as if they were witnessing a miracle. The truth is indeed like a miracle. I saw the figure of Saint Jagorusha Satan, one of the 5 elders who was beheaded by Blackbeard before, falling from the colorful space, followed by Saint Fegaland Garin, Saint Sloan. The 7 members of the Knights of God were completely wiped out, including Walder Saint. After the 8 people landed, they were at a loss for a while, and then after seeing the scene in front of them, their faces immediately showed joy. Wow. Boom. Almost at the same time, 8 people including Saint Satan, Saint Jeline, Saint Wade, and Saint Sloan knelt down at the same time and said solemnly. Thank you, Lord I am, for giving me new life. Thank you, Lord I am, for giving me new life. Thank you, Lord I am, for giving me new life. When the 5 elders at the back saw this, their faces also showed ecstasy. Sure enough, it is impossible for Lord I am to watch the celestial dragons completely disappear. Okay, step back. The woman on the void throne still looked expressionless and raised her hand. Yes, after the 12 of them kowtowed again, they turned around and slowly left the ancient palace. Bang. Advertisement. Until the palace door closed, the woman on the throne glanced at the 20 weapons inserted on the steps below the throne. After a long time, there was finally a trace of fluctuation in her scarlet rippled pupils. Who would have thought that this true king of the world, who wields supreme authority and divine power, would have a look of exhaustion in his eyes? You guys died easily, leaving such a big mess for me. Nearly 1,000 years have passed. There is still no light that makes me feel strong enough to shake my existence. But it's soon. There is finally a change in this world. Maybe he is the one who breaks everything. That being the case, let's take advantage of this period to make the world a little more chaotic. Keep on being afraid. Keep hating. Take all your fear and hatred out on the celestial dragons. The more fearful and hateful you are, the stronger I am. If you want to break the confinement of this world and become the only light in this world, you must step over my corpse, otherwise everything will be empty talk. Let me see if you really have the strength to break everything. Marshal D. Teach. As these words echoed in this ancient palace, the figure on the throne gradually blurred and slowly disappeared on the throne. Open black lens bracket 135 close black lens bracket. Another unknown devil fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Over the disappeared Tangrila Island. Blackbeard looked at the sea kings fighting for food below, which had gradually subsided. He looked at the group of birds in the sky in the distance at the beginning of the film, smiled and waved his hand. So, For those who are watching the live broadcast, our live broadcast ends here. Maybe when we meet again next time, it will be at the top of the Red Show continent. At that time, I will see with you what the legendary god of celestial dragons looks like. Quote. Zilla. After Blackbeard finished speaking, the screen of the live broadcast was completely immersed in the Dark Lord. The people watching the live broadcast only came to their senses at this time, and then there was an uproar. Hahahaha, you are indeed Master Teach. I didn't expect that he even gave us a surprise before the live broadcast ended. The top of the red line. I really want to see how extravagant the Wylong people can be in the place where they live. Or even the hose for plowing the land made of gold. I have decided, I want to go to sea, and I want to follow Lord Teach. That's right, when the time comes, let's fight together towards the red line and pull down those celestial dragons who are aloof and enjoy killing people from their perch. I'm really looking forward to Master Teach's next live broadcast. The storm is surging, and the world will change soon. Let us wait and see, whether it will be dawn or darkness. The people of the world once again fell into excited discussions. Advertisement. At this time, above the sky, in the World News Agency headquarters, Morgans laughed so hard looking at the terrifying ratings record. Several other kings of the underground world who were watching the live broadcast with him also narrowed their eyes with laughter at this time. Only Stussy looked serious. As one of the key members of the CPO of world government, she is naturally worried about the situation of world government at this time. But facing the powerful and invincible Blackbeard, she had no choice at all. Especially at this time, Blackbeard also captured alive a monkey demon, one of the strongest members of CPO. Coupled with that Rukinx's ability. If Blackbeard gets this ability out of Lu Jinx's body, I'm afraid Blackbeard will have another admiral-level strongman under his command in the future. And the 2 Marine admirals were the replacements, and the 3 veteran vice admirals were all captured. How should world government and Marine resolve this follow-up situation? After Stussy thought about it for a while, she found that there was no solution at all. The Tangrila Island incident is destined to become a colorful event in the history of this world. Guys, it's a party. Compared with the sweaty world government and Marine executives at this time, the members of the Blackbeard pirates all gathered on the Ark's motto, holding their wine glasses excitedly, and shouted loudly after hearing Blackbeard's words. Shouted. Oh oh oh. This time we competed with the high-end combat power of Golden Lion, Marine, and world government. Although we won a great victory, we still want to thank the Revolutionary Army brothers who came to help. Blackbeard raised his glass and smiled at the members of the Revolutionary Army sitting in the row with long. Advertisement. The leader's support. Who can withstand this? Dash dot. This devil fruit has been stored for decades. This made Nami, who was sitting next to Carmen, grit her teeth and work hard. The banquet was very lively, but Blackbeard was sweating from the food. A night of silence. While Blackbeard was thinking about this, Bluno in the distance immediately opened a space door after receiving a call. Click. If it weren't for devil fruit it wouldn't have expired. Moreover, Vivi also called and said that she would come over soon after finishing the follow-up matters at Baroque Studio. If it hadn't been said by Long himself, it would have been hard for them to believe that the program that could be said to be the lifeblood of the Revolutionary Army would have come from the mouth of a pirate. Therefore, this also makes Blackbeard a little curious. Blackbeard came to the restaurant, got a cup of milk bread, and sat down to check what kind of devil fruit it was. There's no way around it. There's a scheming Robin on the left, a fierce-looking Hancock on the right, and a covetous Nami not far away. In the early morning, no one on the entire Arc Proverbs was sound asleep. Then, he mentioned the unknown devil fruit brought by Vivi and walked out of the room. When he opened the box and saw the devil fruit inside, he couldn't help but stop. Advertisement. Just after Wei Wei walked out of the space door, her smile froze when she saw the situation around Blackbeard in the distance, but soon she maintained a decent smile and jumped directly in under Hancock's murderous gaze. In Blackbeard's arms, he gave him a warm hug under the cheers of everyone in the black group. It was obviously the unknown devil fruit that Baroque Studio bought from North Blue that she mentioned. Just look at the information in that program, cover up Blackbeard's name, and tell them that this is what the real leader of the Revolutionary Army wrote, and they will believe it. Moreover, they couldn't help but be inspired by the future program of the Revolutionary Army that their leader had shown them before. Afterwards, Vivi wore a white evening dress, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure, while holding a small treasure box in her hand. After all, this is a lifelong friendship, so what's the point of having a party? This is in addition to those abilities that are deliberately hidden by the world government. Please give me flowers and everything, thank you, Xiao Mo. It can be said that after the development of world government for nearly 1,000 years, there are basically very few devil fruits with unknown information. Damn it, it would be better to have a fight with IM. But in the middle of the banquet, Blackbeard left with Robin, Hancock and Vivi. Facing such a banquet of sheer field level, Blackbeard was already sweating profusely. Blackbeard got up refreshed, with a smile on his lips. Please give me flowers. This was the first time for members of the Revolutionary Army to hold a banquet with a group of pirates, but in such a lively atmosphere they let go and raised their glasses and drank. Grateful. When everyone in the Blackbeard pirates heard this, they all laughed and raised their glasses and shouted in unison. This time she will also bring an unknown devil fruit bought from an old mafia family. 136 Close black lens bracket. The fruit that can create gods. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Paramecia copy fruit. After seeing this devil fruit, Blackbeard's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In a way, this devil fruit is even more heaven-defying than the sit-up fruit. It can be said that this is one of the important fruits that the world government has erased. Moreover, this fruit disappeared even longer than the Nika fruit. The last time it appeared was probably more than 900 years ago. I just didn't expect that it would be nearly 1,000 years later after reappearing. This situation is really surprising. As for why the world government attaches so much importance to this devil fruit, it is naturally because the power of this fruit is too heaven-defying. Because it can completely copy the abilities of the espers it has come into contact with. For example, after Blackbeard eats the copying fruit and wants the power of the thunder fruit, he only needs to contact or spar with Enel for a 5, 2, 3, and he will be able to copy Enel's thunder fruit through his ability. Moreover, the thunder fruit ability he uses can be said to be exactly the same as Enel's. The reason why I say this is because the ability after being copied can further develop the copied ability through itself. In other words, it is equivalent to directly copying a thunder fruit, and the development of the copied abilities will not be restricted due to the other party's abilities. Assume that Enel has not awakened Thunder Fruit at this time, and after his ability is copied by Blackbeard, Blackbeard can complete the awakening of Thunder Fruit independently and surpass Enel. This is the pervert of this Devil Fruit's ability. It can be said that having such a Devil Fruit is equivalent to owning all the Devil Fruit in the world. Certainly, this Devil Fruit naturally has its flaws. Advertisement. Because the person with abilities who eats it must first have a certain level of strength and the qualifications to be able to contact more people with abilities, and the other party must be willing to let you come into contact with them and show your ability. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to copy. And once this ability to copy others is revealed, if you don't have enough strength, sooner or later you will be besieged to death by people who are afraid of this ability. This is also the reason why this fruit has not appeared in the past 1,000 years. Or it may have appeared a long time ago, but it didn't cause a sensation. After all, there is only one devil fruit that copies the abilities of other devil fruits. It is actually quite difficult for ordinary people to have any effect. But that's just for the average person. If this devil fruit is eaten by one of the 5 elders, maybe they can actually create an artificial god. It can only be said that world government does not have that fate. This fruit ability must be eaten by those who have mastered a large amount of resources, or it must be eaten by the overlord of one party, or even worse, it must be eaten by a master, in order to truly exert the effect of this devil fruit. Moreover, the limitations of this devil fruit don't end there. Before the awakening of the unfinished fruit, the number of copies of this devil fruit was only 3, and it could not be replaced after being copied. Although it looks useless, it still cannot change the fact that its abilities are extremely heaven-defying. Click 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 click. Therefore, Blackbeard took it into his mouth and ate it without hesitation. Soon, he was immersed in the space of Traveler's Clock. After seeing that the accumulated scale had reached the second scale again, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. It seems that after the previous battle with the world government, the cumulative tick speed of the Traveler's Clock has accelerated again. Blackbeard didn't understand much about the mechanism of the Traveler's Clock. Advertisement. But it doesn't matter, it's almost the end anyway, and he doesn't bother to look for the mechanism of the Traveler's Clock. Just let it happen. The current accumulation scale speed is fast enough. But Blackbeard was in no hurry. Peas. In the last chapter, I drove a car and was killed. Let's wait until tomorrow to unblock it. Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't wait any longer. However, the ability to copy the fruit does not restrict Esper users from copying the awakening abilities of other Esper users. Finally, because the Gust fruit here has also completed its ability awakening. Because of the energy response of the Traveler's Clock, there is no upper limit to the number of copies that can be made after the awakening of the copy fruit. Immediately, Blackbeard closed his eyes again and began to become familiar with the power in his body. Soon Blackbeard felt something was wrong. Secondly, Marco's Phoenix fruit also completed its awakening. Therefore, Blackbeard wanted to know what would happen to the copying fruit if he directly copied the abilities of 3 awakened Esper users in one go. It turns out that it is necessary to complete the copying of abilities. At least 2 abilities must reach the awakened state before they can be awakened. It's just that I didn't know it by accident, and Blackbeard was killed immediately in the first test. First of all, Enel's Thunder Fruit is already in an awakened state. Therefore, in Blackbeard's view, even the god of celestial dragons, I am, is probably nothing more than that. Even Uranus's ability to destroy an island with one strike couldn't hurt him. The island was gone, and his clothes weren't even torn. After seeing this way, Blackbeard twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking that this ability limit is really heaven-defying. Advertisement. By that time, the gods may not be able to live like this, right? For ordinary people, this may be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Blackbeard himself was shocked, but apparently, this is not the case for King Blackbeard at all. He immediately carefully checked the path given by the Traveler's Clock to awaken the copy fruit. My current mentality shouldn't be so impatient. I can't let my mood change just because of a copy fruit. How can this be? But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Not only did he complete the awakening of Shock Fruit, but he also achieved the awakening of the Cat Fruit Phantom Beast species, the frost-winged white tiger form, which directly brought his strength to a level that he himself could not figure out. I have to say, this is really exciting. After entering the traveler's clock space, Blackbeard immediately used the scale energy of the traveler's clock to explore the upper limit of replication after the awakening of Paramecia copying fruit. Obviously you can only copy 3 abilities before awakening, but there is no upper limit after awakening. Even Blackbeard is not immune to this. After this battle in 4.2, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. As long as he completes the prerequisites, he will have the ability to pick giant fruits in the pirate world. After a while, Blackbeard calmed down the throbbing in his heart. He has always been a cautious person, so he decided to complete the awakening of the copying fruit and then go to the red line to completely eliminate those pig-like celestial dragons from the world. In other words, he only needs to copy 2 ability users who have completed the fruit ability awakening, and then copy any fruit ability to complete the awakening of the copied fruit. After all, this is a devil fruit that is equivalent to creating a god. 137 Close black lens bracket. See a miracle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone in Arc Proverbs woke up one after another after the hangover last night until the afternoon of the next day. As the captain, Blackbeard was already sitting on the bow of the ship, reading the newspaper leisurely. He had just obtained this news of the world not long ago. The titles above are simply more shocking than the last. Hashtag shock. Blackbeard Chief 5 Elders. The beginning of the decline of the world's highest power. Hashtag shock. The coalition of world government, Marine and the legendary pirate Golden Lion were defeated by the Blackbeard pirates. Hashtag shock. 5 admiral-level warriors fell in one day. Will the Blackbeard pirates stand on top of the world? Hashtag shock. Blackbeard nearly destroyed 2 islands the size of Marineford with one attack. Hashtag shock. The world government's trump card was revealed. The mythical dragon wiped out the island with one blow but was unable to cause any harm to Blackbeard. Hashtag shock. Blackbeard kills the dragon with one sword. Hashtag the highest authority in the world is silent. The highest authority in the world is collapsing. A world war may begin. I hope you will take heed of it. 24. Looking at these series of scarlet headlines, even Blackbeard couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. He was very pleased with Morgan's understanding. I casually flipped through the newspaper at the back, which basically contained information about the Blackbeard pirates and world government. Most are speculating on when the Blackbeard pirates and the world government will have a real decisive battle. Everyone seems to agree on this. Blackbeard didn't take it seriously either. As for his series of live broadcast behaviors and actions, the purpose is already very obvious. Just fight to the death with the celestial dragons. Coupled with his powerful and almost unparalleled power, even Rox back then was far inferior to him. Advertisement. In this world where force is supreme, it is impossible not to attack pigs and trash like celestial dragons with such strength. Since they were all obvious, Blackbeard naturally didn't pay attention to them. After seeing that they were all awake, Blackbeard called Enel, Marco and Long. Under the confused gazes of several people, Blackbeard took the lead to fly into the sky, waved to them and said, "Come on, you can use any ability to attack me." Hearing Blackbeard's words, other members of the Blackbeard pirates also looked over curiously. They also wanted to know what tricks their captain was up to. Enel, Marco and Long looked at each other, all confused. But out of trust in Blackbeard, they still launched an attack. Enel shoots an arc of electricity towards Blackbeard. Marco threw out a stream of blue feather flames. Long raised his hand and swung out a wind gang slash. Puff puff. Naturally, it was impossible for Blackbeard to react to the 3 attacks. After feeling it for a while, Blackbeard showed them a mysterious smile, then flew straight down and came to Enel's side first. Snapped. Under Enel's curious gaze, he slapped him on the shoulder. "Captain, what are you doing?" Snap, snap. Then, Blackbeard patted Marco and the dragon again. Seeing this, Marco couldn't help but ask curiously. "Teach, what on earth are you doing? Is this another strange devil fruit ability?" Advertisement. The dragon seemed to have guessed something, holding his chin and looking at Blackbeard thoughtfully. Blackbeard didn't hide anything, he gave a thumbs up and said with a smile. He is worthy of being the leader of the revolutionary army. His reaction speed is very fast. Long heard the words and couldn't help crying or laughing. He then raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile. "Then let's see. Since the 3 of us were specially chosen, it must be related to our abilities." Oh, Enel and Marco, as well as the melon-eating black group members, all looked over curiously. Blackbeard grinned, raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, let me get familiar with this experience." 500 million volts of electric discharge Kowloon bites and explodes. Seeing this scene, everyone became even more curious. Correct. Hearing the exclamations from the revolutionary army, the members of the Blackbeard pirates also looked strange. This made them feel a little embarrassed and smiled politely at the black group members. After Vivi came out to ease the awkward atmosphere and warm up the scene, everyone once again turned their attention to Blackbeard in the sky. "Ah, that shouldn't be the case, we are comrades in arms." Storm Dragon King. Hiss. After seeing this scene, the cadres of the revolutionary army realized that Long's ability had not been taken away by Blackbeard. Long didn't speak 560. He was still staring at the sky tightly, but he raised a finger, and then a small cyan tornado was spinning rapidly on his finger. As Blackbeard's voice echoed in the sky, a blue storm dragon king with a diameter of several hundred meters condensed in the distant sky, followed by 9 dragons. How could it be wrong? Isn't that the power of the leader's storm fruit? Advertisement. Green Fire Phoenix. The members of the Blackbeard pirates didn't think anything of this. After all, it was normal for their captain's ability to make others fear him. Could it be that the captain has acquired some weird devil fruit ability? Chief, please see if your storm fruit ability can still be used. At this moment, bursts of air began to surge around Blackbeard, and soon under Long's shocked gaze, those air currents converged into a cyan wind that directly dragged Blackbeard's body into the sky. Hiss. Did Blackbeard just take away the leader's fruit ability? In the end, even Blackbeard himself turned into a phoenix with a diameter of hundreds of meters and burning blue flames soaring in the sky like Marco before. Did they see a miracle? Previously, Princess Vivi sent an unknown devil fruit. Buzz. After seeing this scene, the Revolutionary Army cadres among the Blackbeard pirates gasped and exclaimed. It seems that should be the case. My own captain said it didn't matter what he was afraid of. A fruit that can make even the captain of his own ship so excited, it seems that his ability is not too bad. That devil fruit that Princess Vivi sent last night. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army fell into a deathly silence. After saying that, Blackbeard closed his eyes and felt the operation method of the copy fruit ability. Soon a light golden light appeared on his body surface, as if a thin golden wall of energy was wrapping Blackbeard's body. What's more, the Revolutionary Army cadres have a lifelong relationship with them, so naturally they will not be separated by this trivial matter. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates also showed expectant looks. Many people reacted immediately. Whoosh. Hey, did I read that correctly? That ability just now. Open black lens bracket 138 close black lens bracket. Obtain the power of thunder fruit and travel around the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, stop joking. Enel murmured with shock on his face. However, the changes in the sky still did not stop. I saw Blackbeard in the sky, the hundreds of meters of cyan blue firebird, in a few breaths turned into a Blackbeard with wings on its back and cyan blue flames unwrapped all over its body. Hiss. Can the awakened human animal form of the phoenix also do it? Marco gasped. When Redfield saw this scene behind him, he couldn't help but murmured. Did this kid get any fancy abilities again? It seems like it was really the devil fruit that Vivi brought yesterday. Zilla. At this moment, Enel turned into an arc and rushed directly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was opposite Blackbeard and said curiously. Captain, what's your situation now? Is this ability temporary, or? What do you think? Blackbeard grinned, and as electricity flashed around his body, he spat out a few words from his mouth again. 15 billion Thor. What? Enel from a distance widened his eyes and exclaimed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's a move I can only use after I awaken. Rumble. But before he could finish his words, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder was rolling. The originally sunny weather was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, leaving a radius of dozens of kilometers filled with rolling thunderclouds. Boom. Advertisement. Tisk. As a bolt of blue lightning from the sky struck Blackbeard, he instantly transformed into an enlarged version of Blackbeard that was more than 10 meters high and was made of thunder. The strangest thing is that at this time, the pair of phoenix wings and flame clouds burning with cyan blue flames behind Blackbeard have not disappeared. Not only are there countless thunder and lightning jumping around him, but there are also cyan winds entangled. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates group above the arc motto below gasped. 1.5 billion thunder god backquote. At this moment, dozens of meters away from Blackbeard, Enel directly used his awakening ability, and then raised his hand to point at Blackbeard in the distance without hesitation. Infinity Railgun. Infinity Railgun. Almost at the same time, Blackbeard in the distance seemed to understand what Enel wanted to do, and he also raised his hand and pointed forward. Tisk tisk tisk. The next second, under the shocked gazes of everyone around them, Blackbeard and Enel instantly fired huge electromagnetic cannons with a diameter of more than 10 meters from their fingers and blasted towards each other. Boom boom boom. For a time, the sound of explosions from electromagnetic guns in the sky was endless, and the rolling air waves created cracks in the dark clouds above their heads. Puff puff. However, the electromagnetic cannons fired by the two people did not completely cancel each other out, and some of them directly attacked each other's body. But when the electromagnetic gun hit the bodies of the two of them, it seemed as if they were absorbed by each other. As a user with the ability of Thunder Fruit, how could he be injured by the electromagnetic gun? Therefore, after some testing, Enel stopped what he was doing. The thunder giant more than 10 meters tall came to Blackbeard's side in an instant. Enel raised his hand to touch him and said in shock. Captain, how did you become so big? What a power Thunder Fruit has. It seems that he still has the same ability as me, what is going on? Advertisement. When he touched the Thunder God's body on Blackbeard's shoulder, Enel's face was full of disbelief. Because he is a Thunder Fruit user, he can clearly feel that Blackbeard's Thunder God body is exactly the same as his. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard burst out laughing when he saw this. I copied your abilities, so I can use all the power of your Thunder Fruit. What? How is this possible? Enel's eyes widened, and he suddenly remembered something and said in shock. Is it the devil fruit that Vivi brought yesterday? That's right. Blackbeard chuckled and said, not only you, but also Long and Marco. I asked you to attack me before, and my subsequent actions were all to copy your devil fruit ability. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the members of the black group below began to pump the air full of burnt smell like crazy again. Hey, stop joking, Captain, how could you possibly do those few moves just now? This is too child's play. Just attack and touch the opponent and you can copy the opponent's ability to even awaken. It's really unbelievable. If there is a fruit with this ability, we shouldn't have never heard of it. This ability is indeed a bit too outrageous. Yes, doesn't that mean that the captain can copy as many abilities as he wants? Isn't that what gods are like? Hahahaha, what are you questioning? That's Captain Teach, why is it strange that he can do this? What's more, how different is he from the gods now? Quote. The Blackbeard pirates were talking endlessly, and it was clear that Blackbeard's ability shocked them again. Advertisement. In their view, this ability to directly copy others is even more incredible than taking away other people's devil fruit abilities. Blackbeard didn't care about this either, and smiled slightly at everyone. Okay everyone, whether you believe it or not, this ability is like this. I was also shocked when I got it. Looking at it now, although the ability of this devil fruit is very limited, this limitation is basically meaningless to me. However, I will go out for a while to completely perfect the ability of this fruit. For the time being, you can enter the space to practice. The final battle is coming. Quote. Hearing what Blackbeard said, the people in the black group below no longer had any doubts. Afterwards, He Long and his revolutionary army bid farewell and made an appointment to go to the Holy Land. After informing him, Norries, he left with the revolutionary army's people. And Blackbeard raised his hand and waved, and a huge space gate appeared in front of Arc Proverbs and swallowed it in. Immediately afterwards, Blackbeard soared into the sky and flew directly towards Calm Belt. Across the Calm Belt was North Blue, which had exactly the capability he was looking for. That's right, the reason why Blackbeard chose to go out for a while was to travel around the world and copy various devil fruits. The first is to test whether there is really no upper limit to the ability to copy fruits. One is, of course, to satisfy his collecting habit as a time traveler. As a sea fan, who has never thought about having various devil fruit abilities? Now that Thunder Fruit, one of the most popular devil fruits, has been obtained, logically there is no need to bother. But obviously, Blackbeard still has a few more desirable abilities. By the way, let's accumulate some scales for the traveler's clock. Open black lens bracket 139, close black lens bracket, obtained op fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. North Blue, on the shore of an uninhabited island. At this time, a submarine-like yellow pirate ship was slowly docking, with several people and a bear standing on the deck talking. Is this where the captain is? I don't want to stay in the dark seabed anymore, it's too boring. Those damn Marines, if they have the ability, why don't they go after the Blackbeard pirates? They're so annoying. My hair is a little moldy. Just wipe it with you. Damn it. Babo, let me go. It's so hot. Stop making trouble and go ashore. Then a young man wearing a black and white Madara hat and carrying a very long knife jumped to the shore and was about to find a suitable place to camp. But as soon as he took a few steps forward, his complexion suddenly changed. He raised his hand and made a stop motion behind his opponent and shouted. Babo, don't get off the boat. Bang bang bang. But it was obvious that the young man's words were too late, and they all jumped off the boat. Captain, what are you talking about? Why can't we get off the boat? There's a person over there. He looks familiar. Hearing the voices of several companions who had already walked behind him, the young man carrying a long knife looked extremely ugly and said in a dry voice. Why would a big shot like you appear here? Special 903 Rafalga Law, the great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly, the surgeon of death. You were right. The man in front was wearing a black captain's cloak, with curly black mid-length hair hanging casually behind his back. He had a dark green sword on his waist and walked out of the shadows of the woods in black short boots. Nani, Pirate Emperor, Blackbeard, holy shit, how could such a big shot appear here? Advertisement. After the members of the Heart Pirates in the rear saw the people walking out of the shadows of the woods, their expressions suddenly changed and they covered their mouths and exclaimed. Trafalgar Law's face was extremely gloomy. Even though he was used to seeing a lot of big scenes, he still couldn't help but tremble when he saw the man in front of him. The voice became extremely dry. Gudong. After swallowing subconsciously, I showed a forced smile and spoke in a deep voice. For a big shot like you to know about it and find it personally, it seems that besides my op fruit ability, there is nothing else, right? Snapped. Blackbeard heard this, snapped his fingers and said with a smile. Yes, he is indeed very smart. Whoosh. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the 7 or 8 members of the Heart Pirates behind him all stared at Blackbeard with solemn expressions, even with a fierce look in their eyes. CEBG. After Luo was silent for a few seconds, he placed the long knife on the ground, stared at Blackbeard and said seriously. I only have one condition, let my partner go. With your strength, they will never be able to threaten you in their lifetime. So, Captain. Before Luo finished speaking, he was interrupted by the sharp cry of Babo behind him. Then he stood in front of Luo and blocked his body and shouted. I'm here to help you stop him. Captain, hurry up. Before Babo finished speaking, he felt a terrible pressure sweeping over him. Then all the members of the Heart Pirates except Trafalgar Law rolled their eyes and fainted. Plop. Although Trafalgar Law did not pass out, the terrible pressure before made his body go limp and he knelt on the ground, gasping for air. At this time, he felt like a drowning person, almost choked and unable to breathe. Overlord, is this Conqueror's hockey? It's just, why do you, a big shot like you, make things difficult for a small pirate group like us? If you want to hunt my op fruit, do you have to kill them all? Advertisement. Luo panted for a while and finally recovered a little bit, but his body still couldn't get up. He could only raise his head and stare at Blackbeard with a look of reluctance. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but pinch his chin and chuckled. I just don't want your companions to make endless noises. If I really want to kill them, I won't use conquerors. But after what happened this time, it can be seen that you have a group of good partners. Don't worry, I just want your ability, not to kill you all. Quote. Whoosh. Hearing this, Luo raised his head suddenly, his face full of surprise. He didn't expect to hear such good news. Snapped. Blackbeard snapped his fingers, and a piece of Sea King's gourmet meat appeared in front of Luo. Eat it, replenish your physical energy, and then use op fruit's ability on me. Luo is a smart man. After hearing this, he didn't hesitate and immediately ate the Sea King's meat. He didn't ask why the man wanted him to do this. He has understood a truth since he was a child. The more he knows, the faster he will die. Just after he took this piece of meat into his mouth, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his physical strength was really recovering quickly. Even if the opponent can obtain his op fruit, it is impossible for him to use the ability to be stronger than the original owner of the op fruit, right? Don't say it so easily. Okay, you can start attacking me with the op fruit ability. Quote. However, before Luo could make any move, Blackbeard raised his right hand slightly, and a cyclone spun rapidly in his hand. Your strength is really too weak. You haven't even mastered hockey, and your physical skills are extremely poor. Even with this strength, you want to take revenge on Doflamingo. Don't be so surprised. Luo suddenly raised his head, staring at Blackbeard with disbelief in his eyes, seeking revenge on Doflamingo. This was a secret that only he and Krasen knew. Why did this man know it so clearly? Upon seeing this, Luo's eyes suddenly bulged, his mouth opened wide, and his tongue was spit out in shock, and the long knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Room. Blackbeard looked at the transparent mask that directly enveloped the entire island, and then he turned to look at Luo Dao with satisfaction. Advertisement. No need to be surprised. After all, they still belong to the category of the world's top experts and do not exceed the category. He even saw the sparks produced when the knife grazed the strong muscles of Blackbeard's chest. What's happening here? Is this really what the human body can achieve? Seeing this, Blackbeard chuckled, seeming to see Luo's confusion and shock, and explained. Although Doflamingo is weak, he is able to use Conqueror's hockey skillfully. Therefore, any thoughts in your mind have no escape from me. Quote. You can't compare me to other pirate emperors, I am completely untouchable to you. After using the ability of op fruit to envelope Blackbeard, Luo drew his sword and slashed several times quickly, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't even cut through Blackbeard's clothes. As for those pirate emperors, you might be able to overthrow them if you find a suitable partner. Are you so far behind a strong person of this level? Although he was still shocked that the thoughts in his mind were read again, he was not as frightened as before. When he started to use his abilities as Blackbeard said. It seems that it was really a bit wild before. It's so outrageous that his mother opened the door for outrageousness. It's so outrageous. With your strength, you can't survive more than a few rounds under his hands. Quote. Just when Luo was thinking about this, Blackbeard raised his hand and patted Luo on the shoulder and said with a smile. At this time, he heard the man continue. That's outrageous. Chang chang chang. Room. You've never heard of such a thing, right? How do you think I use this op fruit? And also completed the awakening of string fruit. This is a way to use it after reaching ultimate. You can read the memories of people who are weaker than you at will. Open black lens bracket 140 close black lens bracket. Witness famous scenes and entrust your dreams to the man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tisk. Luo looked at the room that was countless times larger than his full strength. He fell into a sluggish state, but soon he was awakened by the shocking sword light. Boom boom boom. When he reacted, he saw 300s of meters of peaks on this uninhabited desert island being cut directly from the middle. Immediately, the three mountains were broken into two parts or fell to the ground, or fell into the sea. Gudong. After seeing this scene, Luo swallowed his saliva. The scene in front of him was a bit beyond his cognition. When I watched the live broadcast before, I saw someone of Blackbeard's level casually crushing mountains with one blow, and the feeling wasn't very strong. But after seeing it with his own eyes, the powerful and unrivaled feeling suddenly made him feel a little breathless. Well, it's not bad. It is indeed one of the ultimate fruits among devil fruits. Blackbeard is very satisfied with op fruit's ability. He then turned to look at Luo and said with a smile. Now I've got your powers. Of course, I won't take it for nothing. It's okay to go to the Grand Line with your current strength, but New World is too weak. So, my suggestion is to find a place to calm down and practice. Quote. Snapped. While speaking, Blackbeard snapped his fingers again, and then a space door with a purple halo appeared beside him. He directly reached into it and took out 2 manuals and handed them to Luo Dao. One of them is the Marine 6 Styles training method, and the other is the Observation Hockey and Armament Hockey training methods. Only by mastering these 2 abilities can your pirate group have a certain chance of survival in the new world in the future. But if you want to take revenge on Doflamingo, your Jujutsu fruit must at least be awakened. Quote. Luo looked at the 2 training manuals in his hands in disbelief, and then a look of ecstasy and gratitude immediately appeared on his face. As someone who was severely beaten by Virgo since childhood, how could he not know the importance of Hockey and Marine 6 Styles? Advertisement. But it was impossible for Virgo to teach him this ability. Now that these 2 cultivation methods are available, it is not too surprising for him. He didn't expect that the other party would give him such a generous reward after gaining his own abilities. Is this the courage of the pirate emperor who stands at the top of the world? Master Teach, I am extremely grateful. These 2 training manuals are so important to me. As Luo spoke, he immediately gave Blackbeard a seat. Blackbeard didn't take it seriously when he saw this. He smiled and waved his hand and said, well, our cause and effect is over. Goodbye, young man. After saying that, Blackbeard's body floated slowly towards the sky. At this moment, Luo stood up and looked up at Blackbeard in the sky and asked loudly. Sir, may I ask a question? You say. Blackbeard stood in the air, looking down at Luo-com's opening. If you were the one to take action, how long would it take to deal with Doflamingo? Law looked at Blackbeard expectantly. One move is enough. Blackbeard grinned at him, and his figure turned into a blue arc and rose into the sky. His voice still echoed in place, but his figure had already disappeared in front of the prison. Hearing this, Luo was still in shock. Is it just one move to deal with Doflamingo, who is as strong as a monster? Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world today? 3 days later, over Logue Town, Blackbeard Observation Hockey swept through and quickly found the target he was looking for. It's just that he didn't expect that the plot had been changed so much because of his appearance that he could still see this famous scene. Immediately, his figure dropped directly to the ground, and then came to the door of the weapons store, leaning on the door frame and looking at the situation inside. Zoro. Demon Sword. Shop owner. Do you know? Advertisement. Zoro. Ah, I can feel its breath. Straw hat. Hey, Zoro, is there any smell on the knife? Why can't I smell it? Zoro. Where can you cool off and stay still? Shop owner. Starting from 1st generation Kitetsu, the swords of Kitetsu's faction are all very good, but the problem is that every sword is a demon sword, which will kill the owner of the sword. Many swordsman level masters died because of this. That's why I wanted to get rid of him quickly, as if it was a curse. Quote. Tashigi. Red Tony Private Marseille, I really didn't know that this knife turned out to be a demon knife, I'm so sorry. Zoro. A curse. I like it, that's it. Shop owner. Idiot, I won't sell it. If you die because of this, doesn't that mean I killed you? Sanji. Hey, green algae head, don't be so pushy. Zoro. Well then, let's see who is stronger, my luck or its curse. After saying that, Zoro directly threw 3rd generation Kitetsu up and stretched out his right arm. Please give me flowers. With the sharpness of 3rd generation Kitetsu, as long as the blade falls on Zoro's arm, his arm will be cut off. Woo woo woo. Seeing this scene, Sanji immediately grabbed Luffy's face and yelled at Zoro. Hey, green algae head, you don't want to die. Ah, it's over. The shop owner and Tashigi both held their heads and exclaimed. But Zoro didn't waver, and Luffy just held Sanji tightly and gritted his teeth. Following the goods, everyone saw the fallen Guete directly bypassing Zoro's arm with a clang, and the whole knife sank directly into the ground. Call. Seeing this scene, everyone in the whole store breathed a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha. Zoro happily picked up the 3rd generation Kitetsu, inserted it into the scabbard and smiled. It seems that my fate is harder. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha, as expected of you, Zoro. Luffy clapped his hands and laughed. Sanji also raised the corners of his mouth, and a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. Hey, can you help me choose another one? Zoro turned to look at Tashigi. Hey, young swordsman. Just when Zoro wanted to continue selecting, the shop owner immediately moved out a knife holder, opened the cloth covering it, pulled out the knife on the knife holder and shouted. The blade is made of black lacquered sword, and the blade is a small T-shaped blade, so walk quickly. Although my store is not a famous store, this is the best knife in my store. Although Zoro was very moved, he still tilted his head and said. I can't afford it. Didn't I say I have no money? The shop owner waved his hand and said. For free. Of course, it's also free to control 3rd generation Kitetsu. I'm really sorry for trying to lie to you just now. It's been a long time since I've seen a swordsman like you in the eyes of a swordsman like you. It is said that the sword chooses its master, so I will entrust you with this heavy weapon. Hearing this, Zoro frowned. Just when he was about to refuse, a rich and magnetic male voice came from the door of the store. Take it, this is a dream trust between men. Just 2 knives. How can it be compared to the store owner's heart that entrusts you with dreams that is more valuable than gold? Thief ha 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 ha. Whoosh. After hearing these words, everyone turned their heads and looked at the door. But when they saw the person leaning on the door frame, everyone's expressions changed. Open black lens bracket 141. Close black lens bracket. Obtain the ability to do sit-ups. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Several people in the weapons store suddenly let out a burst of exclamation after seeing Blackbeard at the door. Master Teach. Pirate Emperor. The strongest man in the world. Hiss. 4 Emperors. Blackbeard. You. Why are you here? Seeing this scene, Blackbeard couldn't help but smile and said. Am I so famous? Oh, little sister Tashigi, long time no see. Is Smoker okay? Colonel Smoker is fine. Tashigi subconsciously replied at first, then immediately became alert, grabbed her long knife, stared at Blackbeard and said nervously. You, don't say hello to me, you are our marine's natural enemy. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed and waved his hands when he heard this. I'm not here to cause trouble for you marine, Monkey D. Luffy, I'm here to see you and give you a surprise for 470. Surprise. Luffy tilted his head, looking confused. Sanji and Zoro, who were standing next to him, stared at Blackbeard solemnly, obviously very nervous. Blackbeard waved to them and said, looking for a place to sit down and chat while eating. I'll treat you. Sure. Luffy spoke simply. Hello. Advertisement. Zoro and Sanji exclaimed simultaneously. Luffy smiled and patted them both and said. Zoro, Sanji, don't worry. Uncle Teach is Ace's partner. He won't do anything to me. Sanji and Zoro both frowned and spoke in confusion upon hearing this. Ace. Fire Fist Ace. You know him. Luffy patted his head and said. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Ace is my brother. Half an hour later, Blackbeard booked a restaurant in Logue Town, and the group of them ate in the restaurant. Looking at Luffy and his 5 companions, Blackbeard had a strange look on his face. Although Nami was taken away by him, Luffy actually found another navigator named Noila. Although Noila Mo is also a girl, her appearance and figure are much inferior to Nami. Moreover, Noila Mo is not young at all. From a glance, he is estimated to be at least nearly 30 years old. This age is almost the same as Robin now, but it just makes up for the immature part of their small group. The current 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates are Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Noila. Usopp had met Blackbeard before, so there was something to talk about when we met again this time. After seeing that they had almost finished eating, Blackbeard pointed at Luffy and said. Luffy, this time I'm here for your abilities. Whoosh. As soon as Blackbeard said this, several people looked at him at the same time, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Now they are no longer little Karami who don't know anything. They still know to some extent the deeds of some powerful men on the sea. Especially Blackbeard's ability to hunt devil fruit can be said to be a nightmare for countless ability users. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, hearing someone come here for their captain's ability will naturally make them full of hostility. Fortunately, Blackbeard quickly explained the situation this time. Really? I just need to attack you with my ability. Advertisement. Luffy was confused, he didn't understand the meaning of this. But since Blackbeard said so, he just did it. Rubber pistol. Call out. Luffy also moved very quickly and punched Blackbeard directly. Blackbeard activated the ability to copy the fruit at the same time and directly punched Luffy. Boom. A seemingly heavy punch hit Blackbeard's chest, but it did not cause any damage. On the contrary, Luffy on the opposite side breathed lightly and said. Uncle Teach, your body is so hard. Why do I feel harder than steel? By the way, is this all right? Well, I responded. Blackbeard nodded, and then under the shocked gazes of the Straw Hat Pirates, he directly stretched his arm to a strange arc. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates group gasped. They couldn't figure out why Blackbeard could acquire Rubber Fruit's abilities so quickly. Just when they were curious and didn't dare to ask directly, Luffy spoke directly without hiding it. Hey, Uncle Teach, how on earth did you gain the ability of Rubber Fruit right away? Is it also another ability of Devil Fruit? Blackbeard directly turned on the second gear, steam filled his body, and his skin turned red, looking extremely eye-catching. This move is called the fourth gear. It integrates one's own haki into the body and combines the second and third gears to greatly increase the defense, attack power and speed. This can be regarded as repaying the favor of copying the Nika fruit. At the same time, Blackbeard said. Watching Blackbeard's series of exploits of the Nika fruit, Luffy screamed with excitement. 3.9. After arriving at the Grand Line, find a place to practice properly. Your strength is still too weak. Even though the sword was not unsheathed, Zoro could feel the demonic aura coming from this sword, which was hundreds of times more powerful than his third-generation Kidetsu. Then Blackbeard took Luffy and his group to an uninhabited beach in Logue Town. Advertisement. After saying this, Blackbeard rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the Straw Hats were shocked again. Okay, my purpose has been accomplished. If you want to become the wave of the new era, this strength is not enough. Calendar. Quote. Hey, Uncle Teach, do you want to guide me in my cultivation? Come on, let's go find a place with few people and tell you the correct way to open the Nika fruit. Blackbeard waved his hand at them and said with a smile. Blackbeard smiled and glanced at them before finally setting his sights on Luffy and smiled. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. Exclamation mark. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Noila also looked at it with their eyes shining. After all, we are the sons of Long who fight together, so we should not treat each other too badly. The same is true for Zoro. When he was eating, he glanced at the 7-star sword on Blackbeard's waist from time to time. So be it. Blackbeard stood up and patted Luffy on the shoulder and smiled. I'm afraid that's what it's like for first-generation Kidetsu, right? He didn't expect that this man was also carrying a demon sword, and it was such a weird demon sword. Also, this devil fruit of yours is not a rubber fruit, but an extremely rare human fruit phantom beast species, Yonka Shingji. The only thing left was the excited chatter of the Straw Hat crew. So, goodbye everyone. Quote, it turns out that the rubber fruit, no, it's the rubber fruit, can it be so big? So far, this should be the limit of Nika fruit. Of course, its upper limit is far beyond that. This move is called the third gear. You blow directly to expand yourself, giving you the power of a giant. Well, I call this move the second gear. It uses the ability of the Nika fruit to accelerate the blood circulation in the body, thereby increasing the attack power and speed of your moves by at least 1 degree. After glancing at the 4 people, Blackbeard smiled and threw out 2 6-style training manual and hockey training manual to them. Open black lens bracket 142 close black lens bracket, the final madness of celestial dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After obtaining the power of the Nika fruit, Blackbeard has no goals. So in the next period of time, he took Robin, Hancock, Vivi, and Nami to play around. While cultivating relationships with several women, I also prepare for the accumulation of time on the traveler's clock. On the contrary, world government and marine became unusually quiet and strange. Until 2 months later, on the 3rd day after Blackbeard helped the Fishmen Island move directly to Blackbeard's territorial waters in the current New World, a big thing happened. Master Teach, something bad has happened. Just as Blackbeard was lying on the shell bed and sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt his body being pushed, which made him open his eyes involuntarily. What caught his eye was Shirahoshi's pitiful pretty face, with a look of fear on his face. This scene made Blackbeard very confused. The Fishmen Island matter has been perfectly solved by him. Why is Shirahoshi still showing this expression now? Is there any blind guy who dares to knock on the door? What happened? 24. Blackbeard sat up and looked at Shirahoshi thoughtfully. But after hesitating for a while, the latter pointed outside and said, Sister Robin asked me to call you out, saying that everyone is waiting for you. Blackbeard raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this matter was indeed not a small matter. Soon, he came to the meeting hall of Dragon Palace City on the Fishmen Island. At this time, Enel, Badgers, and Van Oka had all appeared here. Everyone looked at the newspapers in their hands with various complex emotions such as anger, shock, and disbelief. Dilyu. As soon as Blackbeard came out, an arm grown from flower fruit stretched out from his chest, holding a newspaper in his hand and handed it to him. Advertisement. Then Robin's voice came from the front. Teach, take a look at this. Blackbeard glanced at everyone and didn't say anything. He directly picked up the newspaper and sat down to read. News of the world reports. Hashtag shock. The dead 5 elders Satan Saint is actually resurrected. Photo hash. Hashtag shock. Celestial Dragons killing competition game is back. Hashtag shock. Celestial Dragons once again destroyed a kingdom. Buster Call wiped the kingdom of Kojas off the map. Hashtag shock. 3 days ago, Celestial Dragons once again played a massacre game against the kingdom of South Blue Kojas. Marine has become a lackey again. When will we ordinary people really stand up? Hashtag call. Blackbeard, have you had enough? You promised to take us to the red line. I have to say that Blackbeard was really shocked when he saw this series of news. Resurrection of Saint Satan. Celestial Dragons compete in killing games again. Buster Call wipes out another country. Are the Celestial Dragons and Marines completely crazy? After being beaten like that before, he would still do such a thing at such a critical moment. It's really a bit too outrageous. Blackbeard frowned. After putting down the newspaper, Blackbeard turned to look at the Blackbeard pirates and said, What do you think about this? Yee. Blackbeard's words completely detonated everyone in the Blackbeard pirate group, making the hall instantly noisy. Advertisement. Captain, what are you looking at? Is it any wonder that Celestial Dragons, a bunch of bastards, would do such a thing? That's right. Never underestimate the stupidity and bottom line of Celestial Dragons. I didn't expect that Celestial Dragons and the world government have been beaten to such an extent by us, that they would dare to do such outrageous things. Have they forgotten that they still have 2 Celestial Dragons admirals, 2 Marine Admiral candidates and 3 Marine Vice Admirals in our hands? How arrogant these Celestial Dragons. Master Teach, otherwise we will go directly to the Holy Land and kill all those Celestial Dragons. That's right. Fight towards the Holy Land. I have not stayed in the time and space acceleration space for 2 years. Teach, my shining fruit has also awakened. Kill. The strength of our Blackbeard pirate group is out now. Kaido, Big Mom and Red Hair combined are not enough for us to fight. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirate group was excited. The only person who can pose a threat to Blackbeard in the Holy Land of Mariajoy is probably that I am. Especially when the world government and marine failed one after another, and one of the highest powers was openly beheaded and fell, they should not do such a crazy thing. As far as my current guess is concerned, there are 2 possibilities. Moreover, His own strength is increasing every day. It can only be said that in terms of physical strength, their strength is no longer on the same level. Robin, what do you think? Have Blackbeard call them when he heads to the Red Line. Blackbeard readily agreed to their proposal. Blackbeard has been nearly invincible in the world of pirates since time travel, but he still remains cautious. Although he felt that the five elders and the Knights of God were the celestial dragon's last trump card, as for other admiral-level masters, they might not necessarily have many. I think this is very abnormal. The current strength of the Blackbeard pirates is that the other 3-4 emperors groups combined are not enough for them to defeat. But when Blackbeard used their respective abilities to knock them over, they completely surrendered. Advertisement. Blackbeard is still very satisfied with the improvement in the strength of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard nodded and said, "These two guys are no match for him." Therefore, he did not rush to express his position, but turned to look at Robin aside and said, "Secondly, all the celestial dragons, including the five elders, have become mentally retarded and completely ruined." The two of them were still unconvinced at first. Seeing this, Blackbeard was not in a hurry to express his position. The originally excited Blackbeard pirates also calmed down at this time. Coupled with his current strength, he thought he would have no problem facing IM. I understand. It seems that the celestial dragons really have a special purpose for doing this. Especially since they come every 3 years, the purpose is even stronger. The collision of pure physical force broke Big Mom and Kaido's bones and muscles. He also expressed his desire to take a red line trip with Blackbeard in the future. Robin pondered for a few seconds and then said, "But today's incident does reveal something strange. Peas. After thinking about it for a while, I decided not to write the Hokage volume so as not to be unfinished. It will be completed in these 2 days, so that it can be worthy of my brother's subscriptions. As for Devil Fruit's abilities, there's no need to compare them. When he took Robin, Hancock, Vivi and Nami out to play before, he had actually secretly fought against Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. It's exactly what they said. 1. Either celestial dragons did this deliberately to achieve a certain purpose. And the difference is huge. Blackbeard doesn't know how strong IM is, but from the original book, she was not able to leave Sabo instantly, so we can know that her abilities are not beyond the scope of this world. When fighting the two of them, Blackbeard didn't even use his tyranny. 143 Close black lens bracket. The 4 emperors are here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What do you mean? Robin looked at Blackbeard thoughtfully after hearing what he said. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates also turned to look at their captain with some emotion. Sure enough, what Blackbeard said next confirmed their thoughts. No matter what the purpose of the celestial dragons is, since they are so eager to start causing trouble again, then naturally we cannot let them continue. Blackbeard grinned at everyone and said, "Has everyone had enough rest?" Hearing this, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates immediately became excited and raised their glasses and shouted. Certainly. Then let's go. Blackbeard raised his hand and said boldly, "Follow me to the holy land of Mariajoy and wipe the celestial dragons from this world forever." Oh oh oh. The members of the Blackbeard pirates shouted in unison. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. I have been practicing in the time acceleration space for the past 2 years, isn't it because I set foot on the holy land of Mariajoy one day? As pirates, they believe that if they and their captain can rush to the holy land and destroy the celestial dragons in their lifetime, even if they die, it will be worth it. Death has long been a common occurrence for pirates. What they care about is how they die and whether their death is worthwhile. Just like Whitebeard's idea of taking the Whitebeard pirate group and his 43 pirate groups to participate in the Summit War. Advertisement. Don't pirates like them know that if they go to the Summit War, they are likely to die there, or even be wiped out? No one is truly stupid. But even so, they still followed Whitebeard to the naval headquarters to fight. The purpose is to realize self-worth. Originally, when they went to sea as pirates, they had already put life and death aside. In addition, pirates have always been hated by the world, so most pirates are eager to realize their self-worth. Today Blackbeard and Whitebeard do basically the same thing. He gave everyone in the Blackbeard pirates a chance to realize their self-worth, and it was a chance that attracted world attention and was enough to be recorded in history. Faced with such an opportunity, few pirates would refuse. This is why everyone in the Blackbeard pirates is so excited. Even Redfield is like this. Snapped. Feeling the rising emotions of everyone, Blackbeard snapped his fingers and shouted. Bluno, it's time to invite all our allies. Yes. Upon hearing this, Bluno immediately clapped his hands, and several space doors opened around him. Snapped. Blackbeard also clapped his hands, and several space gates appeared around him. Buzz buzz 1. Soon, as the space door opened, the pirates gathered in Blackbeard waters suddenly understood that something big was about to happen, and then a group of them walked into the space door one after another and came to this temporary desert island. After nearly 100,000 pirates from the Blackbeard pirates gathered, the island seemed a little crowded for a while. These 100,000 pirates are the result of the complete expansion of the Blackbeard pirates over the past few months. Among the 100,000 pirates, there are nearly 30,000 fishman pirates. After Blackbeard moved the Fishmen Island from the seabed of 10,000 meters to the surface of the sea, so that these fishmen could enjoy the sun unbridled, he became the object of worship of all fishmen. Advertisement. He also became one of the main forces of the Blackbeard pirates. As the commander of the Fishmen Corps under the Blackbeard pirates, Jinbei, he has already revealed Blackbeard's ambitions. One day, they will conquer the Holy Land Mariajoy with Blackbeard, and die separately with the Celestial Dragons. After hearing Blackbeard's intention, tens of thousands of fishmen enthusiastically signed up to become one of the soldiers of Blackbeard's pirate group. As Murlocs, they naturally knew who had caused such a situation for them, making them slaves and playthings. Therefore, after hearing that they were going to kill the Holy Land, these fishmen were extremely jealous when they met enemies. As the fish and pirates walked out of the gates of various spaces, the officers of the Blackbeard pirates suddenly understood that their captain was about to make a big move. But it's not over yet. Waluoluoluo teach, I knew you wouldn't be able to commit all the crimes after seeing what happened this time. In the two huge space gates in the distance, a sound of laughter came from inside, followed by a giant more than 7 meters tall and holding a mace walking out of them. Behind him were several figures who were very familiar to everyone present. Ember, Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow, and the 6 flyers of the Beasts pirates. Is Kaido of the Beasts here too? All the officers of the Blackbeard pirates were shocked. But it didn't end there. Hey, are you planning to go to the Holy Land so soon? That's fine, I've been bored for too long anyway. Dong dong dong. As a laughter like an old witch came from the space door, a mid-laner named Enlot Linlin, wearing a pink Madara dot dress and a captain's hat, with 10 flames and lightning strikes floating around him, also came from the space door. Walked out the door. Behind her were the members of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri, Perospero, Baguette, and the 3 desert generals. Obviously Kaido and Andy were well prepared. These matters were discussed in detail after the Blackbeard pirates took Robin and Hancock to their territory to play and discuss with them. Of course, neither Kaido nor Andy could sit down and talk about things so easily. So, after being beaten by Blackbeard, they began to listen to Blackbeard's plan. Advertisement. After hearing Blackbeard's crazy plan to invite them to join the Holy Land Mariajoy, even Kaido and Big Mom, who were the 4th singles, were shocked and speechless. They thought Blackbeard was crazy, but they didn't think he would be this crazy. After all, they learned the information about Blackbeard taking Robin, Hancock and Vivi around the world in the past few months through their intelligence officers. Originally, Kaido and Linlin just thought that Blackbeard would choose to quiet down and settle down in the new world like them. But they didn't expect that Blackbeard would actually hatch such a crazy plan. It was only then that Kaido and Linlin understood that what Blackbeard said during the previous live broadcast was all serious. He really wants to completely pull the gods off the altar. No, it should be said that he wants to directly erase the so-called gods of this world from the world. Regardless of whether this plan is successful or not, Blackbeard's Wang Zhao's courage impressed both of them. In comparison, their former captain Rox was far behind. Compared with today's Blackbeard, it is not at the same level. This is also the reason why the 2 pirate emperors chose to accompany Blackbeard. Just when Kaido and Big Mom appeared on the Ark's motto, another hearty laughter came from the last space door. Tilda operator hahahaha, teach, I didn't expect you to actually decide to do this. What a crazy guy. Originally, I bet everything on the new era, but now it seems a bit hasty. I don't know if I can still give you some help now that I have a broken arm. Ha ha ha. Fly. Immediately, under the astonished eyes of others, all members of the Red Hair Pirates walked out of the space passage. In this case, 4 emperors, they all fell. Open black lens bracket 144 close black lens bracket. The revealed ability shocked the 4 emperors group. Holy Land issue. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket 144 close black lens bracket. Ability revealed, shocking the 4 emperors group. Holy Land issue. Hiss. The pirate captains and 30,000 fishmen soldiers who were present below could not help but gasp when they saw the group of people on the Ark's motto. Originally, they thought that this time the victory and defeat with the world government, and the battle of life and death, would only be theirs, the Blackbeard pirates. Didn't you expect that there are 3 other main members of the 4 emperors group joining? With this strength, they can't imagine how they can lose. As expected of his own captain, he was able to let these 3 follow the Blackbeard pirates to the Holy Land. This is not something ordinary people can do. The 3 of them are no longer the little Karami who were on Rox and Roger's ship. As one of the 4 emperors in the world today, if you want to make them bow, you can only defeat them in terms of absolute strength. And none of them had heard of such news. It seemed that they had competed in private somewhere. Just as they were thinking about this, Blackbeard, standing on the Ark's motto, laughed and said, Thief ha 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 ha. Now that everyone has arrived, let's go. Travel to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Rise. Snapped. As Blackbeard finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and everyone felt the island beneath their feet tremble. Wow 870. A few seconds later, the ground shook, and the entire island with a diameter of dozens of kilometers broke away from the sea and flew up to Tianjin. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, red-haired Shanks and others standing behind Blackbeard all shrank their pupils. With their eyesight, they naturally recognized that this was the power of Golden Lion's lion fruit. But how could Blackbeard have it? Wasn't the lion fruit given to Nami, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, during the live broadcast? Advertisement. This is what they saw with their own eyes. And Nami was standing among the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates beside them, obviously not dead. So what's going on? Just when Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Red Hair and others were in shock, Blackbeard in front of him shouted softly again. The wind is coming. Woo woo woo. The next second, countless green winds blew from the horizon, dragging the floating islands towards the sky at high speed. Oh oh oh. Regarding the sudden acceleration of the island, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates suddenly became excited. It can be seen that after seeing this scene, Shanks, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others suddenly felt their hair standing on end. No. What's happening here? Obviously this is the Logia storm fruit ability of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Why does Blackbeard also have awe? It couldn't be Blackbeard who killed the dragon, right? Something's wrong. 12 out of 10 things are wrong. Just when the red-haired people were about to stop talking and wanted to ask something, they were awakened by the strong wind rushing towards them. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, this is just the beginning. Heaven's supporting barrier. Blackbeard in front clapped his hands and shouted whatever he wanted. The next second, under the shocked gazes of countless Blackbeard pirates and the other 3-4 emperors, a barrier covering the entire island covered the entire island like an upside-down transparent bowl, directly sending the surging waves towards them. Isolated from the strong wind. The huge island quickly shuttled among the white clouds, and countless dark clouds passed by the transparent barrier above their heads. It felt like they were flying in the sky. Thief hahahaha. Blackbeard was very satisfied with this scene. After it was done, he turned to look at them and said. Advertisement. Done. Following this direction, you can go straight to the Holy Land. Now we just have to wait a few hours, but waiting is boring. Let me give you a taste of heavenly food first. Remember not to drink too much, otherwise you will be eaten by the island. Snapped. While speaking, Blackbeard snapped his fingers again. Then on the Ark's proverbs, space gates appeared one after another on the ground where the pirates gathered below. Opposite these space gates are the islands of the Boeing Islands. It smells so good. As the door to space opened, the aroma of the delicious food from the Boeing Islands instantly filled CEBF, the rapidly flying island. Teach, I really belong to you. Shanks' face was full of surprise when he saw this. How the hell did you do that? When Shanks asked, Nami raised her hand, and the countless delicacies on the opposite side of the space door seemed to be flying, automatically flying from the Boeing Islands to the Ark's proverbs, and became one after another, of delicious food. Are you referring to my ability, or this? Blackbeard raised his hand and pointed at the Boeing Island delicacies that Nami used her ability to control to float in front of her, and said with a half smile at Shanks. Ah ha ha ha, of course we are all curious. Shanks sat directly next to Blackbeard and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, one of the several abilities you used before is the lion fruit ability that Ms. Nami now possesses. One should be the ability of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The other one is Bartolomeo's ability in your Blackbeard pirates, right? Big Mom, Kaido, and their crew all stopped eating at this time and turned to look at Blackbeard. They were obviously curious too. Hey. Blackbeard grinned and said. Advertisement. If you are curious about this, then survive this war first. After you survive, or after we win, I will grant your wish. As for now, no. I can't guarantee that the god among the celestial dragons can hear us. It would be inappropriate if the secret was exposed before the battle. Quote. Wow. As soon as Blackbeard said this, there was an uproar in Ark Proverbs. Teach, what did you say? The god of the celestial dragons. Are you sure? The horse scolds the horse. Are the celestial dragons really swallowed by gods? Waluoluoluo. Gods. Interesting. So interesting. It must be said that Blackbeard's words made the members of the Four Emperors group feel uneasy. If the word, God, came out of Blackbeard's mouth, then maybe it really existed. However, they are going to fight the celestial dragons on this trip. Isn't this kind of thing about gods a little too outrageous? After seeing their expressions, Blackbeard no longer hid, his expression became solemn, he glanced at them all and said. Linlin, Kaido and Shanks, among the three of you, Shanks should be the only one who has been to the Holy Land, right? After hearing this, the three of them looked at each other for a while before Shanks nodded decisively and said. Yes, I did go there. Yee. Another piece of breaking news once again caused everyone to be in an uproar. Linlin and Kaido frowned in confusion. Blackbeard said solemnly. Shanks, don't you feel something is wrong? The whole Holy Land Mariajoy. Shanks frowned and said in confusion. Teach, what do you mean? Open black lens bracket 145 close black lens bracket, the secret of the Holy Land Mariajoy. What causes celestial dragons? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What do I mean? Blackbeard pinched his chin and smiled. It doesn't make sense to talk about it now. After a while, when we get to the sky above the red line, you may be able to understand some of the meaning of my words by experiencing it for yourself. If celestial dragons there really were gods, so why are most celestial dragons raised to be pigs? Why do these pigs insist on destroying a country every 3 years for nearly 1,000 years? Why does Marine, who claims to be just, have a buster call that is no different from the celestial dragons who destroyed a country in 3 years? Perhaps we will know these answers soon. Quote. Hiss. After hearing Blackbeard's words, everyone on the Ark's Proverbs gasped. Even if they didn't understand the previous conversation between Blackbeard and Shanks, the questions and arguments Blackbeard said were enough to scare them. Shanks, Kaido, Linlin and other Four Emperors members looked at each other for a while and then fell into deep thought. For a moment, the food in front of me seemed to no longer taste good. Robin, who was sitting next to Blackbeard, became thoughtful. Regarding this issue, she had heard her husband mention it when Blackbeard took them flying over the red line a few months ago. There are too many emotions such as hatred, anger, unwillingness, and pain on the red line. If I remember correctly, this is what my man said at that time, right? Is there any deep meaning in this sentence? Hancock, Nami and Vivi sitting on the side also seemed to have thought of this. After they looked at each other, they all saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Advertisement. But they were smart enough not to bring it up at this time. After Shanks and his group thought for a moment, they were inhaled by the aroma of wine wafting from the Boeing Islands. For these guys who are addicted to alcohol, drinking is not important even if the world is destroyed. So soon these guys joined in to enjoy the food and wine. A few hours passed quickly. Halfway through, Blackbeard contacted Morgans again, which immediately excited the bird for a while. When Blackbeard and his huge island spaceship were less than 10 kilometers away from the red line, thousands of birds of different types were surrounding the island on both sides of the island spaceship. This strange sight made the pirates eating and drinking below become wary, almost thinking that the world government was the first to attack. However, after learning that this was the ability of News King Morgans, they felt relieved again. But no one continued to eat or drink at this time. Because the towering red line not far ahead has already appeared in front of us. Blue 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 1. At this moment, 2 phone calls suddenly rang out from the Blackbeard pirates' phone room. Soon Frankie's voice came from the earphones. Captain, Mahawk said he also wants to go to the Holy Land with us to have a look. Oh, by the way, there is also Tezzolo, the one in the Golden City. Oh, Blackbeard raised his eyebrows and smiled. Okay, I'll pick them up. Snapped. After saying that, Blackbeard made a direct thought and snapped his fingers. The power of the gate fruit is activated instantly. Buzz. Buzz. Advertisement. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, 2 space doors opened, and then Hawkeye and Tezzolo walked out of different space doors. Oh, Mahawk, are you here too? Shanks made a sound of surprise, and then he hugged the cool Hawkeye. Hawkeye, who had a cold face at first, suddenly showed a look of astonishment after being hugged by Shanks, and soon the astonishment on his face turned into shock. Because not only Shanks, but also Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's 4 Emperors group are here. How did Blackbeard do it? This reminded Hawkeye of what he said to him after he was defeated by Blackbeard when he was at home that day. Since my strength reached this level, I have a feeling that our world seems to be in a cage. If you are interested in the future, then come with me to the depths of the Holy Land Mariajoy and ask the god. Perhaps at that time, you may not be able to learn the real secrets of the world. Quote. It was precisely because of Blackbeard's words that Hawkeye chose to follow. On the other side, Tezzoro, who originally walked out of the space gate with an arrogant look on his face, immediately stopped his disbelief after seeing the people on the Ark's proverbs and lowered his head to give Blackbeard a flattering smile. Oh shit. The 4 emperors and the greatest swordsmen in the world have all gathered. Fortunately, I didn't laugh for no reason, otherwise I would have been beaten to death, right? After Tezzoro saw his awakened abilities being shattered by a punch from Blackbeard who had not used any abilities, he knew that the gap between him and this man was as big as heaven and earth. Please give me flowers. Although Blackbeard said that he is different from the other 4 emperors and will be hundreds of millions of points stronger than them. But Tezzolo didn't dare to gamble. Hell, what if the other 4 emperors are as pervert as Blackbeard? Therefore, even if he is the lord of the Golden City who controls 20% of the world's Baileys, he does not dare to breathe in this place. Maybe he will really be hammered to death. He came here just to avenge Stella. Advertisement. If he originally had some confidence because of Blackbeard's unparalleled strength, but after seeing the current 4 emperors group, he has no worries anymore. If these people cannot defeat the world government together, then there is really no hope for the world. Just as Tezzolo was thinking about this, Shanks and Redfield suddenly let out an exclamation. How is it possible? Why is this happening? It's so shocking. After Shanks exclaimed, Auntie and Kaido looked at him at the same time. Huh, what's wrong with the red hair? Shanks, what did you find? But Shanks just had a look of shock on his face and said, there was no reply for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, when Blackbeard, the island ship, arrived over the red line, Big Mom and Kaido's expressions also changed and they exclaimed. What a strong feeling of hatred. No, it's not hatred. How could it be like this? The same is true for Enel at this time. After that, some people with strong sense of knowledge gradually discovered that something was wrong with the situation, and everyone looked up at the sky in disbelief. Although their perception was not as strong as the previous few people, they also noticed an extremely strange scene. Seeing this scene, many experts who are not top-notch in knowledge and appearance were confused. Hancock and Robin were also puzzled, but they all turned to look at Teach, believing that their men would tell them. Sure enough, the next moment, Blackbeard smiled at them and said. Nothing. They just sensed that the disgust, hatred, anger, fear, unwillingness, pain and other emotions gathered from all over the world were converging on Mariajoy, the holy place. What? Everyone was stunned for a while, and then they exclaimed in shock. Open black lens bracket 146 close black lens bracket. The world fell into silence at this moment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Why is this so? Shanks looked at Blackbeard with a puzzled expression. You'll know if you go and see it. Blackbeard smiled, raised his hand, and the huge island beneath them flew directly towards the Holy Land Mariajoy. Brew brew brew. At this moment, the phone bug in the Ark Proverbs room rang again. Then Frankie's voice came over immediately. Captain, Morgan said that he has now started live broadcasting around the world. Oh, and Mr. Long also hopes to follow us to the Holy Land. Look at this. Okay, I understand. If Long says, I'll pick them up now. Blackbeard didn't expect that these guys would rush to help one by one. It's not like I helped them in vain. Thinking of this, Blackbeard thought, and a space gate appeared in front of everyone. Who else is coming? 217 inches. Seeing this scene, everyone on Ark Proverbs is already very familiar with it. It's just that they didn't expect who else would come at this juncture. They must know that what they have to face next is the ultimate power of the world government. War is inevitable. At this time, I can only say that it was truly a fateful friendship. Soon, under the surprised eyes of everyone in Ark Proverbs, nearly 100 people including all the commanders of the Revolutionary Army headed by Long, as well as the deputy commanders and other cadres arrived at the scene. Wow. Seeing this scene, everyone on the Ark Proverbs immediately caused an uproar. The dragon smiled and said to Blackbeard, advertisement. Although it took some time to gather the number of people, we have finally caught up. After all, how can we, the Revolutionary Army, not be involved in such a thing as conquering the Holy Land? Teach. Thief hahahaha. Blackbeard laughed and said, Long, you are quite courageous this time. Is this bringing along all the backbone of the Revolutionary Army? If we overturn, wouldn't you suffer a big loss? Ha 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 ha. Long glanced at the crowd and smiled boldly. If a lineup like ours cannot overthrow the world government and destroy the celestial dragons, then the world will probably fall into darkness forever. So, how could I not come? Perhaps, this is my only chance in this life. Hearing Long's firm determination, both the Revolutionary Army cadres and everyone present were greatly boosted in morale. First it was the Four Emperors group, then the world's greatest swordsman and the Lord of the Golden City, and now even the Revolutionary Army is here. They really can't imagine how this lineup can lose. Just when everyone's morale was boosted, the huge island under their feet finally arrived above the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The people above were astonished when they saw their luxurious villas in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, celestial dragons below. Hey, we're all here, and the celestial dragons haven't reacted yet. Kaido couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Blackbeard raised his eyebrows and said, no matter what the celestial dragons are up to, let me go say hello to them first. Why? Call out. As he spoke, Blackbeard transformed into a blue arc of electricity and rushed several kilometers away in the blink of an eye. In a few breaths, he arrived at the center of Mariajoy's luxurious villa complex. Thunder Fruit. Sure enough, this guy also has this ability. Advertisement. Kaido and the others behind him naturally recognized Blackbeard's ability at a glance. The strongest Logia's Devil Fruit. Enel has attracted the attention of the whole world since he appeared. How could they not recognize him? They were all speechless when they saw the interested Enel not far away. No matter how hard you try, you can't figure out how Blackbeard did it. This situation is no longer just the ability to hunt other people's devil fruit. After all, whether it is Enel, Nami, or Blueno, not only are they not dead, but their abilities have not disappeared either. The only explanation is that Blackbeard copied their devil fruit abilities. But as soon as they thought about it, they felt it was too ridiculous. If Devil Fruit's ability can be copied, and the clone can even surpass the original host, what's the difference between that kind of ability and that of a god? Enemy attack. It's Blackbeard. It's the Blackbeard pirates attacking. Quick, protect the celestial dragons. At this moment, the Mariajoy CP agency below and the Divine Punishment Army of celestial dragons finally discovered the huge island in the sky and the person standing in the center of Mariajoy. And the ability of Saint Satan. The phantom beast species Gyuki. Really, Yuanren is all real. Azole. How is it possible? Aren't they all killed by our captain and cadres? Information tells me that each of them has quasi-admiral strength, or is above admiral. But, how is this possible? Wasn't that Saint Satan beheaded by the captain? Don't you think it's also an illusion? After all, they have all fought against Blackbeard, so they naturally know how strong Blackbeard is now. Woo woo woo. After saying that, the scarlet light in the eyes of Saint Satan, who transformed into Gyuki, directly shot out a huge red light beam with a diameter of more than 10 meters, surrounding Conqueror's Haki, and hit Blackbeard in the distant sky. Gyuki Divine Light. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. After seeing the terrifying power of this 4.1 blow, those who were still in shock immediately woke up. Seeing the panic on Blackbeard's side, Saint Satan in the sky in the distance laughed and said. It was just the next scene that completely stunned them. Forget it, I'll just let you feel it. Even though this move is very terrifying, equivalent to a full blow from each of them, they still believe that Blackbeard can block it. After seeing the people appearing in the sky, everyone on Blackbeard's side became uneasy. Let me tell you, we cannot be killed. Compared to the shock of the people below, Kaido, Big Mom, Hawkeye and Red Hair crossed their arms with indifferent expressions, watching this scene with interest. Su. Ha 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 ha. This must be some kind of devil fruit that's causing us to hallucinate, trying to lower our morale. Such inherently evil celestial dragons. Damn it. Their aura is not an illusion at all. In their eyes, a blow from the Peak Four Emperors was directly caught by Blackbeard with one hand, and then he easily crushed this terrifying attack of the Peak Four Emperors 10 blows with a single flexion of his 5 fingers. Snapped. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whoops. They are. The Knights of God and the 5 Elders. Blackbeard, you didn't expect to see me again, did you? The 4 Emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and even the Blackbeard pirates, who were originally full of confidence, couldn't help but exclaim after seeing these 12 people. Many people exclaimed something like, "Captain, be careful." Looking at the scattered red light in the sky, the world fell into silence at this moment. Whoosh whoosh. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Can celestial dragons also resurrect the dead? If Ace's resurrection can still be explained, then the 5 Elders Satan Saint and the completely eliminated Knights of God are completely incomprehensible. At this moment, a total of 12 figures rose into the sky in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were in the air, staring at Blackbeard from dozens of meters below him. Open black lens bracket 147 close black lens bracket. Destroy the Holy Land with one move. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That was the full blow of the Peak Four Emperors. Was it solved so lightly? Even Kaido, Shanks, Hawkeye and others who were originally calm could not help but widen their eyes at this time. The impact of Blackbeard's expressiveness was a bit too great for them, and even gave them a look that was not on the same level as this man. No one expected that the battle would unfold in such a scene. A full blow that casually crushed the Peak Four Emperors. It almost looked like he was dealing with a child's fight. Saint Satan's face in the distance was extremely gloomy, but his eyes were extremely shocked. He never expected that Blackbeard, who had to use the power of shock fruit after awakening a few months ago to destroy his Yuki divine light, would be able to destroy it so easily a few months later. This is impossible. Saint Satan gritted his teeth and spoke. On one side, Nasushiro Sage was holding the supreme sharp sword Daiichi Kidetsu's hand with blue veins popping out. After a few seconds, he shouted loudly. Let me. As he spoke, Saint Nashulong had already transformed into a bird-headed human form with flame clouds all over his body, 24 wings on his back, and 2 horns on his head. Zone curling fruit phantom beast species Garuda form. This scene also made Shanks and others in the distance shrink their pupils again. On the contrary, Redfield burst into laughter and said. Another phantom beast species. Could it be that the other 3 are also zone phantom beast species, right? Kaido boy, why do I feel that the world government group is more like the beast's pirates than you beast's pirates? Ha 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 ha. Kaido was not angry but said with bright eyes. Red Count, you old man is right, let's see if there is a chance to kill them and get their fruit abilities. Their abilities are a perfect fit for us beast's pirates. Waluoluoluo. Several cadres of beast's pirates also showed dark expressions after hearing this. Advertisement. Can the captain say this nonsense? Opposite are 5 old men of 4 emperors level. Breaking heaven. Just as they were teasing the 5 elders in the distance, Saint Nashoro, who had transformed into a Garuda, let out a loud shout that resounded throughout the sky. Then the demon sword of the supreme sword, One Toru, was unsheathed and slashed towards him with blood-like sword light. Blackbeard in the distance. The space where the bloody sword light passed was shattered. The entangled conquerors made the strong men on Blackbeard's side in the distance speechless. Another all-out attack from the Peak Four Emperors. Moreover, this is the pinnacle of the great swordsman level 4 emperors. There is no doubt that Yin Zhanhao's slashing attack power is the strongest. Perhaps Nastero Sage wanted to use this terrifying move that could even crush space to break through Blackbeard's defense. Seeing this move, the eyes of the eagle eyes in the distance shone brightly, and the sword intent rising into the sky shocked everyone around him. Is this man attracted by the sword energy of the 5 elders? But think about it. It's normal for Hawkeye to be interested in a great swordsman with the ability bonus of a fantasy beast species. But in the next second, it seemed like it was happening again. Snapped. Blackbeard, who was in the sky in the distance, faced this sword move that could cut even space. He calmly stretched out his right hand with black light and directly caught the sword move. Poof. Just like before, even the stalemate between the forces could not be achieved, and it was completely crushed by Blackbeard's 5 fingers. Wow, if it weren't for the scattered fragments of sword light all over the sky, everyone watching this scene would have thought it was their illusion. It was almost as if the previous scene was replayed. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. After seeing this scene, Nasho Sheng was completely stunned and shouted. My attack is the strongest. How could you receive it so easily? Advertisement. Impossible. How can you be so strong? The faces of the other 5 elders were also full of shock and disbelief. Not only them, but everyone watching the live broadcast around the world was also dumbfounded. That was the full blow of the Peak Four Emperors. What kind of strength does this require to be able to solve it so lightly? At this moment, many people were holding their heads, and like Nasho Langsheng, they couldn't believe what they saw. Blackbeard chuckled disdainfully. You see, the sky is actually colorless. I have long said that it will not deceive you, you are just deceiving yourself with your own eyes. From the day I stood at the top, I had only one opponent. That's what you celestial dragons call a god. I am Saint. I've been here for so long, and since she still has no intention of coming out, let me ask her to come out. I also want to know what her purpose is in keeping these pigs in captivity to bring harm to the world. Call out. The confinement of the world. You're finally here. -18. Saint Satan again recalled the frightening scene of being killed instantly by one move that day, and he yelled in horror. Miso miso miso. Just when everyone was shocked and speechless by this scene, a cold voice suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Buzz. Bloody and cruel. In the pit, countless blood and ruins were mixed together. Blackbeard gently shook his raised right hand, and gently pressed down on the 12 terrifying attacks that were coming towards him. The sound echoed in the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast around the world. Advertisement. Be crushed into powder together with the frightened, abusive, begging for mercy, and painful celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard raised the corners of his mouth and looked somewhere in the void with a smile. You are known as the king of the world and the god of celestial dragons. The huge holy land was reduced to a pile of ruins within a few dozen kilometers in diameter in just a breath. The next moment, as Blackbeard raised his hand and pressed down, it seemed that the whole world was pressed over the holy place Mariajoy. Not good. From now on, let Kailong people feel the pain. Hope you don't disappoint me. Quote. After seeing this, Shanks and others in the distance were also ready to take action, but Blackbeard's voice rang in their ears, causing them to stop their offensive. Hearing Saint Satan's voice, everyone in the Knights of God finally reacted. They all drew their swords, or directly used their abilities to attack Blackbeard in the sky with their strongest move. As he spoke, Blackbeard's figure rose nearly 100 meters again, and then under Saint Satan's horrified gaze, he raised his right hand high. Is it me or you? As the only variable in this world, let me see if you can play your role. The only light. Super Shinra Tensai. With just one move, the entire Holy Land was completely destroyed. 5 elders and the Knights of God take action together to stop him. Then, this invisible pressure directly pushed down the 5 elders and the Knights of God standing in the sky completely. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, you're fine. The 12 strongest attacks used by the Knights of God and the 5 elders were instantly annihilated and dissipated into dust after hitting the invisible pressure. Friends who are watching the live broadcast from all over the world, today I will fulfill my promise, take you to the Holy Land, and drag the gods off the altar. You don't need to take action. Under the watchful eyes of countless people around the world covering their mouths, staring, screaming, excited, enthusiastic, and horrified, the extremely luxurious Holy Land Mariajoy was bombarded from the air to the ground along with the bodies of the 5 elders and the Knights of God. Turned into countless gravel and dust. When the entire red line was overlooked from the sky, a huge crater with a diameter of tens of kilometers appeared. It's so shocking, so unbelievable. Open black lens bracket 148 close black lens bracket. I've met Lord I Am. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As Blackbeard finished speaking, the void in front of him distorted, and a figure gradually emerged. The high erected gold crown is extremely eye-catching, the long burgundy hair is casually draped behind her, and the third eye between the eyebrows on the beautiful face is also extremely eye-catching. The black suspender dress makes her look more sexy and enchanting. The gold waistband and gold boots give her a noble and cool look. At this time, 9 threads of different colors were floating behind her. These threads seemed to have no end and were coming from all directions. Then these threads of different colors slowly condensed and turned into 9 big black snakes rooted in the void. Each large black snake is several kilometers long, and its longer body is looming in the void, making it impossible to distinguish the true length of these snakes and where their tails are. It's a big snake, but it doesn't look much different from a dragon. It has 2 horns on its head and 4 claws on its abdomen. It looks extremely ferocious. At first glance, it seems that every black snake is exactly the same. But if you look closely, you will find that each of the 9 snakes has a different eye color. Yi. When this woman appeared 100 meters away from Blackbeard, the whole world screamed at her appearance. Is she the god of the celestial dragons? Isn't this too beautiful? Even the pirate empress seems to pale in comparison to her. Or is it because of the aura bonus on her body? No matter what. Everyone had an incredible feeling after knowing that this stunningly beautiful woman was actually the god of the celestial dragons. Advertisement. Redfield, Shanks, Kaido, Ant, Long and others standing on the Ark's motto in the distance all looked solemn after the woman appeared. As the sweating king, Long was the first to speak in a cold sweat. Have you noticed that the sense of oppression brought by this woman is so strong? Shanks nodded, with cold sweat also appearing on his forehead, but with a forced smile on his face. It's really outrageous. The last time I felt this way was when I was a kid when I saw the captain fighting that monster Whitebeard for the first time. I feel the same way. Redfield said with an extremely solemn expression. But this is too strange. Even with Teach, I have never been in this situation. Kaido said with cold eyes. Old woman, what do you think? Charlotte Linlin shook her head and said. I can't feel it, my soul fruit is really warning me not to get close to that woman. If I get too close, I'll probably die. How strange. The horse scolds the horse. Hearing Charlotte Linlin say this, the other people's eyes froze. None of them refuted it, but they obviously thought so. At this time, Hawkeye on one side was holding Hidoi behind his back tightly and refused to let go. Sweat was dripping down from both stacks, and he murmured in his mouth. As a swordsman, what you know most is whether you should use your sword when you encounter a swordsman who is stronger than you. But the woman in front of me is obviously not a swordsman, but my instinct is urging me to let go of the black sword. You can't draw your sword, otherwise you will die. Advertisement. Gudong gudong gudong. The surrounding Black group members and 4 Emperor's members swallowed their saliva after hearing this. You know, they didn't feel anything. I couldn't even feel the woman's presence. But they knew very well that it was impossible for the bosses in front of them to lie, especially since they clearly saw each other but could not sense each other's existence, which in itself was extremely strange. No one understands what is going on right now. What kind of existence is she who can make the world's greatest swordsman unable to draw his sword? Before everyone could think about it, they saw the woman suddenly raise her hand and wave, and a colorful ray of light spread across dozens of kilometers, like a rainbow with no end in sight, falling on the ruined Holy Land Mariajoy below. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Wow! The entire Holy Land of Mariajoy, which was previously destroyed by Blackbeard, is being reorganized at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few breaths. The luxurious palace complex that was completely destroyed by Blackbeard, as well as the celestial dragons that were slaughtered, actually came back to life again. Even the 5 elders and the 12 heavenly knights of God, who were blasted down from the sky by Blackbeard, appeared in the original sky again. It's like nothing happened. Miracle. An absolute miracle. Everyone held their breath, as if they were afraid that if they breathed too hard, they would attract the attention of the gods. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have fallen into dead silence. A sudden fear surged in the hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast. Facing such an enemy, no, facing a god, how could they possibly win? Advertisement. Not even Master Teach. It's so strong. The other party is not a human at all, but a real god. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the scene they saw in front of them. Countless people can be resurrected with just a wave of your hand, and even destroyed buildings can be restored instantly. This is undoubtedly something that can only be accomplished by the power of God. Not only the ordinary viewers who watched the live broadcast, but also Shanks, Redfield, Long, Kaido and Big Mom who were watching from the Arc Proverbs were also stunned. They had all scanned it with the color of knowledge before. The ruins of Mariajoy, the holy place destroyed by Blackbeard, have no life at all. Even the 5 elders and the knights of God were crushed into powder by that move. Those pig-like celestial dragons are even less likely to be able to resist Blackbeard's move. But now, the apparently dead celestial dragons are resurrected again. The 5 elders and the knights of God turned into powder also appeared in the sky again. Is it an illusion? But at this moment, after being at a loss for a while, the resurrected 5 elders and members of the knights of God suddenly saw the figure of the woman in the sky in front of them, which immediately shocked them. Then, under the shocked eyes of the whole world, the 12 controllers of the world's highest authority actually knelt down to the woman in the air, then lowered their heads and said in unison with piety and awe, "I have met Lord I Am." Seeing this scene, the world is shocked. Open black lens bracket 149 close black lens bracket, celestial dragons who were deliberately raised to waste. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tisk. Compared to others who were shocked by this scene, Blackbeard seemed very indifferent. After all, he had seen similar scenes in his previous life when he was reading comics. It's just that this time there were a little more people. This I Am really feels like the return of the Dragon King. Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, crossed his arms, and watched this scene with interest. On the Fangzhou motto in the distance, Shanks and others who were shocked by I Am couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw Blackbeard looking at the show. No, don't you feel how big that woman is? It's so leisurely. If it wasn't too far away, Shanks and others would have warned Blackbeard to be alert immediately. Of course, they still believe that Blackbeard can feel the power of that woman. What made them curious was Blackbeard really not surprised by this woman's aura? However, what Shanks and the others didn't know was that Blackbeard really wasn't shocked by Im's aura. Or maybe Blackbeard was just like getting along with Shanks and the others, and didn't feel oppressed at all, or the other party's aura. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that Blackbeard is like the 100,000 pirates on the distant island, because he is too weak to feel the other party's invisible oppression. One is that Blackbeard's strength is either 610 equal to I Am, or much stronger than I Am. As for what the situation is now, Blackbeard himself doesn't know. Because after he completed the awakening of the copying fruit, Blackbeard felt that his strength was increasing day by day, as if there was no end. Whether it's physical strength, hockey, or the control and understanding of abilities. There are different changes every day. Although the growth is very slow, it is still growing, every day. This is why Blackbeard doesn't know where his strength has reached in this world. But he understands something. In this world of pirates, only Imsage, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, can compete with him. So, here he comes. Advertisement. However, before that, he still wanted to clarify some questions in his heart. With this in mind, Blackbeard said directly, "I Am, before the battle, can you answer a few curious questions of mine? If not, then I will have to arrest you and torture you severely." Teach glanced at Im's stunning beauty and thought evilly. "You said 11. It's a pity that I Am is surprisingly easy to talk to." Blackbeard bared his teeth. Damn it, could it be that her idea was discovered by her? You must have crippled these guys on purpose, CEBF, right? While speaking, Blackbeard raised his hand and pointed to the Holy Land Mariajoy below. At this time, the celestial dragons looked confused because they had just been resurrected. As soon as Blackbeard said this, everyone watching this scene was shocked. What does this mean? What does it mean that celestial dragons are deliberately raised to be useless? How is it possible that celestial dragons can deliberately raise waste? However, something unexpected happened. The god of the celestial dragons, the stunningly beautiful immortal, actually nodded calmly and said, "Yes, everyone. 5 elders. Even if it's true, you can't say it." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the other party's straightforward answer, Blackbeard couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems to be exactly what I thought. It seems that your failure to raise these celestial dragons is probably due to your own abilities, right? I felt weird from the beginning." Advertisement. Although most people cannot feel it, for those who are at the peak of the imperial level, they can still sense the strange emotions gathered here in the Holy Land Mariajoy. It's even clearer to me. I can even see various emotions, from the boiling anger or fear of people around the world, converging into the Holy Land above the red line. I guess this is your handiwork too. Quote. This time I am answered faster, and even a smile appeared on that cold, three-eyed face. That's right. Is this also answerable? Master I am, what's wrong with you? The 5 elders and the knights of God below also looked confused. Even they didn't know that this was actually done intentionally by Lord I am. Before, they only thought that this was a manifestation of Lord Im's ability, but now it seems that it is really not what they thought. Blackbeard said, "She is really an upright woman. Why do you assume my gender?" I am suddenly said, "I am super." Punch. Blackbeard was almost stunned by this sudden punch. Is there a female boxing pioneer in the pirate world? How could a god who deliberately raised celestial dragons care about the lives of ordinary people like them? Even so, you still came to the door and took the lead. This is a method that only gods can do, and coupled with Im's words at this moment, the hearts of those watching the live broadcast fell to the bottom. Is there really no hope for this world? You should have guessed my ability, right? Of course I am. I can't feel any suppression from you, and I can even easily obtain various emotional values such as astringency, greed, and joy from you. Doesn't even Lord Blackbeard have a chance of winning? But it's a pity that you are the same as the sun god, the leader of the once huge kingdom. Advertisement. Could it be that Blackbeard, who they had placed their hope in, would also fall at the hands of this celestial dragon's god? I'm curious, what do you think? She said she didn't feel any pressure from Blackbeard. I am on the opposite side also knew that Blackbeard was teasing her, but she was not annoyed at all. She stared at Blackbeard with a pair of rippled eyes and said, "Doesn't this mean she is far stronger than Blackbeard?" Im's words once again caused an uproar across the world. So you deliberately cultivated the celestial dragons like this and made them the source of evil. In fact, it is to continuously collect all kinds of hatred, anger and other negative emotional values from everyone around the world to enhance your abilities and strength against Bar. But to their surprise, Blackbeard didn't say anything after hearing Im's words. Instead, he answered the question. The destiny of the world is about to change at this moment. I think you should understand the difference between you and me after you come to the Holy Land. This makes Blackbeard feel more and more interesting. What is this woman thinking? Ah, aren't you a woman? In a flash, he resurrected the celestial dragons killed by Blackbeard and restored the entire destroyed Holy Land. Lament of 9 snakes. At this point, the gap between you and me is already obvious. Blackbeard pretended to be confused. After saying that, Yimu raised her hand lightly, and the eyes of the 9 Tongwaiken snakes rooted in the void behind her shot out 9 void-shattering rays of light towards Hymian in the distant sky. You really know me very well, and everything you said is right. I am showed a smile that confuses all sentient beings. The power of this god is self-evident. Please. There is still 1 or 2 or 3 chapters left, and I will finish them today. Fortunately, Blackbeard remembered that this was a pirate world and there should be no such strange things. This woman probably wanted to stab him subconsciously. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, be my part in breaking the barriers of this world. What is this god of celestial dragons talking about? Wow. Seeing I am taking action without hesitation, everyone in the world suddenly became excited. Open black lens bracket 150 close black lens bracket. There really are gods outside the world. Finale plus final thoughts. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the colorful attack that was like a space storm, shattering the blue sky into pieces, Blackbeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing interest. I don't know if it's an illusion. Facing this attack that could crush the space without relying on the power of shock fruit, he still didn't feel any threat. His hockey instinct was telling him that it seemed that he could defeat this attack with just one punch. Blast into powder. But as a time traveler, he is still very cautious in his heart. Even though his hockey instinct told him that this attack posed no threat to him, he still didn't want to make physical contact easily. Especially when the person facing him at this time is I am, who can be called a god in this world. For such a strong person, we still have to respect him. As for Yim's fruit ability, even the complete version of the Devil Fruit illustrated book that Blackbeard knows about does not have Yim's ability. Just like the world government has wiped out the Nika fruit. Perhaps this fruit ability is also one of the fruits that was erased by them. Thinking of this, Blackbeard raised his hand and endless darkness instantly covered several kilometers around him. Swallow the heaven and the earth. The next second, the endless darkness turned into a 1,000-meter giant face, and as soon as it opened its mouth, it swallowed the space-crushing attack from I am directly into the darkness. Then the sky, which was originally a stalemate between colorful and dark, returned to normal again. The blue sky that was shattered by I am also recovered again, as if some being used its power to instantly restore this space and stabilize it quickly. Vegapunk, who was watching the live broadcast with Kizaru on Danjian Island, saw this scene, his eyes flashed and he said. Sure enough. It's exactly what I am Saint said. It's incredible. Are we really kept in captivity by some kind of being? Kizaru on the other hand was shocked by the live broadcast, but he had already experienced the power of Blackbeard after experiencing several previous live broadcasts and personally participating in battles. But Vegapunk's sudden exclamation made Kizaru's skin crawl with shock, and he turned to look at Vegapunk with a horrified face. But Kizaru didn't speak yet, and the French dog who had just sutured one arm while lying on the experimental bed shouted directly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Taowen also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said. Doctor, are you exaggerating? It's scary. Exaggerate. Vegapunk shook his head crazily and said. No exaggeration at all. You have also seen the telescope I developed. There is an equally large moon floating in space outside our world. Not far from the moon and our planet, there is a planet countless times larger than the moon. No, there should be more than one. Haven't you ever thought about what force makes these planets float regularly in the universe? What force can make all these planets appear round? Why are there no square, cone-shaped and rectangular planets? As marine admirals, do you really only have muscles in your mind? Haven't you ever thought about such a terrible thing? Akainu, Kizaru, and Senmomomaru were immediately silenced. The more they listened to Vegapunk, the more creepy they felt. Vegapunk continues here. These speculations, coupled with what the Imam Saint who has lived for nearly 1,000 years have said before. We live in a confined world. Don't you think there is too much information in this sentence? What kind of existence can imprison Saint I am in this world like a god who restores the destroyed Holy Land and resurrects hundreds of thousands of slain celestial dragons like a god? Hiss. Akainu, Kizaru and Senmomomaru heard this and the hair on their bodies stood up, and they kept breathing cold air. Are they really some kind of guinea pigs kept in captivity? Once you accept this setting, it's really disappointing. Perhaps Yim Sheng was aware of this thousands of years ago, so she raised the celestial dragons to be such waste, letting them become the source of evil and stirring up the hatred, disgust and anger of the whole world towards the celestial dragons, so as to enhance her abilities. Because Vegapunk had already inferred Im's abilities from the conversation between Blackbeard and Im. Advertisement. Regarding Vegapunk's speculation, it is impossible for Sono Inu, Kizaru and Zan not to believe it. After all, the man who can copy all of Kaido's fish and fish fruit phantom beast species, who else can be more professional in devil fruit than him? You must know that Badgers, who has eaten this fish fruit replica now, has a strength that is infinitely close to that of the Marine Admiral. The equivalent of a little Kaido. Therefore, Vegapunk's speculation is undoubtedly the accurate answer. In order to break the confinement of this world, IM has planned for thousands of years, trying to use the negative emotions of the whole world towards celestial dragons to enhance her own energy, and then use this energy to completely break the confinement of this world. Judging from the way that Yimu completely restored the destroyed Holy Land and resurrected hundreds of thousands in a single move, her ability is actually no different from that of a god. Even other gods may not be able to achieve the level of IM. That was the palace complex that resurrected hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Holy Land of Mariajoy within tens of seconds. This method is simply appalling. But even this immortal cannot break the confinement of this world. So, what exactly are the restrictions in this world? Blackbeard also raised this question at this moment, not caring at all about IM Saint's fatal attack on him before. Because after verification, he found that what his hockey instinct told him was indeed the truth. Then there is no such thing as a fatal attack, since an attack that can be blown up by one's punch must not be able to cause harm to him. So, now he wants to know what this woman discovered even more. Don't rush into action yet. I really want to know what the world's confinement is that you are talking about. Blackbeard's body flashed, and he came directly to the void more than 1,000 meters away from IM Saint to look at her. Do it. IM chuckled and shook her head. I won't take action anymore, it was my full blow before. I have broken the spatial confinement of this world, but I cannot break your ability. This means that my strength is not as good as yours. Then, there is no point in continuing the fight. Quote. Yi. As soon as IM said this, the expressions of the five elders, the Knights of God below, and the Shanks, Redfield, Kaido, Linlin and Long on the arc in the distance all changed suddenly. Everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world was stunned and shocked. If they heard correctly, did this god of celestial dragons surrender to Lord Teach? It's so straightforward. What's going on? It was obviously just one move. Everyone couldn't believe what they heard at this moment. However, IM ignored everyone's thoughts and began to tell Blackbeard her thoughts. The whole world, which was originally noisy and shocked, fell silent after IM opened his mouth. They also wanted to hear the ultimate secret of this world. IM had no reservations at all. 900 years ago, my strength reached the peak of what you now call the Emperor level. When my strength reached this point, I discovered that there should be a realm above the world's strongest that everyone in the world recognized at that time. However, for people in our world, no matter what abilities you have, once your strength reaches this level, it is impossible to move forward. Quote. As she spoke, colorful rays of light flowed in her hands. She raised her hands and grabbed the void. Seeing this scene, everyone thought she was going to sneak attack Blackbeard. But Blackbeard remained unmoved, still sitting cross-legged in the void thoughtfully, holding his chin with one hand as if thinking about something. Swish swish swish. In the next second, 5 elders, Kaido, Redfield, Long, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin appeared around Blackbeard and I.M., surrounding the two of them. What? How can it be? My observation hockey didn't give any warning. Damn it. Everyone who was suddenly captured by Yimu was shocked and angry at the moment. They did not expect that with their strength, there would be a day when they would not even be able to resist. This is too scary. Advertisement. Doesn't it mean that if I.M. wants to kill them, it will be easy? The sweating king once again had cold sweat on his forehead. This time, not only the king of sweats, but also the 5 elders, several people who were sneaked over by MT were so frightened that they were sweating all over. They were sweating profusely. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I.M. shook his head and said. The reason why I keep you is to see if any of you pirate emperors who have reached the imperial level can break through the confinement of this world, but obviously, no. Rox, who I was optimistic about at the time, was like this, Whitebeard was like this, and Roger, the pirate king, was like this. After reaching the imperial level, your strength has almost stagnated, right? Even though being ridiculed by I.M. like this makes them, masters of royal strength, feel very embarrassed, the fact is just as the other party said. Moreover, the opponent is still a dog that can kill them easily. Therefore, no matter the pirate emperor or the leader of the revolutionary army, everyone nodded honestly and that was it. Seeing this, I.M. looked at Blackbeard and spread his hands. This is what I call confinement. The world is imprisoning us. It took me nearly 1,000 years to take a step forward from the peak of the emperor level, and my step was accomplished through the efforts of everyone in the world in the past 1,000 years. Now, teach, do you understand your specialness? It only took you a year or two to reach this point. It took me thousands of years and the efforts of countless people to reach this point. No, you have stronger than me now. Unfortunately, it seems we can only stop here. Because I reached my current strength 500 years ago. Now 500 years have passed, and my strength still has not increased at all. Obviously, negative emotions from all over the world are still gathering towards me, and I have indeed absorbed these emotions, but my strength has not improved at all. I can't even feel the slightest improvement. At that time, I understood that the world had completely imprisoned me. Or maybe he has completely imprisoned me. I once had an idea that we might just be experimental subjects kept in captivity on this planet by others. Then I.M. came up with the same speculation as Vegapunk. Reasonable and frightening. Everyone in the whole world was suffocated at this moment. Even more suffocating than knowing that the celestial dragons have such a powerful god. Interest. Were they actually kept in captivity on this planet like lab rats? While everyone was thinking about this, I.M. couldn't help but burst into tears. Human evolution is too coincidental. The fact that we humans can survive to this day is actually an accident rather than a necessity, and it is a lucky result. No matter whether our planet is the only planet in this galaxy where humans can survive, or whether humans have, coincidentally, completed the awakening of wisdom during the evolution of species. Or maybe we discover the use of devil fruit in hockey. Each of these coincidences is like a big hand of fate, pulling us humans back from the road to destruction again and again. In the end, let us become the overlords of this world. However, what is ridiculous is that we have become captive creatures of some unknown existence. How sad. Thousands of years have passed. I still couldn't do it. My old friends who made an oath with me, I have finally failed to live up to your expectations. I can't break the world's prison, let alone save the world. Another light goes out. On I'm stunningly beautiful face, tears could not stop flowing from her 3 corrugated eyes. She is crying for the world. Advertisement. At this moment, for some reason, everyone who saw this woman crying also had tears in their eyes. It seems that they can all feel the emotions of I.M., the endless sadness of this woman who has laid out the world for thousands of years and fought against the unknown existence. Her grief affects the entire world at this moment. But no matter how sad she is, what she does is not recognized by others. I.M. fighting against the unknown existence for the human world, she is undoubtedly great. But to some extent, she is undoubtedly guilty. Over the past 800 years, the celestial dragons have killed so many people and destroyed so many countries with her connivance, and so many dead souls are still in the park. Are they willing to become victims of her struggle? Why can she decide their fate, and why does she think they are willing to be part of her fight against the unknown existence? It's just one thing to know these things, but it's another thing to be able to do anything to her. I see. Blackbeard stood up suddenly. Under the shocked gazes of everyone who was affected by the sadness, he raised his hand and pressed his hand on the head of I.M. Sheng, who was crying and grieving like a little woman. Head on. Even if I.M.'s ability can affect the entire world, it cannot shake him at all. One sword Shura. Even though my strength has reached this point, it is still growing rapidly every day. As the world saw, a 1,000-meter thunder giant with 6 wings on its back wielded a golden sword and struck the sky with one strike. Immediately afterwards, a soft golden light fell from the thousands of kilometers of cracks. Let me tell you something by the way. On this day, the whole world gradually understood what I.M. had done. Peas. I originally wanted to write about it, but after thinking about it, it seems that writing here is enough. Then just wait a little longer. In addition, after all, if the next volume is not written, Traveler Clock will not continue traveling. At this moment, Blackbeard chuckled and raised a finger. Teach wanted to be the strongest in the world and he has achieved it. Thief hahahaha underscore. Come on, mate, even I don't know my current strength. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hahahaha underscore. So, that's it for this book. Although the results are average, I still appreciate everyone's subscription support. Bang! Blackbeard burst into laughter and soared into the sky, transforming into a giant surrounded by thunder and wind. His voice echoed in the sky. Momo 500 times, violent wind and thunder god slash. Ha! Therefore, if my strongest attack cannot break the prison of this world, I am not alone in my ways. Season finale. A few seconds later, everyone saw a huge crack with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers cut out in the sky, and then the sound of something breaking came from the crack. Endless years have passed. Has anyone in this world finally taken this step? Boom. I'll wait for you at the end of the world. It turns out that there really are gods outside the world. 10 billion storm thunder gods. Our green mountains remain unchanged and our green waters always flow. See you in the next book. What followed was a burst of laughter. Then let us see if the existence behind the confinement in this world is what you think, which completely confines us. Boom. The next moment, a shocking sword light instantly broke through the space and slashed towards the endless void.